Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Mū vs Madara Uchiha. Be quiet. There is no such thing as an alliance between Konoha and Iwagakure. From this moment on, the Hokage's words are null and void. A cold, arrogant voice rang out. Madara Uchiha stood with his arms folded, looking down at Mū and Ōnoki from above. Mū froze for a second. Where am I? The next moment, a torrent of memories surged through his mind, the memories of another soul fusing seamlessly with his own. Within moments, he had fully absorbed them. So that's how it is, the world we lived in is just a manga. He was Mū, the second Tsuchikage in the Naruto world, the enigmatic bandaged man, the first mummy-like figure in the Shinobi world. This was the moment when he visited Konoha and was eventually overpowered by Madara Uchiha. He had just finished speaking with Hashirama Senju, and as he prepared to leave, Madara had appeared out of nowhere, blocking his path without warning. Now, that same scene was playing out again. This battle had once carved a lasting scar into both his and Ōnoki's memories, and now he was reliving it. Why? Hashirama-sama clearly gave us his word, what right do you have to overrule it? Ōnoki shouted, his voice hoarse and furious, bloodshot eyes locked onto Madara as he strained his neck to glare up at him. Humph. Madara sneered. A flicker of disdain tugged at the corners of his lips. The image of Hashirama flashed through his mind, fueling the simmering anger in his chest. Something like this, and Hashirama didn't even bother to consult me. Am I just supposed to be ignored completely? Madara glared at the rock duo. There is no such thing as an alliance. Don't think I can't see through the petty schemes of small villages like yours. Small shinobi villages should just obediently bow to Konoha's strength. He narrowed his eyes. And one more thing. Don't ever mention that man's name in front of me again. Madara's expression turned icy as he suddenly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. A crushing wave of chakra burst forth, surging toward Mū and Ōnoki like an unstoppable tidal force. What? Ōnoki's pupils widened in shock. Panic twisted across his face. Madara's Susanoo roared to life, and in the blink of an eye, the skeletal frame erupted from the earth. First stage Susanoo. So strong. Beneath the layers of his bandages, Mū's expression subtly changed. So this is Madara Uchiha. Everything aligned perfectly with the memories he now carried. The sheer weight of Madara's chakra made the very air feel oppressive. Under that intense pressure, Mū's body involuntarily bent forward, the crushing force making it nearly impossible to stay upright. A heavy sense of humiliation began to rise within his chest. His thoughts spun chaotically. Was he really going to let history repeat itself? Was he going to grit his teeth and endure it, just like before? Let Madara walk all over him again and leave a scar in his student's heart that would never fade. He too was a great figure in the shinobi world. He too had once stood at the summit of strength, feared and respected across nations. And yet now, his student was being crushed, his village trampled, their pride shattered by overwhelming force. As a teacher and the one who had helped shape the future leader of Iwagakure, could he really allow this to continue? Could he just watch in silence and endure? No. Absolutely not. He would never kneel in quiet submission. It was better to fall in battle than to live burdened by regret. Mū's heart blazed with indignation. The fear that had clouded his eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a firm, unwavering determination. Ahead of him, Ōnoki's face twisted in pain as he dropped to one knee. So strong, it's just so hopeless. He was kneeling. And only now did he fully grasp the vast distance between his power and Madara's. So that was the size of the gap. The pressure radiating from Madara wasn't just stronger than his own, it even surpassed that of his teacher, Mū, damn it. Ōnoki clenched his teeth, but no matter how hard he tried, his body trembled beyond his control. In his hand, the stone that symbolized the will of stone slipped from his grip. As it tumbled through the air. Pa! A bandaged hand reached out and caught it. Ōnoki's eyes widened as he lifted his gaze sharply. Take it. Ōnoki, don't abandon your will. Mū's bandaged face appeared before him, his tone firm yet gentle. Don't be afraid. Your teacher is here. He drew in a steady breath, then placed a reassuring hand on Ōnoki's shoulder, his eyes locked onto his students. Sensei. A sudden sense of calm washed over Ōnoki's heart. The terror began to fade. At that moment, Mū's chakra surged like a flood, rising up to shield Ōnoki from Madara's suffocating presence. It's easy to lose yourself when failure strikes. To justify weakness. To let hatred take the place of resolve. Mū's voice rang aloud. Listen to me, Ōnoki. Your will, do not surrender it. Don't give up on it. Hold on to your conviction. Even if you're standing before the Shura of the shinobi world, you must not yield. Steadfast and unshaken. That is the will of stone that defines Iwagakure. As those words rang out, Ōnoki was stunned into silence. The will of fire had not yet been born into the shinobi world, but the words Mū spoke just now etched themselves into Ōnoki's heart. They stirred something deep inside him. Sensei. Tears spilled down Ōnoki's cheeks like a broken floodgate. His vision blurred as he clenched the stone tightly in his palm, trembling with emotion. As long as I'm here, you don't have to be afraid. Let your teacher handle this. Step back. Mū took a slow step forward, his body now shielding Ōnoki completely. His gaze sharpened with each breath as he met Madara Uchiha's eyes without hesitation. You shouldn't pick on a child over something so petty. He then pointed his finger at the Shura of shinobi world. Madara Uchiha, fight me instead. Mū's voice was steady. As he walked forward, each step caused his aura to grow stronger and heavier. With every pace, his chakra swelled until it towered sky-high, shaking the very air. The stones on the ground trembled, lifting into the air under the sheer force of his rising chakra. He rose steadily until he was level with Madara, standing tall with unwavering resolve. There is an old saying. When Susanoo wraps around the great Buddha, 2 men can lay waste to 4 nations. Then today, for his village, for his student, for his pride, and more than anything, for his responsibility as a teacher, Mū will face Madara Uchiha. Susanoo may be sharp, but his dust release is no less lethal. If Madara can withstand it without dodging, then Mū will truly acknowledge Madara's strength. Fear is a human instinct, but courage is its greatest anthem. Sensei. Tears streamed down Ōnoki's face as he stared at his teacher's back. In this moment, even if Mū could not match Madara Uchiha in sheer power, in Ōnoki's heart, Mū stood higher than anyone else. He was a true pillar. A warrior greater than Madara himself. Who says Iwagakure has no great emperor? Mū's eyes stayed locked on Madara. Sweat gathered in his palm, but he gripped it firmly without hesitation. Is this sweat? No. It's rain. A moment later, a soft drizzle began falling from the sky, cold and steady. Madara let out a low chuckle. A faint glimmer of respect flickered in his eyes. A man like this deserved to be recognized, even by Madara Uchiha. Interesting. Knowing you are weaker, yet still daring to draw your blade at me. Before you die, I want to ask you. Are you not afraid of death? His voice was calm, but it carried a chilling sharpness. Mū looked straight at him and spoke slowly. When the strong are angry, they raise their blade against those even stronger. When the weak are angry, they lash out at those weaker than themselves. Such arrogance. Are you calling me weak? Madara's eyes darkened. No. Do not take it personally. Mū's tone remained steady, unmoved by the threat in Madara's voice. A heavy pressure suddenly swept the air. Madara's gaze turned sharper. He had yet to see this man's true strength, but already, his words cut deeper than most jutsu. Step by step, the air grew tense. Do not think clever words can win a battle. Real victory comes from power. If you insist on dying here, I will fulfill your wish. Now, witness the might of the Uchiha. This is Madara Uchiha. The power of Ashura. The scarlet glow in Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin, slow and deadly, radiating an overwhelming force. Please vote for bonus chapters. 500 power stones equals 5 bonus chapters. 1000 power stones equals 10 bonus chapters. Chapter 2, Killing Move, Dust Release. The earth trembled violently as the clash between Mū and Madara Uchiha sent shockwaves through the battlefield, drawing the attention of the nearby Uchiha clansmen. Such a massive disturbance was impossible to ignore, and soon, whispers spread among the gathered onlookers. Incredible. Someone actually dares to challenge Madara-sama, one Uchiha exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Another gasped, oh my god, Madara-sama is about to fight the bandaged men. A third hesitated before asking, should we go inform Lord Hashirama? But his companion scoffed, huh? Is it really necessary to call Lord Hashirama? That bandaged guy doesn't warrant both of them, right? The first shook his head, concern flickering in his eyes. No, I'm just afraid that guy will get killed by Madara-sama. The Uchiha spectators watched with a mix of amusement and curiosity as the battle unfolded before them. Bang. Boom. The fight between Mū and Madara had officially begun. Madara, ever the warrior seeking challenge, deactivated his Susanoo, opting instead for a brutal, close-quarters exchange, pure hand-to-hand combat. With a powerful leap, he surged forward, his speed a blur. Mū responded instantly, launching himself into the air to meet Madara head-on. Bang. Bang. Their fists collided, and the sheer force of Madara's strike sent Mū hurtling backward. As expected of the men who could trade blows with Hashirama in taijutsu, Mū muttered, his arm throbbing from the impact. Quickly regaining his footing, he formed a hand seal. Earth-style, weighted rock technique. His body grew denser, anchoring him to the ground as he stabilized himself. Madara's lips curled into a smirk. Weak. That single exchange told him all he needed. His opponent's taijutsu was unremarkable. Yet, despite his arrogance in strategy, Madara never underestimated an enemy in battle. His guard remained high, his movements relentless. In an instant, he reappeared beside Mū, his leg sweeping toward the bandaged shinobi's torso. But Mū had anticipated the attack, sensing Madara's movement the moment he vanished. Earth-style, ultra-weighted rock technique. Stone armor encased his body, increasing his mass exponentially. Bang. Madara's kick slammed into the rocky shell, but before he could retract his leg, the stone liquefied into thick mud, ensnaring his foot. Seizing the opportunity, Mū formed another seal. Earth-style, rock arm. The stone on his arm expanded into a massive, crushing hand that seized Madara in an iron grip. Without hesitation, Mū's other fist hardened into solid rock, glowing with dense chakra. Earth-style, ultra-weighted rock fist. The colossal stone fist descended with the force of 1,000 tons, aimed directly at Madara's trapped form. Madara remained unfazed, his expression unchanging. Susanoo. The skeletal ribcage of his Susanoo materialized in the blink of an eye. Boom. The rock fist collided with the Susanoo's defenses, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. The ground split apart, mountains quaked, and the sheer force of their clashing chakra erupted like a storm, shaking the very foundations of the battlefield. Boom. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama wiped sweat from his brow as he reveled in the lively atmosphere of the gambling den. Ha ha ha. Wonderful, wonderful, he cheered, shaking the dice cup with childlike enthusiasm. Fresh from successful negotiations with the Iwagakure's envoy, resulting in newly established friendly relations between their villages, his mood couldn't be brighter. The dream of peaceful coexistence felt closer than ever. Ah. The clan had lost again, haha, a Senju clansman crowed as the dice settled. Hashirama's face fell for a split second before he threw his head back in laughter. I guess I can't be lucky in both politics and gambling. His boisterous mirth infected the entire room, and the den erupted in shared amusement. Then. Boom. A thunderous shockwave rattled the building. Hashirama's laughter died instantly. His head snapped toward the window, his usual warmth replaced by razor-sharp focus. The others exchanged confused glances, slow to react, but Hashirama was already on his feet. This is bad. In a blur, he vanished, leaving only a gust of wind in his wake. Elsewhere. Senju Tobirama sat hunched over scrolls in the modest Konoha administration building, a far cry from the grand complex it would one day become, but functional in its blend of timber and stone. His brush moved methodically as he outlined proposals for village expansion, infrastructure, and trade routes. The quiet night outside was a luxury he still marveled at. Peaceful days like this are rare. He murmured, pausing to gaze at the moonlit sky. Years of wartime midnight alerts had conditioned him to expect chaos. Now, he could finally plan for progress rather than survival. Tobirama-sama, a shinobi interrupted, kneeling abruptly. Another bitch awakened their Sharingan. Tobirama's eye twitched. The Uchiha, born devious as ever. Then. A suffocating wave of chakra crashed over his senses, dark and unmistakable. Tobirama's quill snapped in his grip. Not good. Madara is causing trouble again. In an instant, he was gone, the body flicker technique carrying him toward the disturbance before the pieces of his broken brush hit the floor. The air screamed as Mū and Madara clashed in a whirlwind of motion, their movements leaving afterimages in their wake. Fists met palms, kicks were countered, and the earth itself seemed to groan under the force of their exchange. Don't underestimate the experience I gained surviving the Warring States period. Madara barked, his voice cutting through the din of battle as he pressed forward with relentless strikes. Mū parried with equal precision, his tone icy. You're not the only one who survived that era. I came from it too. Madara's eyes narrowed. In just these brief exchanges, he had already gleaned the truth, this masked opponent was no ordinary foe. His reflexes, his spatial awareness, and his sheer combat instinct all mirrored Tobirama's dreaded efficiency. No, perhaps even surpassed it. He was at least on par with Izuna, maybe stronger. Note, both Mū and Tobirama are officially recognized as having exceptional sensory abilities. Take this. Madara roared. His Susanoo surged violently, its skeletal form expanding into its second stage. A colossal arm materialized, hefting a gargantuan blade that descended toward Mū with world-splitting force. Mū didn't flinch. His hands flashed through seals. Earth-style, steel-binding technique. Boom. The earth erupted as a towering stone titan burst forth, its massive frame intercepting Madara's slash head-on. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. You blocked that. Madara's lips curled. Then how about the third stage? His Susanoo evolved again, legs forming in an instant as it tripled in size. 4 arms sprouted from its torso, each wielding a monstrous greatsword. Without hesitation, all 4 blades came crashing down toward Mū's stone guardian. Boom. The earth quaked violently. A billowing dust cloud swallowed the battlefield whole. Sensei. Ōnoki's voice rang out from the distance, laced with panic. His fists clenched as he strained to see through the haze, dread coiling in his gut. Then, the dust cleared. The steel-binding titan stood unbroken, its massive arms locked in a desperate grapple with all 4 of Susanoo's blades. The ground beneath Mū had cratered from the sheer force of the clash, yet he held firm. Interesting. Madara murmured, genuine surprise flickering in his eyes. This technique bore an uncanny resemblance to Hashirama's wood golem. To withstand his third-stage Susanoo, this man was proving far more troublesome than anticipated. Ha, ha. Mū panted, his muscles screaming under the strain. He knew this technique well. When Ōnoki had used it, Madara had been forced to counter with wood release. He wouldn't back down now. Just as Madara considered advancing to the 4th stage, Mū's hidden eyes gleamed. Got you. The real Mū, concealed from the very beginning with his dustless concealment technique, had been waiting for this exact moment. The Mū fighting Madara. A clone. A carefully crafted decoy. Strategy had dictated this approach. If the clone fell instantly, the real Mū could retreat unseen. But if it held its ground, if it distracted Madara long enough, then the real body could strike from the shadows. And now, with Madara's focus locked onto the clone, the opening had finally come. Dust release, the ultimate technique, reserved for this single, decisive moment. The battle was about to end. Why don't you take a look behind you? Suddenly, Madara felt a chill creep down his spine. This wasn't something Mū actually said aloud, it was just a flare of instinctual dread, a narrative tension tightening around him. Everyone knew Madara's greatest vulnerability was his back. Sure enough, behind him stood another Mū, his presence unnoticed until now. No one could tell when he had gotten there, but with both palms pressed together, he was already midcast, releasing a blinding white pillar of light directly at Madara. There it is. Sensei's ultimate technique, even stone gets annihilated. Ōnoki's eyes widened in awe and fear as he watched the dust release erupt. It was the one technique his master had never passed down to him. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Swish swish swish. The blinding column of light descended like divine judgment, crashing from the heavens. Madara stared at the oncoming light, a cold shiver gripping him as his scalp tingled. If that jutsu landed, he would die, no question. This wasn't fear. It wasn't a doubt. It was the battle-honed instinct of a warrior who had danced with death countless times. He had his Izanagi, a secret so closely guarded that even Hashirama didn't know about it. But it couldn't be triggered on a whim. Izanagi required preparation, specific conditions met beforehand. Even if it was ready, was he really willing to sacrifice his Mangekyo just to survive this one strike? Susanoo. With no time to hesitate, Madara unleashed his full strength, activating the 4th stage of Susanoo in a desperate bid for defense. Buzz. Mū's real body was in the middle of delivering the killing blow, focusing completely on channeling it. But a violent shockwave suddenly exploded outward, hitting Mū with immense force and flinging him through the air. Damn it. Mū cursed through clenched teeth, frustration boiling beneath his calm exterior. His dust release was undeniably powerful, but the post-cast delay was fatally long. If it could be fired instantly, he was confident Madara would have died on the spot. Dustless concealment. Wasting no time, Mū activated his signature concealment technique again. His real body vanished without a trace, while the clone he left behind continued engaging Madara. When the dust and energy finally settled from the dust release and Susanoo's collision, Madara emerged slowly from the dissipating light. He staggered slightly and disbelief etched across his face. It actually erased my Susanoo completely. He looked around, then stared at the vast, empty space carved out by the jutsu. A clean, gaping void, no debris, no smoke, no shattered remnants. Just nothing. His expression turned grim. He had been preparing to summon the complete form of his 4th stage Susanoo, but the dust release struck before it could fully materialize and erased it outright. Yes, erased. It didn't break or shatter like when Hashirama overwhelmed it. It simply vanished. He was lucky he'd acted quickly, lucky he'd abandoned the summon altogether and escaped the hit. Otherwise, he truly might have died in that moment. The thought alone chilled his blood. A technique of that scale, does something so monstrous really exist in this world? That ninjutsu, it didn't even feel like anything from the current shinobi system. It was something else entirely. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Madara's eyes narrowed as he locked onto Mū. You think I'm some walking encyclopedia? You expect me to blurt out my secrets just because you ask? You think I'm that dumb? Mū's voice was cold and sarcastic, making it clear he had no intention of answering. Madara's face darkened further. He realized it himself. Yeah, that was a pretty idiotic question. Why would an enemy reveal his trump card? Please vote for bonus chapters. 500 power stones equals 5 bonus chapters. 1000 power stones equals 10 bonus chapters. Chapter 3, Mū's strength. What the hell is that? Tobirama stared in disbelief at Mū, who hovered motionlessly in midair. That guy could fly. That alone was alarming. Did that mean he couldn't even be touched? Incredible, he actually erased Madara's Susanoo like it was nothing. That technique is terrifying. Hidden in the shadows, Hashirama couldn't help but mutter in awe. He knew exactly how durable Madara's Susanoo was. Even at full power, he had to go all out just to barely break it. Yet that strange light from before had completely wiped it away in an instant. Aniki, that technique is definitely powerful, Tobirama said with a grim look. But what really caught my attention was the other Mū, the one that appeared out of nowhere and vanished just as quickly. I couldn't sense anything. His eyes narrowed as he focused on Mū floating in the distance. Tobirama took great pride in his sensory abilities, but the moment Mū disappeared, it was as if he had been erased from existence. And the dustless concealment technique completely hides the user from chakra sensing. This isn't just advanced stealth. It renders the user completely invisible to any form of chakra perception. Even Tobirama's skills couldn't detect him. I'm certain of it. I couldn't sense his chakra either. Looks like this envoy from Iwagakure isn't simple at all. Hashirama's tone grew serious. For even him to lose sight of someone, that was no ordinary ninja. Tobirama, let's hurry over before things spiral out of control. If this escalates any further, it might ruin the alliance we're trying to build. Hashirama could no longer stand by. He had just finished negotiating a peace agreement with Mū. Honestly, he should have stepped in sooner, but Tobirama had suddenly whisked him away using the flying thunder god to observe instead. Aniki, just think of it as a way to evaluate the strength of the other villages. Tobirama said flatly. What's done is done. Sooner or later, we were going to test them anyway. Besides, with your strength, saving that men from Madara wouldn't be difficult. Tobirama's tone was casual, but he was deliberately keeping his eyes on the battlefield. What he really wanted was to see how far this bandaged man could push Madara. If luck was on their side, maybe he'd even kill Madara, that arrogant bitch. Sigh, fine. Hashirama relented after a moment of thought. May as well let his little brother have his way for now. By this point, the disturbance had drawn the attention of many Konoha residents and shinobi clans. What's going on? Looks like Madara Uchiha is fighting someone from another village. I heard the guys from Iwagakure. Damn, someone from another village can last this long against Madara-sama. That guy must be insanely strong. Numerous veteran shinobi of Konoha, survivors from the Warring States period, watched the clash quietly from the shadows. When they saw Mū exchange fierce blows with Madara and even destroy his Susanoo, their hearts trembled with shock. These veterans knew better than anyone what it meant to face Madara Uchiha in battle. He wasn't just strong, he was a force of nature, on a level far beyond that of the average shinobi. Only Hashirama had ever managed to break Madara's Susanoo. And now, an envoy from Iwagakure had destroyed it too. On the Hokage Rock, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Kohara Udatane, Hamura Mitokado, Kagami Uchiha, and Torafu Akimichi stood at the edge of the cliff, their eyes fixed on the battlefield far below. Whoa. Danzo, that bandaged man is insane. He's actually holding his own against Madara, Hiruzen said, eyes wide with disbelief. Agreed, Danzo responded tersely, face tight with unease. No. Madara-sama hasn't gone all out yet. If he did, that man wouldn't stand a chance, Kagami said with arms crossed and a tone of absolute conviction. Though not a blind follower of Madara, Kagami firmly believed only Hashirama could match or surpass him. Koharu, Hamura, and Torafu remained silent, saying nothing as they observed the fight. So the world truly is full of heroes, like fish crossing a river, Madara muttered under his breath. Until now, he believed there were only two heroes worthy of that title, himself and Hashirama. But after witnessing the overwhelming power of the technique Mū had just unleashed, he was compelled to reconsider. He and Hashirama were heroes. On the other hand, Mū was barely qualified to be half of one. Madara's gaze locked onto Mū with newfound seriousness. There was no arrogance in his eyes anymore, no sneer or disdain. At first, he had acknowledged Mū's willpower and resolve, but now, for the first time, he saw him as a genuine threat. A worthy opponent. Mangekyo Sharingan. The Tomo spun as Madara activated his Mangekyo, scanning Mū's body in the battlefield with piercing precision. That second Mū who had appeared earlier couldn't have been a shadow clone. The technique's nature didn't fit. There was no way a shinobi from another village would know how to use one of Tobirama's exclusive creations. And this was still the early era of the shinobi villages, so shadow clones weren't commonly known or taught outside of Konoha. Yet no matter how hard he searched with the Mangekyo, Madara saw nothing off. No signs of genjutsu. No duplicate chakra signature. Even the Mangekyo can't see through it. Is this technique even more advanced than the shadow clone? He muttered, narrowing his eyes slightly. Mū's breath was uneven now. He glanced toward a specific direction, actually toward the particular brothers he had sensed long ago. Tobirama and Hashirama were both there, yet neither of them was stepping in. He had picked up on their chakra signatures long ago and assumed they would intervene to preserve the alliance. But they just stood there, watching like spectators. If this dragged on any longer, he might need to retreat with Ōnoki in tow. Madara smirked, having also sensed Hashirama's presence nearby. Summoning technique. With a firm clap of his hands, he summoned his giant war fan and chain scythe, ready to escalate the battle further. In a flash, Madara appeared at Mū's side, slamming the war fan into his ribs and hurling him through the air. Before the envoy could right himself, Madara flickered ahead, striking him again and again, each blow redirecting the helpless arc of his flight. The pattern made Madara's intention plain. He meant to drag the battlefield outside the village limits. He still cared for Konoha and for his clan, and he understood that an all-out duel inside the walls would scar them both, so beyond the gates he could finally fight without restraint. Mū masked his rising unease behind a grim stare while he searched for an answer. With one fighter pressing the assault and the other forced to guard, the struggle spilled beyond Konoha's perimeter in moments, and the instant they cleared the last rooftop Madara unleashed a lethal technique without pause. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. A mountainous curtain of fire roared forward, and Madara swept his fan to whip the tongues of heat higher, multiplying their strength many times. Boom. Mū's eyes slitted as the blazing tide barreled toward him, promising to consume everything it touched. In tales of the future, it would take 10 skilled users of water style to stem this inferno. Now he stood alone before it, feeling the crushing pressure. Earth style, earth flow fortress. A dense bastion of packed stone vaulted up in front of him. Boom. The flames slammed into the rampart and gnawed through it with terrifying speed, so Mū drove his palms into the ground, thickening the barrier and raising new walls to fill the breaches. Yet this was open combat, and the enemy would never wait politely for a technique to finish. Swish. Madara blurred into view beside him and a heavy kick hammered Mū into his own earthen wall. Crack. The envoy sank deep into the rock. Damn, he nearly kicked my wrappings off. Mū's face twisted beneath the bandages, grateful that he had reinforced his frame with earth chakra beforehand. Without that precaution, his bones would have shattered. Expressionless, Madara lifted the chain scythe and brought it down. Swoosh. Boom. A spear of white light burst free, and the wall that had withstood the majestic destroyer flame tore apart under the single stroke, the towering bulwark crumbling into a choking storm of dust and debris. Please vote for bonus chapters. 500 power stones equals 5 bonus chapters. 1000 power stones equals 10 bonus chapters. Chapter 4, Mū's Chibaku Tensei. Boom. The earth flow wall shattered into fragments as Madara's piercing gaze cut through the billowing smoke. Did he run, he mused, only for his question to be answered in the next instant. Earth style, headhunter jutsu. A hand erupted from beneath Madara's feet, seizing his ankle with a vice-like grip. He glanced down, unimpressed, and channeled a surge of chakra into his foot before slamming it down with crushing force. The earth trembled as the ground fractured beneath him, the disembodied hand going limp before falling away. A flicker of irritation crossed Madara's face. Had Mū really thought such a basic technique would work on him? But it was a diversion. Swish. The real assault came from above. A colossal stone giant loomed over Madara, its massive fist descending like a meteor. Madara's eyes narrowed in realization. When had Mū summoned this? Oh yeah, the hand seals must have been woven during the earth flow wall's activation. This man was thinking steps ahead, turning every moment into an opportunity. Yet, against the overwhelming might of Madara Uchiha, even the most cunning strategies were little more than futile struggles. With a mere glance upward, Madara raised his gunbai, bracing for impact. Boom. The giant's fist struck with devastating force, driving Madara into the earth and sending shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. But when the dust cleared, Madara stood unscathed, his voice calm yet laced with disdain. Uchiha. Rebound. A blinding flash erupted as the stone giant's own power was hurled back at it. The construct crumbled into rubble, its form collapsing under the weight of its own attack. From the shadows, Mū gasped for breath, his chakra reserves depleting rapidly. He forced himself to steady his breathing, replenishing his energy as the reality of the battle settled in. Madara is fighting seriously now. Every movement, from the effortless rebound to the crushing stomp earlier, carried lethal intent. There was no hesitation, no wasted motion, just pure, unrelenting force. Knowing hesitation meant death, Mū swiftly formed a series of hand seals before stepping back into the open. The moment he did, Madara was upon him, his massive scythe slicing through the air with terrifying speed. Swoosh! Mū barely reacted in time, manipulating a slab of stone to intercept the blade. The collision sent vibrations through the earth, but Mū seized the opening, twisting the terrain to wrench the scythe from Madara's grasp. Without missing a beat, he formed another set of seals and roared. Earth style, Earth Dragon Jutsu. Madara's instincts flared, and he released the scythe and raised his fan defensively. But it was a feint. Instead of pressing the attack, Mū turned and fled, his body soaring into the distance at full speed. Madara's expression darkened, his voice a low, dangerous growl. Some balls you have to mess with me. He was accustomed to battling Hashirama, who always announced his techniques and used them exactly as named. But this bandaged opponent followed no such rules. He had actually deceived him. From the shadows, Hashirama smacked his own forehead and burst into laughter. Madara, you're too naive. Tobirama let out a derisive snort beside him. Calling Madara naive? You're the real fool here. Madara ignored them, his focus locked onto the fleeing Mū. Trying to run. With a powerful leap, he shot into the air, his speed matching Mū's flight effortlessly. Mū risked a glance backward, only to see Madara closing the distance at an alarming rate, those crimson Sharingan burning into him. A cold dread settled in his chest. Not that he had hair left to stand on end, the earlier explosion had taken care of that, but his skin prickled with sweat. Gritting his teeth, Mū reached his predetermined spot and skidded to a halt. Madara didn't hesitate. He lunged, intent on finishing this. This time, Mū didn't flee. He stood his ground. Bang. 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 A rapid exchange of blows erupted between them. But Madara was faster, his first stage Susanoo flared to life, and with a single brutal swing, he smashed Mū into the earth. Without pause, he hurled his gunbai like a spear, pinning Mū to the shattered ground. To be honest, Madara smirked, dismissing his Susanoo, I've wanted to do this to you for a long time. Mū, despite being immobilized, met his gaze with a dark smirk. It's not over yet. Madara scoffed. TCH. Still talking tough. Then, a hand clamped onto his shoulder. Madara's blood ran cold. Had the one he just crushed been a rock clone? No time to react. Earth style, ultra added weight rock technique. Mū's gravity seal slammed down on him like a mountain. Instantly, Madara's body became impossibly heavy, thousands of tons of force crushing him into the buckling earth. Now, Mū growled, slamming his palms against the ground, let's see how you handle this. The earth itself seemed to scream. Cracks spiderwebbed outward violently, the ground fracturing into countless fragments. But instead of collapsing, the shattered earth moved, drawn together by an unseen force, surging upward in a raging tide of stone. Madara, caught in the maelstrom, was hurled skyward. Higher. Higher. And as he rose, the earth followed. Massive boulders, jagged slabs of rock, entire sections of the battlefield, all of it tore free from the ground and shot toward him like a meteor storm. They crashed into him, piling on in an endless avalanche, sealing him within a crushing prison of earth. Mū ascended with the technique, hands raised in finality. This is my Chibaku Tensei. Mū gazed up at the massive sphere floating in the sky, a faint flicker of pride flashing through his eyes even as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. What in the world? This is insane. Madara-sama actually got crushed. My god. The entire crowd of Konohagakure spectators stared in stunned silence at the colossal orb suspended in the heavens. Whether they were elite jonin, average chunin, or low-ranking genin, every single ninja stood frozen with wide, disbelieving eyes. Danzo. Look at that. Hiruzen's voice trembled with awe. Danzo, usually stoic, looked just as shaken. Hamura, Koharu, and Kagami Uchiha stood rooted in place, speechless. Was this even still considered ninjutsu? Bathed in silver moonlight, Mū hovered high in the sky, arms stretched outward as if he were a deity, having forged a second moon to hang beside the first. In that moment, the shinobi of Konoha felt an unparalleled sense of shock. It wasn't just the terrifying power of Mū's jutsu. It was the realization, aside from Hashirama, there was someone else alive who could stand toe-to-toe with Madara Uchiha. Turns out, Konoha wasn't the only village capable of producing monsters like this. This ninjutsu is truly incredible. Hashirama said, unable to hide his admiration. A spark of inspiration flickered within him. Yeah, perhaps one day he could develop something similar. Tobirama narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the floating sphere. Something was off. Something subtle, yet deeply troubling. He said nothing at first, choosing instead to watch his brother. Aniki, don't you see anything unusual about that sphere? Huh? What's different about it? Hashirama scratched his head, clearly confused. Tobirama turned away and addressed the Hyuga clan leader. Lord Hyuga, what about you? Can you see it? The Hyuga patriarch let out a strained smile. With my Byakugan, of course I can. All the rocks forming that sphere, they're packed with explosive tags. He said it plainly, no trace of exaggeration. Hashirama's expression turned serious. He immediately activated his advanced sensory abilities. And the moment he did, his eyes widened. He saw it clearly. Every single rock in that giant floating mass was laced with explosive tags. Not just one or two, but countless, spread through the entire structure. What is going on? That Iwagakure ninja, Mū, was under constant surveillance. Wasn't he fighting Madara the entire time? When did he even manage to plant all those explosive tags? Hashirama fired off 3 questions in rapid succession, his voice laced with disbelief. At that moment, Tobirama responded coolly. Because from beginning to end, it wasn't just one Mū fighting Madara. Please vote for bonus chapters. 500 Power Stones equals 5 bonus chapters. 1000 Power Stones equals 10 bonus chapters. Chapter 5, Hashirama enters the fray. Tobirama calmly assessed the situation, his voice steady as he spoke. It's because Madara isn't fighting just one person. From the very beginning, there have always been 2. One out in the open, and the other hiding in the shadows. Aniki, do you remember that guy Mū, the one who disappeared after using that white light jutsu? He hasn't shown up again since then. The one in the open was engaging Madara directly, luring him into a trap that had already been set. The one in the shadows was waiting for the right moment to strike. That large cluster of explosive tags, that was his doing. Hashirama kept nodding along, absorbing every word Tobirama said. But why didn't Madara notice anything? Hashirama finally asked, frowning in confusion. Maybe because he never thought there'd be traps set in advance, Tobirama replied. Mū stayed in his field of vision the entire time, so Madara didn't feel the need to be cautious. Honestly, I think it's just arrogance on his part. Wait, don't tell me. Hashirama's eyes suddenly widened. Madara actually lost. Unlikely, Aniki. He hasn't even used his complete Susanoo yet, Tobirama replied. But at this range, I'm not sure he'll be able to activate it fast enough. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, a glint of curiosity and anticipation flashing in his eyes. Mū. You sly bastard, could you really pull this off? Shinobi prioritizes offense over defense. Even a Kage-level ninja can have their guard broken by a single kunai. Even with the Rinnegan, a well-placed kunai could blind someone. Obito, even after gaining the power of the 6 paths, had to rely on truth-seeking orbs to shield himself from explosive tags. So hitting Madara with explosive tags at point-blank range, it might actually work. He was caught by Chibaku Tensei, which restricted his movement. Susanoo, especially in its complete form, takes time to manifest. Explosive tags, however, detonate the moment they're triggered. Madara's body doesn't regenerate quickly either. This is a logical conclusion. It's not about underestimating Madara. Even the 5 Kage used explosive tags against him. Right now, he doesn't have the Rinnegan, and he's not an Edo Tensei. I believe that if he lets his guard down, explosive tags can absolutely penetrate his defenses. So, your plan is to trap me and buy time to escape. Madara muttered inside the colossal sphere, his voice steady and composed. Despite the situation, he remained calm. From his point of view, the entire construct had one purpose, to stall him. Mū built this floating sphere not to defeat him, but to imprison him long enough to flee. It made sense. What other reason could someone have for creating something so massive? For decoration? Of course not. It was obviously designed to delay him and give the enemy a chance to retreat. But what I really want to see. Madara's eyes gleamed with anticipation, is the look of despair on your face when you witness my complete Susanoo. The thought alone excited him. He could already imagine it, after the enemy had exhausted all their strength and tactics, he would finally unleash the complete Susanoo. The look on their face in that moment would be priceless. Shock. Helplessness. Complete surrender. That was why he hadn't used it yet. Only those who truly earned it were worthy of witnessing the true form of his power. As the saying goes, genius is merely the threshold to witness me. However, Madara had completely misjudged Mū. Mū wasn't just a genius. He possessed knowledge, vast and terrifying knowledge drawn from the entirety of the Naruto world. He had witnessed the late-stage power creep where even Super Kage-level shinobi were no longer dominant, where wielders of the 6 paths were everywhere, and where titans shattered complete Susanoo with a casual kick. In his eyes, Madara's Susanoo was nothing to fear. It wasn't divine, it was outdated. Wait a second. Just as Madara was about to activate Susanoo and enjoy the sight of Mū breaking down in despair, a strange sensation suddenly struck him. Something was wrong. He instantly shifted his focus and expanded his sensory perception. What he sensed shocked him. Inside the rocks surrounding him, explosive tags. Not just a few scattered here and there. They were buried everywhere. And it wasn't just in isolated patches. The entire meteorite sphere was packed with explosive tags. There were even some stuck to his face. When the hell did he plant all these? Madara was genuinely alarmed now. Mū had been within his line of sight the whole time. How could he possibly have had the chance to hide such a ridiculous number of explosive tags? Outside, Mū stood silently, gazing up at the floating Chibaku Tensei. His expression calm, he brought his hands together and swiftly formed seals. Ha! With a burst of chakra, he detonated the entire sphere. The Chibaku Tensei was immediately engulfed by a blinding white light. Thousands of explosive tags detonated simultaneously, their intense glare flooding the sky. The ground trembled violently beneath the shockwave. Boom. Mū collapsed to the ground and closed his eyes, body going limp. He didn't flee. There was no need. It didn't matter whether Madara lived or died, he had already accomplished what he set out to do. There was no need to run anymore because he had already cornered Madara. Still lying on the ground, Mū gazed into the blinding light and activated his sensory technique. I knew Madara wouldn't go down that easily. Whoosh! As the last traces of the explosion faded, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted into the sky like a violent storm. Then came a voice, wild, arrogant, and booming with laughter. Ha ha ha. Interesting. So interesting. That was truly spectacular. Ha 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 ha. You almost got me, you bastard. Mū slowly lifted his head and looked up at the sky. And there, descending like a war god, was a colossal figure wrapped in violent purple energy. It was a freaking complete Susanoo. The massive warrior hovered in midair, towering and divine, its presence overwhelming. Inside the Susanoo's cockpit, Madara stood with arms crossed. Most of his clothes had been obliterated by the blast, leaving him shirtless, his body covered in small burns and cuts. Only a pair of pants clung to him, yet he radiated undiminished dominance. His blood-red eyes shimmered with madness and joy. I will fight again. Madara's roar echoed across the battlefield, brimming with unrestrained pride. But right then, another voice sliced through the sky. Stop, Madara. Descending through the air in a steady glide was Hashirama, wearing his kimono, his expression grave. Tobirama followed close behind, silent and sharp-eyed. What do you think you're doing, Hashirama, you idiot? Madara's roar thundered through the air, his eyes blazing with fury. He didn't stop anything before, and now that Madara has activated his complete Susanoo and is finally ready to fight seriously, he's surprised to see the other men decide to show up. He's just getting started, and the other has the nerve to interrupt him now. Madara wasn't playing around. Madara, that's enough. Hashirama shouted, his expression stern. For the sake of the village, stand down. Mudano is an old friend of the people of Konoha. He pointed directly at Madara, trying to de-escalate the situation before it spiraled further out of control. Seeing that things were quickly slipping beyond anyone's control, he could no longer remain passive. Madara's eyes narrowed sharply. An old friend of Konoha's people. Konoha hasn't even existed for that long. Where is this supposed old friend coming from? Madara, I was afraid you'd hurt Mudano. Hashirama said with earnest gravity. Madara's fury deepened, his teeth grinding silently. Did you not see how I was nearly blown to pieces by that white jutsu just now? Hey, afraid I'd hurt him. Madara's voice dropped to a low growl. Aren't you afraid he'd hurt me? His tone was filled with sharp resentment, each word slicing through the air. Tobirama's brow twitched, his eyes narrowing as he observed silently. Hashirama said nothing. His silence was both an admission and an avoidance. Madara turned and glanced coldly at Mū, who was slumped against the scorched earth, body barely moving. At this point, Mū's chakra was completely drained. His strength was gone, his energy burned out to the last drop. Seeing Mū in such a pitiful, depleted state while he himself still stood tall, brimming with chakra, Madara finally felt his pride settle again. See. This is the difference between us. Mū threw everything he had at Madara just to force him into using complete Susanoo. If he hadn't let his guard down for a moment, Mū wouldn't have even achieved that much. Mudano, are you hurt? Hashirama rushed to Mū's side, immediately kneeling and activating healing ninjutsu, his face twisted with guilt and concern. Mū struggled to keep a straight face. Are you really asking if I'm hurt? I nearly died in your village, and you ask if I'm okay. I sincerely apologize. Hashirama declared, his tone sincere and full of remorse. Mudano, I, Hashirama Senju, apologize in the name of the Hokage. He stood upright and bowed deeply toward Mū, his body trembling with shame. He was one breath away from dropping to his knees. Madara raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased by how far Hashirama was willing to humble himself. The sight of the first Hokage groveling in front of someone made his expression twist with subtle disdain. Cough, cough, cough. Mū let out a series of weak coughs, then, as though channeling the spirit of a seasoned stage performer, he launched into an emotional monologue. Sigh. I once believed Konoha was a village that pursued peace. That's why I traveled thousands of miles to come here, seeking friendship and mutual understanding. I never imagined that Konoha would go so far as to orchestrate this entire ordeal just to intimidate and suppress me. Mū paused for a moment. It seems, people truly cannot open their hearts to one another. True understanding between shinobi is but a fleeting illusion. He spoke slowly, shaking his head in sorrow, his tone filled with heartbreak and disillusionment. Every word fell like a hammer on Hashirama's conscience. Hashirama, who already carried a sensitive nature, felt his heart twist painfully. Mū's words struck deep. Mūdano, we never meant to intimidate you. That was never our intention, he cried out, his voice trembling. Hey, you had someone attack me, flaunting your village's power, while you hid in the shadows. And when I was on the verge of collapse, you suddenly appeared to play the part of the peacemaker. If that isn't suppression, then what is? Isn't that just bullying? Mū snapped, his tone cold and piercing. This. I. Hashirama stammered, utterly speechless. His face was full of shame and regret. Each of Mū's words sent another wave of guilt crashing down on him. His spirit, so often buoyed by his ideals, now faltered beneath the weight of another man's disappointment. Hashirama truly had a soft heart. He was a man who believed deeply in peace and empathy, even if he didn't always express it perfectly. Mū's words, though perhaps exaggerated, made him realize how his actions might appear through another's eyes. To Mū, Konoha seemed like a bully, which made Hashirama appear hypocritical. Ah. I really do seem like a two-faced hypocrite right now. But I didn't do it on purpose. No matter how he tried to explain it, it would only sound like an excuse. In Mū's eyes, the image was already painted. So how could he possibly convey his sincerity? There might be one way left. He could bet the dignity of a strong man. In that era of chaos, true warriors only knelt to the heavens, to the earth, and to their parents. Some, like Madara, didn't even kneel to the heavens. But if Hashirama were to kneel, not out of submission, but out of genuine remorse, perhaps that would show how deeply he meant it. And so, under the stunned gazes of Tobirama and Madara, Hashirama made his decision. Bang. The sound of his knee slamming against the ground echoed sharply. Hashirama Senju dropped into a formal kneel before Mū. Please vote for bonus chapters. 500 power stones equals 5 bonus chapters. 1000 power stones equals 10 bonus chapters. Chapter 6, a windfall of gold and 100 tons of wood. Hashirama, you damn idiot. What the hell are you doing? Aniki. That's going too far. For once, Madara and Tobirama shouted in perfect unison, both staring wide-eyed at the sight of Hashirama kneeling. On the other hand, a flash of genuine surprise crossed Mū's face. So the memory was real, Hashirama truly was a good man. A peace-loving idealist who lived by his convictions. Worthy of respect. Mū had once heard that Hashirama had knelt during the 5 Kage summit, but he had never fully believed it. Now, he was convinced. I sincerely apologize, Mūdano. Please forgive me. Hashirama said, still kneeling with unwavering resolve. I am willing to offer reparations on behalf of Kusagakure, 10,000 ryo in gold, 1,000 ninja tools, thousands of rations, and 50 earth-style jutsu scrolls. If you are still unsatisfied, then take your anger out on me. I will not resist. His voice carried nothing but sincerity. Hashirama. Get up right now. Madara barked, his face twisted in fury. Hashirama could kneel only to Madara, so why would he lower himself before anyone else? Aniki, this is going too far. Tobirama's expression turned stormy. He wasn't as emotional as Madara, but he still felt his brother had crossed a line. It wasn't the act of kneeling that upset him, it was the reparations. Offering compensation was one thing, but this was absurd. That much gold and that many supplies, even if Konoha was in a stable and prosperous period, they couldn't just hand out resources like candy. The village still needed funding for construction, administration, expansion, shinobi recruitment, training facilities, and investments in critical infrastructure. If Mūdano does not forgive me, I will not rise. Mūdano, please accept my apology. Hashirama remained kneeling, resolute and immovable, despite the disapproval of those around him. No matter what Madara or Tobirama said, he would not budge. His determination radiated from his eyes. Mū drew a deep breath. His expression remained stern and composed. Hashirama-dano, do you truly believe this is about money? Mū raised a brow. This is about dignity. Do you think you can buy me off with some gold? The dignity of a village cannot be measured in Rio, not even 10,000 can replace it. Madara's gaze sharpened, his expression growing cold as he stared directly at Mū. You're pushing it. If you keep pressing Hashirama like this, I'll kill you right here. But to Madara's surprise, Mū didn't flinch. Heck, he didn't even look at Madara. Since ancient times, who has not faced death? Mū declared, voice unwavering. Let me die with a loyal heart and leave my name in history. If you want to kill me, then let the world see Konoha's true face. He closed his eyes, his voice ringing out like the final words of a martyr. You really aren't afraid of death? Tobirama asked, watching Mū carefully. Was this man truly unafraid? Did he not understand what kind of danger he was inviting? If Madara became serious, Mū could die here and now. Tobirama himself wouldn't have the confidence to confront Madara alone if his brother weren't standing right here. Hashirama, however, stared at Mū with deep admiration. What a man. Quoting noble lines with absolute conviction, even when staring down death. Tobirama had a different thought entirely. Wait, if Mū's talking like that, does this mean we don't actually have to give him the compensation anymore? After all, that was an enormous amount of resources, and just thinking about it made Tobirama feel a sharp pain in his heart. Mudano speaks with honor, but do you still want that compensation? Tobirama asked, unable to hold back his frustration. I do. Mū answered without hesitation. Leaving good acting aside, money is money. I absolutely want it. I took that beating fair and square, why wouldn't I accept what's owed to me? If I don't take it, the other villages might think I caved under pressure. Of course I want it. Ōnoki and I will split it 50-50. With a firm slap to his thigh, Mū stood tall, no sign of weakness or hesitation in his posture. Fuck him. Both Madara and Tobirama immediately broke into visible expressions of disbelief, black lines metaphorically spreading across their faces. Very well. Hashirama responded without hesitation, then glanced around. Mudano, where is your student? He distinctly remembered that Mū had brought a disciple along. But now that things had calmed down, there was no trace of the boy anywhere. Mū gave a mysterious smile. No need for you to worry about that, Hashirama-dano. Actually, Mū also didn't know where that dwarf ran off to. Seriously, where the hell was Ōnoki? At the border of the Land of Fire, two figures raced through the forest at full speed. It was Mū and Ōnoki. In truth, they had already fled a long time ago. Run like a bitch. That was all they could do now. What else would you expect from the most elite long-distance runner in the northwestern region of the Land of Earth? When it came to fleeing, did anyone seriously believe Mū would stick around to face Hashirama, Madara, and Tobirama at the same time? The reality was, Mū had already made a swift retreat. His real body had escaped long ago. Right after unleashing Chibaku Tensei, he experienced severe chakra depletion and decisively chose to flee with Ōnoki in tow. What remained on the battlefield had merely been a clone. If he survived, he'd return to collect reparations. If not, the clone could play dead, helping him slip away unnoticed and escape any potential retaliation from Madara. The death of a clone was meaningless, since it would recover its form after a few days of rest. Mū was nothing if not cautious. There was no chance he would leave his real body exposed in such a dangerous situation. What if Madara, or worse, Hashirama, suddenly changed their mind and decided to kill him? That would be the end. There was no chance he would gamble on Hashirama's mercy. And definitely not on Madara's reflexes. Ōnoki, stop. We'll wait here for my clone to return, Mū said suddenly. Yes, sensei. Ōnoki replied at once, eyes full of admiration. There were only a handful of people in the entire shinobi world who could walk away alive after clashing with Madara Uchiha. Back on the battlefield, the compensation Hashirama offered to Mū was enormous. And to top it off, he even gifted 2 full tons of high-quality woods created through wood style, produced by none other than Hashirama himself. Originally, there had been no mention of needing wood at all. Mū had brought it up himself, claiming that Iwagakure, being a village of stone, severely lacked construction materials. Hashirama gave it some thought, then clapped his hands and summoned a tremendous amount of wood with a single jutsu. All right then. Thank you, Hokage-dano. I'll be taking my leave now. Beneath his bandages, Mū's expression was unmistakably pleased. Just as he turned to go, Madara stepped forward and blocked his path. Hey. You forgot something. Madara's tone was cold, his eyes narrowed. My war fan and scythe. Where are they? Mū's expression stiffened slightly. Haha, almost forgot, he said, forcing a laugh. He slowly pulled the weapons out and returned them to Madara with an awkward smile. Madara let out a cold snort and turned away, vanishing without another word. Well then, farewell, Hokage-dano, Tobirama-dano. Mū gathered his mountain of compensation, then slowly floated into the air, rising steadily with all the cargo in tow. Ōnoki could lift Turtle Island with one hand, his teacher lifting 2 tons of wood was practically effortless. Hashirama and Tobirama stood silently, watching as Mū's figure grew smaller in the sky. Tobirama, this guy's really something. Strong and incredibly sharp in battle, Hashirama said with clear admiration, his eyes still following Mū as he disappeared into the distance. Tobirama gave a curt nod. This Mū always gave off the feeling of someone slippery and hard to grasp. He might become a threat to Konoha in the future. Hey, Tobirama, by the way, I still haven't paid my tab at the gambling den. Mind covering it for me? Hashirama flashed a carefree grin, his tone light. Tobirama's eyes widened in disbelief. Aniki, you just handed over a mountain of compensation, and you're still asking me for money. Tobirama's eyes twitched. Go ask Madara for it. The Uchiha clan is rolling in cash. They're the richest bunch in the whole village. And besides, he's the one who dragged that guy over here and left us to clean up the mess. Seriously, Aniki, you really need to rein him in. That man's like a monk holding an umbrella, completely lawless. Tobirama's voice was cold and sharp, the blame in his tone impossible to miss. Hashirama's smile slowly faded. He let out a long, tired sigh. Ever since I was chosen as Hokage, Madara's been getting more and more. He trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. Tobirama's eyes narrowed. Tell me something, Aniki, do you still think Madara is fit to be Hokage? If he gets that position, he'll only drag the village into disaster. He'll lead us straight to war. Just look at what happened today, if you and I hadn't been here, Madara might have already started a war. Hashirama exhaled deeply. Madara relied too much on strength. He was cold, unyielding. He lacked the warmth and connection a true leader needed. During the Warring States era, someone like that might have been necessary, but now, this is a different era. I'm leaving, Tobirama. And don't forget to pay my tab. Unwilling to sit through any more of his brother's complaints about Madara, Hashirama gave a lazy wave, then used the body flicker technique and vanished from sight. Please vote for bonus chapters. 500 power stones equals 5 bonus chapters. 1000 power stones equals 10 bonus chapters. Chapter 7, Killing Madara isn't a joke. High in the sky, Mū's clone descended slowly, carrying 2 tons of wood, piles of gold, and crates of ninja tools. From a distance, he looked like a flying delivery king, absurdly majestic and utterly ridiculous. The moment he landed, Mū dispelled the clone without hesitation and swiftly sealed all the compensation into a scroll with practiced ease. Sensei, is that really the end of it? Ōnoki stared at the sealed scroll, frustration thick in his voice. Last night was the perfect opportunity. Why did you let Madara Uchiha go? Mū turned sharply to look at him, eyes wide in disbelief. His expression nearly broke. Let him go? Is that really what you think happened? You believe I let Madara Uchiha go? Yeah, right. I just missed the golden opportunity to kill one of the most dangerous shinobi alive and just waved him off like it was nothing. Do you honestly think a normal human could do that? Do you think I had a real chance? I was barely holding on out there. I almost died just to protect our dignity. And now you want me to throw myself into a death match with him. But after a breath, Mū calmed himself. Ōnoki was still young. He didn't yet understand the way this brutal shinobi world truly operated. In a child's mind, being beaten and then given hush money would naturally seem like humiliation. It would feel like being trampled. But the truth was much colder. This world was cruel and soaked in blood. When the weak kill the weak, it's a crime. When the strong kill the weak, it's just oops. My bad. Drink some beer and forget about it. Rather than die meaninglessly for pride, it was far wiser to accept the compensation and focus on surviving long enough to become stronger. Ōnoki, Mū said gently, placing a hand on his student's head, I know you're frustrated, but you need to learn to read the battlefield. But sensei, Ōnoki said, gripping a rough stone in his palm, didn't you always teach me never to surrender? Never to bow to power? He hesitated, but his voice didn't falter. The words had to be said. Mū didn't show a trace of anger. Instead, he looked into his student's eyes and spoke patiently. Enduring doesn't mean surrendering. It's about belief. So long as we're still breathing, even a dead tree can one day sprout again. And when that day comes, we will reclaim every scrap of dignity we lost. His voice was steady, calm, filled with conviction. These weren't hollow words, they were faith spoken aloud. But Ōnoki still couldn't completely accept it. He was stubborn, his heart like stone. Mū smiled softly. He bent down, picked up a nearby rock, and then pointed at a willow tree swaying in the distance. Ōnoki, let me ask you something. Between this stone and that willow tree, which is better? He held the stone up and looked back at him. Ōnoki paused, but gave his answer without hesitation. The willow. It's tall and graceful. If someone passed by, they'd notice the tree before even seeing the stone. His tone was straightforward and genuine. Honest. Mū nodded and continued, his voice steady. This willow may live only around 40 years. But this stone. It could endure for 10,000 years, maybe even longer. As he spoke, he raised the stone once more, his tone echoing with deeper meaning. Ōnoki's eyes flickered with sudden realization. Water doesn't rush to be first, it flows endlessly. Outlasting your rival is also a kind of victory. Ōnoki's gaze brightened as he listened. At last, he was beginning to understand what his sensei truly meant. The wisdom hidden within those simple analogies unraveled inside him, and with it came a clearer grasp of the will of stone. It wasn't just about being rigid or unyielding. The will of stone meant adapting, observing the shifting tides of the world, and surviving with resilience and foresight. True endurance would one day pierce through the clouds and welcome the return of sunlight. Sensei, lately, your wisdom feels like gold falling from the heavens, Ōnoki said with a hint of awe in his voice. His respect for Mū's immense knowledge had deepened into reverence. Heh. Mū gave a faint smile but offered no reply. The two of them moved swiftly, crossing the border of the land of fire, passing through the land of grass, and finally entering the rocky terrain of the land of earth. As they traveled, Mū contemplated his future. Since I already know the plot in advance, of course I won't follow the original course, he mused internally. The protagonists of this world aren't limited to just Konoha. He had no intention of walking down the same doomed path as in the past. Most of all, he would never make the same fatal mistake that mustached fool had made, dying together with someone else. That was utterly meaningless. He had to survive. Live well, grow stronger, and keep moving forward until he's the one controlling the world. To do that, he needed a body powerful enough to support his goal. That's why he specifically requested a sample of Hashirama's wood. Compared to the Otsutsuki bloodline, Hashirama cells were more within reach. If he could study the wood, perhaps he could find a method to extract or even replicate the legendary cells and use them to enhance his own body. But before anything else, I must strengthen the village and prepare for the first great ninja war. Still, why was the trigger for such a pivotal conflict missing from that memory orb? He frowned slightly, puzzled by the omission. The first ninja war was a monumental shift in history. Yet the orb of memories lacked details about its origins. It didn't even specify which nations first entered the conflict. All it noted was that Tobirama and the first Reikage had fallen, and that Mū and that mustached bastard, Gungetsu Hozuki, died together. Sigh, the road ahead is still long. Right now, his priority had to be strengthening the village. His current strength had reached its upper limit, unless he encountered a rare opportunity, some unforeseen breakthrough. He knew his limits. He hadn't been born with the blood of the six paths, so from the start, his potential had boundaries. Only a miraculous chance could allow him to surpass them. Creating the dust release had been that miracle. That single achievement had elevated his strength far beyond its natural level. Without it, he would have remained an ordinary Kage-level shinobi at best. Mū carried Ōnoki through the night sky, flying at full speed until they finally arrived at Iwagakure just past midnight. Compared to the vibrant streets and festive atmosphere of Kusagakure, Iwagakure seemed bleak and lifeless, nothing but an endless stretch of rugged stone. The sight stirred a faint sense of inadequacy in Ōnoki's heart. It's all right, Mū said, placing a firm hand on Ōnoki's shoulder. It may look like a slum now, but one day, this will become the most prosperous village in the entire shinobi world. Hearing that, Ōnoki's mood lifted. He nodded with renewed confidence. Since it was already deep into the night, the two refrained from disturbing the resting Tsuchikage and quietly entered the village without a word. The next morning, Mū stepped into the Iwagakure administration building and resumed handling official duties, as he usually did. Though Ishikawa still held the official title of Tsuchikage, most of the responsibilities had already been passed on to Mū. In practice, he was already serving as the acting Tsuchikage. As he began sorting through paperwork, he found several letters stacked among his official correspondence. Each one was marked with the seal of the land of water. Tearing one open, he began to read. Oi oi. Mū, how was that last battle? Wasn't my steaming danger tyranny awesome? Wanna get hit by your old man's water iron cannon jutsu again? When are we fighting next? I haven't seen you in forever. Why aren't you replying to me? Mū, did you die or something? Oi oi oi. Why aren't you answering me? Don't tell me you actually died. Weren't we supposed to die together like we said? All of them were from Gungetsu Hozuki of the Land of Water. Mū hadn't responded to any of his letters during his recent trip to Kusagakure, and now it seemed Gungetsu had sent them all in frustration. The sight of the pile made Mū's brow twitch. That damn mustache F***CK. Just remembering their last battle stirred a familiar irritation. Their bond was anything but simple, both rivals and companions, constantly walking the line between enmity and camaraderie. They had become friends through repeated clashes, forging a connection only understood by those who exchanged blows and spilled blood together. Theirs was a twisted sort of friendship, one built on the shared idea that if they were to die, it would be as Kage, and together. That had been their agreement. But right now, Mū had no intention of dying, not with Gungetsu, not with anyone. He had glimpsed the potential future. He understood now how extraordinary the coming era could be. He had to survive, not just survive, but live well, live long, and witness everything that was to come. He even wanted to live long enough to see Boruto. After a moment of thought, Mū picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote his reply in calm, steady strokes. Just 3 words. I'm doing fine. He folded the letter, sealed it neatly in an envelope, and pressed it shut with a wax stamp. Please vote for bonus chapters. 500 Power Stones equals 5 bonus chapters. 1000 Power Stones equals 10 bonus chapters. Chapter 8, Affairs of the Land of Earth. Oh Mū, you are back. I heard from Ōnoki that you got snubbed in Kusagakure. The door opened, and in floated an old man dressed in a grayish-brown hemp robe, wearing the Tsuchikage hat. Mū looked up and slowly stood to give up the Tsuchikage seat. Hey. I've never been afraid of a little cold water, Mū replied with a faint smile. Oh. Ishikawa, the first Tsuchikage, raised an eyebrow as he sat down slowly. A bit of cold water is nothing. Mū responded casually, as if the humiliation dealt by Madara had been nothing more than a breeze. Ishikawa gave him an admiring glance. This was exactly the kind of man he wanted, a person who knew how to endure and keep his true power hidden. Then how about another bucket? Ishikawa asked with a half-joking tone. Let's not. Another round and I might not survive, Mū said, his expression tightening slightly. That fight with Madara had been more than enough. Victory, if one could even call it that, was purely a fluke. He knew that if they faced off again, he might not come out alive. But I heard from Ōnoki that you went head-to-head with the demon of the Uchiha. Mū, I didn't expect your strength to be that impressive, Ishikawa said, his eyes lighting up with surprise. Just luck, Mū answered with an awkward laugh. Clearly, that brat Ōnoki had boasted a little too much in front of his master. The teacher filter must have kicked in, and Ōnoki probably painted him as some unstoppable force. What the boy didn't see was Mū getting pushed into a wall by Madara, then shoved and pinned to the ground like a rag doll. Ha ha ha. As expected of the brilliant tactician of Iwagakure. With power like that, you've brought honor to the village. Ishikawa said, clapping him on the shoulder and laughing heartily. Ahem. Konoha also paid us a generous amount in compensation and ninja tools. I've already turned everything over to the village, Mū reported calmly. Hearing that, Ishikawa gave a big thumbs up. Mū, you're the perfect candidate for Tsuchikage. Not only are you strong and wise, but you're also incorruptible. No wonder the villagers are already calling you Mū-sama. And that will of stone of yours. I had it carved onto the village gates. Turns out, you're not just a strategist, you've got the heart of a philosopher. Ishikawa said with a hearty laugh. Mū gave a faint smile just as he'd intended. That speech had been meant to stir the villagers' hearts, and it had come even before Konoha had coined their own will of fire. After a bit more casual talk, Ishikawa yawned and left Tsuchikage's office. As soon as he was gone, Mū's eyes narrowed slightly. Looks like the old man really does plan to pass everything to me. He's already handed over this much authority. Mū sat back down and began working through the paperwork. Truthfully, there wasn't a great deal to handle in Iwagakure. The village was still small, and in these early days of nation building, things remained manageable. Most of Mū's attention was devoted to shaping the future. Right now, Konoha hadn't even established a ninja academy or the ANBU. Since he had knowledge of what was to come, why not act ahead of them? He would create Iwagakure's own equivalents, an elite training institution and a nascent intelligence force. Meanwhile, in Kirigakure, the land of water. What the hell? I even had my water cannon jutsu aimed at my own head, and then Mū tells me he's fine. Inside a tall fortress, Gungetsu Hozuki slouched in a chair, one hand propping up his head as if he'd just been moments away from blasting his skull open with the water gun, hydrification technique. Holding the letter Mū had sent, Gungetsu smirked in disbelief. Too damn good. I get to fight him again. That guy finally stopped playing dead. If he hadn't replied soon, I was about to storm Iwagakure myself. Still grumbling, he folded the letter into a paper airplane and flicked it out the window without a care. Bang. The door slammed open, and in stomped an old man with long, scraggly hair, wrapped in coarse linen robes. His eyes were fierce as they landed on Gungetsu. Gungetsu Hozuki. You brat. I told you to take care of the village's affairs. Why are you goofing off in here again? The man was Byakuren, Kirigakure's current Mizukage. Gungetsu raised both hands helplessly and gave an exaggerated shrug. Relax, old man. Don't pop a vein. You're scowling so hard your eyes are going to be popped out of that big-ass skull. As he spoke, he casually formed a half-seal with his fingers in front of Byakuren, a lazy grin tugging at the corners of his lips. Stop fooling around. Byakuren barked, his voice echoing through the chamber. Gungetsu rolled his eyes with a long sigh. This guy. Sure, he's a decent Kage, but damn if he isn't the most uptight man alive. Always stiff, always tense. Nothing like the other village leaders, especially with the way he's constantly breathing down my neck. Standing next to him felt like being trapped under a mountain, just pure suffocation. Mū was way better. With Mū, there was no need to sugarcoat anything. If they were pissed, they fought it out. Worst case. They'd die together. Fair enough. That same afternoon, Mū remained in his office, diligently working through a stack of paperwork. He reviewed and signed off on multiple development proposals. One involved building an ANBU headquarters. Another detailed the founding of Iwagakure's first ninja academy. He also issued directives to send teams to various regions to seek out investment opportunities. The goal was simple: establish trade, accumulate capital, and turn Iwagakure into a thriving, self-sufficient village. After stretching his back, Mū turned toward the window and stared out over the rooftops of Iwagakure, his gaze distant, calculating. Knock knock. Just as his thoughts began to drift, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Come in, Mū said calmly, his eyes still on the horizon. Ōnoki entered slowly, carrying a tray of food in both hands. Sensei, it's already evening. You should eat something, he said with quiet admiration and concern. Mū raised an eyebrow. Now that he thought about it, he was indeed a bit hungry. He nodded silently, then sat back down and began eating at his desk, still sorting through documents between bites. Meanwhile, Ōnoki kept himself busy trying to win Mū's favor. Sensei, I made tea for you, hee. Sensei, I'll give you a back massage. Sensei, do you want a wife? Mid-bite, Mū nearly choked. He turned and gave Ōnoki a cold, sharp glance. Ōnoki, what the hell are you even saying? If you want something, just spill. I am your teacher. Still chewing on his rice ball, Mū didn't even bother to look up again. Hee. Sensei, you really do know me best, Ōnoki chuckled as he scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. So, that jutsu you used against Madara Uchiha last time, it was amazing. Especially that white light one. He trailed off with a giggle, then leaned up and snuggled against Mū's arm like an affectionate child. All right. Enough. Mū shivered. Even wrapped in bandages, he could feel just how awkward that was. The image of a wrinkled, balding old Ōnoki doing the same thing years later flashed through his mind. It was borderline traumatic. Seeing the hope lighting up Ōnoki's face, Mū gave a strange little smile beneath his wrappings. You want to learn my dust release, jump shot technique? He gave the boy a long, meaningful look. Yes. I do. Ōnoki nodded so hard his head nearly bobbled off. But, are you even qualified? Ōnoki was speechless. First of all, to learn dust release, you have to master 3 chakra natures, wind, earth, and fire, and truly understand their properties, Mū said calmly, explaining with surprising patience. Dust release is a Kekkei Tota, a technique that surpasses all Kekkei Genkai. He wasn't boasting. It was just the truth. In the entire world of Shinobi, the only known Kekkei Tota was dust release. Even the famed Sharingan was merely a Kekkei Genkai, bound by bloodline. But the jutsu he had created, dust release, stood in a different league altogether. Its destructive power was absolute. It doesn't merely kill or destroy, it reduces everything to atoms. Even techniques like ash killing bone left behind a pile of dust. Dust release didn't even offer that much. There'd be nothing left of you. Gone, down to the molecular level. If users of the Rinnegan weren't able to absorb it, Mū honestly felt he could bluff his way through a confrontation with even Ishiki or Kagaya. Wah, seriously, sensei. It's that hard. I haven't even fully grasped Earth style yet. Ōnoki muttered, shoulders slumping like a withered cabbage leaf. You couldn't really blame him. At his age, even prodigies like Hiruzen Sarutobi were still practicing clone jutsu. Expecting Ōnoki to already master 3 elemental chakra transformations was absolutely pushing it. That's why you need to work hard. Once you've mastered all 3 chakra transformations, I'll teach you. With that, Mū popped the last rice ball into his mouth, adjusted his bandages with a swift tug, and vanished from the room in a blur of speed using the body flicker technique. Please vote for bonus chapters. 500 power stones equals 5 bonus chapters. 1000 power stones equals 10 bonus chapters. Chapter 9, Reiznan and the Daimyo. After leaving the office, Mū had no intention of going to sleep. He was nearly 30 years old, so how could he possibly rest easy at a time like this? Even with his strength already at its peak, he could still expand his arsenal. Mastering more ninjutsu meant greater versatility. The wider his range of techniques, the more unpredictable and dangerous he would become. Though physically drained from an entire day of paperwork and planning, Mū pushed himself onward. He made his way toward a hidden cave nestled in the mountains behind Iwagakure. Ram. Tiger. Ram. Horse. Ox. Ram. Rapidly forming hand seals, he slammed his palm onto the rocky ground. The cave wall began to rumble, shifting slowly as a concealed entrance revealed itself behind sliding stone. Without hesitation, Mū stepped inside. The interior resembled a secret sanctuary. Scrolls and ancient texts filled the shelves, and books were stacked in every corner, some scribbled with theories and formulas. This was his personal lab, the birthplace of dust release, his most powerful invention. It was here, years ago, that he had developed that devastating technique, refining it alone in total secrecy. I must admit, the first and second generation Kage of each village were truly brilliant individuals. Mū's thoughts drifted to the great leaders whose memories he'd inherited. Reto, the first Kusagakure, pioneered puppet techniques and mastered sand manipulation. The first Raikage created the lightning chakra armor. Tobirama Senju, that man invented more forbidden jutsu than anyone else in history. Even Gungetsu Hozuki was a monster, seamlessly combining genjutsu with water style. As for Mū himself, he contributed dust release to the world, a technique that is both devastating and refined, standing at the peak of chakra manipulation. He reached into a nearby shelf and pulled out a piece of wood infused with Hashirama Senju's chakra. Gently placing it into a specially sealed container, he narrowed his eyes. With my current knowledge and tools, studying Hashirama cells on my own is beyond me. I'll have to shelve that for now. After a long silence, he turned his focus to something more attainable. Among his vast collection of memories, one technique was prominent, not developed by Naruto, but by his father, the fourth Hokage. Reborn. A powerful and elegant technique, formed purely from chakra control without the use of hand seals. It had been modeled after the tailed beast bomb. I should be able to recreate that. Mū had already reached a level of chakra control beyond most shinobi. He had molded dust release itself. Therefore, compared to that, an A-rank jutsu like Reborn was well within his reach. If I remember right, Minato Namikaze designed it based on the mechanics of the tailed beast bomb. He recalled the structure and formation clearly. The spiraling compression, the rotational force, every detail clicked into place. Within just a few hours of silent trial and adjustment, he had already grasped the technique. With a steady breath, he extended his hand. VRRRMMM. A high-speed spiraling sphere of chakra whirled into existence in his palm, its dense core radiating pressure. Not too difficult. Now to try infusing it with wind nature transformation. The orb shimmered, the chakra beginning to glow with a distinct green hue as wind release started to manifest, swirling violently within the spinning sphere. After just a few tries, he had already created a wind-style, Reborn. Not bad. If I apply shape transformation on top of this, it becomes wind-style, Rasen Shuriken. A glint of pride flashed in Mū's eyes as he began refining the chakra sphere further. With practiced precision, he molded the spinning energy, and in no time, a compact Rasen Shuriken buzzed softly in his hand, emitting a faint but dangerous hum. Not bad at all. The next step would be Sage Mode. Right now, he can control a wind-style, Rasen Shuriken. With Sage Mode, he could throw the jutsu like a projectile, causing a massive explosion on impact. The destruction it could bring would rival even his dust release. Too bad I don't know any sage techniques. He muttered, and the light in his eyes dimmed slightly. That was the true limit holding him back. He had no access to senjutsu, no sage art foundations to work with. If he did, with his level of talent, he could absolutely ascend to a new realm of power. His dust release might even evolve beyond its current state. But for now, that was nothing more than wishful thinking. He hadn't encountered any sage inheritance, not even a whisper of it. Forget the three great sage lands, Mount Myaboku, Ryochi Cave, or Shikatsu Forest, he didn't even have a summoning contract with any beast. Even Gungetsu Hozuki had a seashell, for crying out loud. Mū had nothing. The stone giant he used in battle wasn't a summon. It was merely a ninjutsu construct, powerful, yes, but lifeless. Can I create my own sage art then? The thought crossed his mind only to be dismissed just as quickly. That was delusion. If he had the capability to create sage techniques from nothing, he might as well give up being a shinobi and start his own religious sect. Turning his attention elsewhere, Mū moved on to another jutsu, the shadow clone technique, invented by none other than Tobirama Senju. It was straightforward, requiring only a single hand sign. He learned it in minutes. But once he tried it, Mū felt underwhelmed. Compared to his own split-body technique, shadow clones seemed crude. They dispersed with one good hit, lacked the solid defense of his method, and consumed more chakra for less durability. Whatever. Biting off more than I can chew won't help. Mū sighed and lay back on the small cot tucked in the corner of his lab. Exhaustion finally caught up with him, and he drifted into sleep almost instantly. He didn't wake until noon the next day. When he returned to the Tsuchikage building, flying in quietly, he found a group of Iwagakure officials anxiously waiting at the entrance. "Everyone, what's going on?" One of the senior officials stepped forward, holding a scroll. "Mū-sama, we've reviewed your proposals. They're excellent, clever, and forward-thinking. However, the problem is that Iwagakure simply doesn't have enough manpower. The Ninja Academy needs instructors. The ANBU needs members. We still require Shinobi to defend the village, and additionally, there must be enough personnel available to carry out missions and sustain the economy." He bowed respectfully, yet his words pointed directly at the flaw in Mū's otherwise impeccable plan. Mū frowned slightly, silently weighing their concerns. They were right. The village was still in its infancy, and manpower was stretched thin. He had gotten ahead of himself. Unlike Konoha, which grew rapidly thanks to its vast population and favorable position for trade, Iwagakure had no such advantage. Well, that's okay. Let's focus on commerce first. Build 2 commercial streets. I'll meet with the daimyo to attract investment and see if we can bring some industries into Iwagakure. He adjusted the development strategy on the spot. The officials around him nodded in agreement. As for the manpower issue, I'll talk to the Tsuchikage this afternoon about relaxing immigration policies. There are still many wandering ninja clans scattered across the continent. If we can absorb some of them, it'll help us stabilize and grow. Everyone nodded again, this time with a bit more optimism. That afternoon, Mū visited Ishikawa, the current Tsuchikage. After he laid out his proposals, Ishikawa listened in silence, then gave a quiet chuckle. "I'm already old. Iwagakure will be yours sooner or later. You don't need to ask me. Just go ahead and do what needs to be done." The message was clear, title or not, Mū was already in command. He should act accordingly, without hesitation. Leaving behind a split body to oversee village affairs, Mū set out alone for the capital of the Land of Earth. His destination, the estate of the daimyo. The residence was magnificent, a sprawling symbol of political authority and supreme influence. Towering vermilion gates gave way to winding stone paths and elegant wooden corridors. Guided by servants dressed in pale blue robes, Mū passed through a maze of polished courtyards before arriving at the rear gardens. There, nestled beside a tranquil pond, he spotted an elegant bridge pavilion. Its railings were carved with delicate cloud and dragon motifs. The pillars stood firm yet graceful, a masterwork of craftsmanship that radiated silent wealth. Mū crossed the bridge slowly, his footsteps soundless against the polished wood. At the edge of the pond stood a rustic pavilion, shaded by a thatched roof that gave it a humble, natural charm in contrast to the grandeur around it. Inside sat an enormously fat man dressed in layers of silken finery. The daimyo. His body was wrapped in a voluminous indigo cloak, embroidered with gold thread that shimmered in the afternoon sun. The cloth rippled softly in the breeze, resembling a drifting cloud. A tall black hat, studded with sparkling gems, perched atop his head like a miniature crown. He held a long fishing rod in one hand, lazily cast toward the pond, while his other hand waved an ornate folding fan with idle satisfaction. Every movement radiated comfort, authority, and the unbothered leisure of a man who ruled from a throne of stability. Please vote for bonus chapters. 500 power stones equals 5 bonus chapters. 1000 power stones equals 10 bonus chapters. Chapter 10, The Daimyo of the Land of Earth. Oh. So it's Mudano. Quick, get Mudano a seat. Please, sit. The daimyo of the Land of Earth beamed with cheer as he waved a pudgy hand, signaling his attendance. A group of servants immediately stepped forward, placing an elegant chair behind Mū. "Daimyo-sama," Mū greeted, bowing slightly as he took his seat. "It's been a long time, hasn't it? How is Ishikawa doing? I heard you recently visited Konoha. How did that turn out?" the daimyo asked, keeping his tone casual, his eyes half-lidded with interest as he waved his fan lazily. "The Tsuchikage remains in good health. As for my visit to Konoha, they showed no signs of wanting an alliance." "So, nothing came of it," Mū replied evenly. After a few minutes of polite small talk, he cut straight to the point. "Daimyo-sama, I've come today to request funding." "Oh." At the mere mention of money, the daimyo's expression shifted. His jovial air cooled in an instant. The fan in his hand paused, and his tone turned a touch sharper. "Ahem. Mudano, if I recall correctly, don't you ninja earn income through missions? Each task brings in tens or even hundreds of thousands of ryo. Why are you coming to me for money?" His gaze remained fixed on the rippling pond, fishing rod resting idly in his hand. "Daimyo-sama, times have changed," Mū began, voice steady. "This is no longer the warring clans era. We've entered the age of hidden villages. Iwagakure now bears not only the duty of defense but the burden of development. We require funding not just for military maintenance, but to establish commercial infrastructure and cultivate a self-sustaining economy." The daimyo frowned slightly. "And what exactly is Iwagakure trying to accomplish?" Mū didn't waste time with evasive language. He met the daimyo's gaze and laid his vision bare. "I want money and authority, daimyo-sama. Iwagakure needs a chance to take its first real step forward. By leveraging the unique skills of ninjas and integrating with civilian life, I want the village to evolve into more than a military force. I want it to become a thriving, unified city of both warriors and citizens. For too long, we've been chained to the mission system. It's volatile. Unsustainable. We must enter the commercial world, attract private capital, and build real industries. Iwagakure has the potential to be more than just a shield for the land of Earth. It can become its engine of prosperity." His voice was calm but forceful, conviction woven into every word. Quite right. Indeed. Very true." The daimyo nodded repeatedly, as if he were suddenly filled with the spirit of a court poet. However, there was no real conviction behind the nods. He was listening but not making a decision. Mū fell silent. He knew exactly what this meant. Without offering a tangible benefit, there would be no support. So he shifted tactics. The future potential is enormous. If the daimyo grants us annual military funding, I am prepared to allocate 20% of Iwagakure's annual budget back to the treasury as tax revenue. That finally struck a chord. The daimyo's eyes lit up with renewed interest. The fan stilled, and he slowly turned to face Mū directly. "How much are you asking for?" he asked in a composed, even tone. After all, a family that had ruled the land of Earth for thousands of years wasn't foolish. The daimyo understood the principle of profit better than anyone. He would never approve funding without seeing value in return. 3.5 billion, Mū said, calmly offering a test figure. The daimyo's cheek twitched ever so slightly. He shot back immediately. 2.5 billion. Mū let out a long, deliberate sigh. The moment that sigh reached the daimyo's ears, his heart gave a nervous skip. "Daimyo-sama, even if you're not a shinobi, I'm sure you've heard the phrase, when war begins, the coffers run dry." He leaned forward slightly, voice gaining force. "Do you know how much a single kunai costs these days?" He held up 8 fingers. 80 ryo. That's right. 80. And a single cart can't even hold enough for a proper battle. The daimyo began fidgeting, scraping awkwardly at the wooden floor with his toes, lips tightening. All right, how about this? I'll take a step forward, you take a step back, 3 billion. I'll grant you 3 billion. He finally gave in. Behind his bandages, Mū smiled. Very well. The deal was struck. They moved on to discuss broader commercial plans. The daimyo agreed to send civilians to settle in Iwagakure, including merchants, artisans, and business owners. It would mark the beginning of a civilian economy in the village. For the first time, Iwagakure would have ramen stalls, grilled meat, and real street food instead of just ration bars and field rations. Just as Mū was preparing to leave, the daimyo called out once more. By the way, there's one more thing. Mū paused, raising a brow slightly. What is it, daimyo-sama? In recent days, a border region in the land of Earth declared independence. They've established a new country, the land of grass, and founded a shinobi village, Kusagakure. I'm absolutely furious. The daimyo's voice dripped with suppressed rage, and a dark glint flashed in his eyes. Mū understood immediately. This wasn't a request but a command. The daimyo wanted Iwagakure to suppress the uprising, erase Kusagakure, and bring the land of grass back under his control. Mū didn't blame him. The man had just handed over a massive sum of military funding. It was natural to expect results. Understood. Leave this matter to me, Mū replied without hesitation. Another transaction, sealed. The following morning, Mū returned to Iwagakure at the head of a large convoy. Caravans of merchants, street vendors, and entire civilian families relocated from the capital, bringing with them goods, supplies, and the first breath of real commerce. Iwagakure's officials were quick and effective. With a few well-coordinated Earth-style jutsu, they leveled ground and carved out room for 2 complete commercial streets. Mū immediately assigned sectors and arranged for the merchants to set up shop. That very night, the streets of Iwagakure were packed. The smell of rich broth, sizzling meat, and sweet dango wafted through the air. Food stalls bustled with activity, serving chashu pork, steaming ramen, grilled skewers, crispy dumplings, and sweets from the capital. The villagers were ecstatic. Laughter and conversation filled the district. Even Tsuchikage Ishikawa made an appearance, personally buying premium tobacco leaves imported from the capital. The sight of him casually strolling through the market caused a minor uproar among the villagers. As the crowd gathered, Mū stood before them and spoke. He told them of the path ahead, of a new Iwagakure, one where civilians and shinobi would coexist in harmony. A village that would stand not just as a fortress, but as a city. One that would endure through strength and prosper through unity. The crowd erupted in unified cheers. Mū-sama is wise. Smiling faintly behind his bandages, Mū gave a slight nod. His reforms were taking root. But stability required more than infrastructure. He quickly issued new orders ensuring the civilian population received special protection, no low-ranking shinobi were to harass or exploit them. Discipline would be absolute. With preparations complete, Mū convened his forces and personally selected 10 elite jonin for the upcoming mission. Wait, what? Mū-sama himself is leading us. No way. This is insane. To be under his command, it's the honor of a lifetime. Mū-sama fought Madara Uchiha head-on and survived. I'm ready to give my life for this mission. Mū-sama, you're incredible. You're literally my idol. The jonin buzzed with overwhelming excitement. Why such fervor? Because Mū's duel with Madara had already become legend. Ishikawa had quietly fanned the flames behind the scenes. Word of Mū standing toe-to-toe with the infamous Shura of the ninja world had spread like wildfire. Embellished tales filled the streets of Iwagakure, igniting the pride of every shinobi in the village. For too long, Konoha's twin demigods, Hashirama and Madara, had cast a shadow over all the other villages. Now, Iwagakure had a legend of its own. Finally, they could raise their heads high. All right, Mū said, his tone calm but firm. We're heading to Kusagakure. Our objective, eliminate all enemy ninjas. However, if any of them are willing to surrender and pledge allegiance to Iwagakure, we'll accept them. We need manpower. He slung 2 enormous war blades, relics of the Warring States era, across his back. Yes, sir. The 10 elite jonin responded in unison, their eyes burning with determination. The team departed swiftly, moving like shadows toward the land of grass. At that moment, deep within Kusagakure, 2 figures stood side by side in a candlelit hall. Kusagakure's leader, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the land of earth? The daimyo of the land of grass asked, voice trembling with unease. The shinobi leader folded his arms, confidence radiating from him. Relax. The land of earth can't mobilize troops quickly. Iwagakure was just founded, they'll never risk an expedition so soon. But enough, daimyo-sama. The shinobi leader cut him off before he could speak again. There's no need to worry. I've already sent envoys to Konoha. Once we establish diplomatic ties, Iwagakure won't dare lay a finger on us. He turned slightly, eyes gleaming. Besides, the nearby Fuma clan is preparing to join us. Once we grow strong enough, I'll be recognized as a Kage. That's right. I'll become the Kusakage. He clenched his fist dramatically, basking in the fantasy. The daimyo's face went blank. He didn't speak a single word. In truth, he had no interest in rebellion. As far as he was concerned, the land of grass had always been content as the land of earth's obedient little brother. Getting caught between the powers of Konoha and Iwagakure was already more than enough trouble. This breakaway movement had been none of his doing. A few rogue ninja declared independence on their own and somehow dragged him into it. Worse, they forced him to legitimize the new Kusagakure by using his authority as daimyo. Now he's caught up in their reckless ambition. He didn't want war. He didn't want power. All he wanted was peace and survival. But it was already too late. Mū was on the way. And Kusagakure's self-proclaimed leader had no idea what storm he had just summoned. Note, the Fuma clan is an established ninja clan in the original series. The first Animal Path of Pain was a member of the Fuma clan. Please vote for bonus chapters. 500 Power Stones equals 5 bonus chapters. 1000 Power Stones equals 10 bonus chapters. Chapter 11, Annihilate Kusagakure, Recruit the Fuma clan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mū soared through the air with 10 Iwagakure jonin trailing behind him in tight formation. Glancing back at them, he observed their flight with casual ease. To save time, he had cast the lightweight rock technique on them, temporarily granting them the ability to fly, though he still had to control their movement remotely. Making no effort to mask their presence, Mū flew straight into Kusagakure's alert zone. Careful. We're under attack. Hurry. Go notify the chief. One of Kusagakure's shinobi went pale, panic flashing in his eyes as he turned and bolted toward the village. My lord, should we chase him? One of the Iwa jonin looked to Mū for direction, puzzled by his lack of reaction. Mū waved him off, calm and unbothered. No need. This is just a small shinobi village. The monk might run, but the temple won't. In Mū's eyes, Kusagakure was a meaningless speck. According to the original lore, the village was steeped in corruption and had no real strength to speak of. Its only noteworthy trait was its diplomatic closeness to Kusagakure, which it had clung to through sheer political groveling. This is bad. Chief. Something terrible has happened. A Kusagakure shinobi stumbled into the hall, face pale and chest heaving from the sprint. What are you so flustered about? We're a formal shinobi village now. Stop panicking like some academy dropout. The Kusagakure leader barked at him, clearly annoyed. But the shinobi wasn't thinking about pride. He blurted, "It's Iwagakure. They're here. They came to beat us up. What do we do?" "What?" "Iwagakure." The leader's chest tightened as dread surged through him. A cold sweat began to form. The daimyo of the land of grass, standing nearby, blanched and turned to the leader, eyes wide with fear. Without hesitation, the leader grabbed the frantic shinobi by the collar. "Tell me now. Who's here? How many? What do they look like?" The shinobi trembled. His lips quivered as he tried to answer. There's 11 of them. I couldn't tell who's in charge. One of them's wrapped in bandages from head to toe, and he can fly." The Kusagakure leader felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. His breath caught and his knees nearly gave out. No. 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 Fuck. Shit. It's over. It's completely over. Wrapped in bandages and flying through the air, there was only one man in the entire shinobi world that matched that description. Mū-sama. The silent juggernaut of Iwagakure. "Chief, what should we do?" the daimyo asked, his body shaking uncontrollably. He had clearly pieced it together too. Damn it all. The leader clenched his fists, trying to hold on to any shred of hope. There are only 11 of them. We've got over 200 shinobi on our side. He shouted through clenched teeth, trying to summon some courage. The daimyo felt whatever hope he had left drain away. Damn it. If you want to get yourself killed, don't drag me down with you. Ahem. I'm just going to the restroom real quick. The daimyo tried to sneak away with that weak excuse, hoping to avoid the coming disaster. But the Kusagakure leader immediately caught on and grabbed the hem of his robe, yanking him back. "Wait, my lord. There's no need to rush." He gave a sharp order. "Guards. Protect the daimyo." Then he shouted with authority, "All Kusagakure shinobi. Assemble." At the village gate, dozens of Kusagakure shinobi had gathered, standing in tight formation under the command of their leader. Each one radiated killing intent, fists clenched and eyes locked ahead. High above, Mū continued his approach through the sky, his gaze sharpening as he noticed the gathered defense. Interesting. Looks like they've already accepted their fate. No one's trying to run. Earth release, ultra-heavy rock technique. Mū channeled massive chakra into his legs, increasing their weight dramatically before diving down like a missile, his whole body turned into a high-speed projectile. Boom. The earth trembled violently as he descended. The Kusagakure leader's expression warped with horror. The crushing weight of Kage-level chakra pressed down on him like a mountain, freezing him in place. Whoosh. In a flash, Mū's foot slammed directly into his face. Splat. Arg. A sickening crunch echoed out as the Kusagakure leader was instantly reduced to a splattered mess, flattened against the ground like a broken melon. "Where's your leader? Tell him to come face me." Mū didn't even glance at the body beneath him. His voice was cold, commanding, as he addressed the stunned shinobi still standing. Their eyes widened with disbelief. Some were paralyzed with fear, others too shocked to register what had just happened. He's under your foot, he is there and there." One shinobi finally found his voice, pointing at Mū's foot with a trembling hand. Mū blinked, then looked down. What he saw made him pause. Good grief. Blood, bones, and brains were everywhere. "Damn, how'd you end up stuck to my foot?" A chuckle escaped Mū's lips. He hadn't even realized what he'd done. The man had been standing too close, he'd assumed it was just another obstacle. Before he could raise his head again, several loyal shinobi who had served the dead leader erupted with rage. Arg. He killed the chief. Let's take him down. Yeah. There's only 10 of them, we've got 200. Let's go. Fire release. Wind release. Earth release. A storm of ninjutsu was unleashed at once, explosions of flame, slicing gales, and boulders hurtling toward Mū in a wild barrage of elemental fury. Mū stood perfectly still, arms slowly rising. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A glowing white cube of light materialized in front of him. The moment it activated, it expanded outward with terrifying power. Boom. The air ripped apart as the explosion engulfed everything. The wave of destruction swept forward and consumed the entire battlefield. When the dust finally settled, all 2 present Kusagakure shinobi who had charged were gone. Nothing remained, not their jutsu, not their bodies. Just scorched earth and silence. Mū didn't even blink. A slight flicker passed through his eyes, mild surprise, nothing more. He had clearly overestimated them. If this was the best Kusagakure had, it was no wonder they'd been turned into collateral damage in the great wars of the original timeline. Clean up the area. You all go sweep the rest of the village. Take prisoners if they surrender. Kill everyone else. Without another word, Mū rose into the air again and flew off to hunt down the daimyo. Inside a dark cave beneath Kusagakure, Mū discovered the daimyo of the land of grass shackled and guarded. Wind release, wind cutter technique. With a casual flick of his fingers, Mū unleashed blades of wind that sliced through the Kusagakure guards in an instant. Wah! Mū-sama. You finally come. The daimyo collapsed to his knees, crawling toward Mū with tears streaming down his cheeks. These bastards forced me to establish this village. I had no choice. Please, I beg you, speak on my behalf to the daimyo of the land of earth. I was coerced. I swear it. His voice cracked with desperation, trying to sound pitiful, but Mū's expression remained blank. Cold. Unmoved. He slowly crouched beside the daimyo, bringing his mouth close to the trembling man's ear. Thing is, I don't believe you. Swish. The daimyo's eyes went wide with horror, right before Mū's wind release sliced cleanly through his neck. Splurt. Blood sprayed across the cave wall. The head rolled with a hollow thud. The decision to kill the daimyo was calculated. If left alive, he would only annoy the daimyo of the land of earth and complicate matters. Better to eliminate the puppet and absorb the land of grass directly. After disposing of the body, Mū got to work. He began collecting the accumulated wealth, scrolls, supplies, and valuable resources of the land of grass, organizing them for transport back to Iwagakure. Meanwhile, news of Kusagakure's destruction spread like wildfire across the region. Eventually, it reached the ears of the Fuma clan, who had recently been considering an alliance with Kusagakure. Clan leader. Clan leader. A breathless clan member ran up with urgent news. Kusagakure has been destroyed by Iwagakure. The Fuma clan leader's hand froze mid-scroll. His shoulders trembled. Sigh. So much for that idea. We were just about to pledge our loyalty to the land of grass, but now Kusagakure's gone. He let out a heavy sigh and set the scroll aside. This was the Shinobi village era. The time of independent clans had faded. No matter how strong an individual clan was, without the backing of a great village, survival was uncertain. Strength alone wasn't enough anymore, you needed allies, systems, infrastructure, and above all, political power. Clan leader, why don't we pledge ourselves to Iwagakure instead? One of the elders leaned forward. I've heard they've loosened their entry policies. They're accepting anyone willing to submit. Oh. Iwagakure changed their policies that quickly, the clan leader mused, brows raising. I remember when getting into Iwagakure was like trying to walk through a stone wall. His eyes gleamed. Kusagakure was done for. But Iwagakure? That was one of the 5 great villages. And there's more, another member added. I heard Mū from Iwagakure went to Konoha not long ago. He even fought Uchiha Madara to a draw and escaped unharmed. If that's true, someone whispered, then allying with Iwagakure isn't any worse than aligning with Konoha. The clan leader's eyes shone with renewed determination. There was no hesitation now. He stood and raised his voice. It's decided then. Spread the word. We head to Kusagakure immediately and pledge our loyalty to Mū-sama. Back in the remains of Kusagakure, Mū continued tallying the wealth and organizing the loot, transferring it into sealed storage scrolls with practiced precision. For such a small village, they sure had a lot of stuff. Mū muttered to himself while continuing to record the inventory. Stacks of scrolls, weapons, rations, tools, and even precious metals were being sealed and sorted. Just then, an Iwagakure jonin appeared at the entrance of the storage room and knelt respectfully. Mū-sama, a shinobi clan outside wishes to pledge loyalty to Iwagakure. Mū turned slightly, raising an eyebrow. Oh. Which clan? The Fuma clan. At that name, Mū's mind immediately flashed to the animal path from the 6 Paths of Pain, who had once belonged to the same clan. Interesting. So it's that clan. Take me to them, he said calmly. Soon after, Mū arrived at Kusagakure's main gate. Outside, over 200 Fuma clan members were kneeling in disciplined rows, their heads bowed. At the front stood their leader, who bent forward with deep reverence. This was how alliances were forged in times of upheaval, complete submission in exchange for protection and purpose. The Fuma clan leader looked up, his eyes filled with a mix of humility and hope. Mū-sama, we of the Fuma clan wish to serve Iwagakure. We ask for your acceptance. His voice rang out clearly, each word deliberate and sincere. Mū surveyed the group in silence, measuring their worth. The Fuma clan was known for its expertise with chakra control and the skilled use of ninja tools. No Kekkei, but that didn't mean they were useless. On the contrary, they might fill several key gaps within Iwagakure's system. Fuma clan leader. Report your clan's abilities, Mū ordered, his tone firm. The leader stepped forward slightly, voice steady. Mū-sama, while we lack any Kekkei, we specialize in refined chakra control, advanced ninja tools, and tactical coordination in battle. Mū nodded slightly. It aligned with what he'd expected. Their strengths weren't flashy, but they were practical, exactly what the Iwagakure Academy lacked in terms of instructors and field specialists. This could work. The entire Fuma clan remained kneeling, the tension visible in their posture as they awaited Mū's verdict. Do you understand the rules of joining Iwagakure? Mū asked, his voice echoing across the courtyard. Yes, Mū-sama. We understand, and we will follow them completely, the leader answered immediately, head bowed again. After a brief pause, Mū gave a slight nod. In that case, I accept your pledge. From this moment forward, the Fuma clan is part of Iwagakure. The declaration was simple, but its weight was immense. Thank you, Mū-sama. We will serve you with utmost loyalty. The clan leader bowed repeatedly, his tone full of gratitude and excitement. Thank you, Mū-sama. We will give our lives for Iwagakure. The 200 Fuma shinobi shouted in unison behind him, their voices strong and unified. Mū raised a hand in acknowledgement. Stand up. Follow me to Iwagakure. You will be assigned housing and duties shortly. Please vote for the bonus chapters. 500 power stones equals 5 bonus chapters. 1000 power stones equals 10 bonus chapters. Chapter 12, Iwagakure's Military Academy and Ōnoki. Upon returning to the village, Mū immediately took decisive action. He arranged housing for the Fuma clan without delay, placing them in a prime location near the heart of Iwagakure. This move served two distinct purposes. First, it was a symbolic gesture that emphasized the village's recognition of the clan's importance. By positioning them close to the center, Iwagakure demonstrated its expectations for the Fuma to contribute meaningfully. Second, the placement made it easier to monitor them. While Mū didn't believe they would rebel, his cautious nature drove him to keep potential threats within easy reach. Mū-sama, your immigration policy is already showing clear results. Many civilians and even rogue shinobi have joined us. The village is expanding rapidly, and our population has already grown by over 3,000. Iwagakure's officials delivered the news with visible enthusiasm, their faces lit up with broad smiles. With all the construction work underway, they had been making a great deal of money, and it showed in their energy. Mū gave a brief nod. That's solid progress, but we can't let just anyone in. We need to start screening based on character. I walked through the village just now and saw a few idle thugs and drifters doing nothing but freeloading in our housing. Those kinds of people are dangerous for village stability. They need to be dealt with firmly and removed. He spoke calmly, but the message was firm. Yes, sir, the officials replied in unison. Good. Now get back to work. Focus on your duties and carry them out properly. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them. Mū-sama, the location for the academy still requires your final decision, reminded the official in charge of its construction. Mū narrowed his eyes in thought for a moment, then gave a short nod. Fine. I'll go select it myself. Once the office emptied, Mū silently performed the transformation jutsu and slipped out of the Tsuchikage building without drawing attention. Disguised, he walked the main streets of Iwagakure unnoticed by the villagers. His trip had two main goals, to assess the public's mood and commercial activity, and to identify the ideal site for the new academy. By remaining in disguise, he avoided drawing a crowd or distracting the citizens. As he wandered through the streets, he tuned into the chatter of the people around him. The village is doing really well lately. There's so much more available than before. Yeah, a lot of new people have moved in recently. It's all because of Mū-sama. He ought to be named Tsuchikage already. Mū gave a silent nod as he walked. His policies were working. The signs were all around him. Before long, he found himself in the heart of the village's bustling commercial district. The streets were neatly lined with stores, barbecue joints, flower shops, clothing boutiques. These businesses added comfort to shinobi life and gave them a reason to spend their otherwise idle wages. The shopkeepers, meanwhile, were thriving in the lively atmosphere. Mū stepped into a tea house, placed a casual order for a cup of tea, and found a seat. Just as Mū settled into his seat, a Rakugoka performer stepped onto the small stage. Today, let me tell you the tale of how Mū-sama clashed with Madara Uchiha. Puffed. Mū nearly choked on his tea. Seriously? The first thing he hears is a dramatized version of his own story. Mū-sama bellowed, damn it. If I don't kill you today, Madara Uchiha, I'll resign on the spot. Flatten the land of fire capital within 24 hours. The performer threw his arms wide, voice rising with theatrical flair. Then Mū-sama roared, blow it up. What's there to consider? You've infuriated Mū-sama, and now you'll face the consequences. Explosion tags poured from the skies like hail, bam, 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 straight onto Konoha's Hokage tower. And I swear on my grandma's rice basket. Mū-sama's explosion tags landed so perfectly, they even blasted Madara's underwear clean off. It was like a 5-part dismemberment, followed by a shower of cherry blossoms. The audience burst into cheers and laughter. The atmosphere turned electric, more like a fantasy epic than a historical retelling. Some villagers even applauded mid-performance. Mū took another sip of tea, letting out a slow, inward sigh. That's why the skies had cleared, there was just too much ridiculousness in the air. He could feel a cold sweat forming since this level of exaggeration was way over the top. If Madara heard this nonsense, he'd probably come storming back for round 2. Still, even if the performance was absurdly overblown, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It gave the villagers something to enjoy, a sense of pride, and a legend. Ahem. Looks like people are living pretty well, they even came up with rakugo as a career. And, rakugo is a form of traditional Japanese storytelling that became popular during the late Edo period. Rakugoka is the person who tells the stories. Finishing his tea, Mū rose to his feet. After walking through the entire street, he felt he had a clear grasp of Iwagakure's steady progress. The foundation was coming together piece by piece. With the commercial district now surveyed, it was time to focus on finding a location for the new ninja academy. Eventually, Mū arrived at a wide, open plain. Sunlight poured down freely. Visibility was excellent, and the area was conveniently situated near both the residential blocks and the heart of the village. This is the place. Without the slightest hesitation, Mū decided this would be the academy's site. On his way back, he made a detour to the mountain behind Iwagakure. He remembered that Ōnoki often trained there. Although Mū was swamped with village matters, he remained a mentor at heart. Ha, ha. Ha, ha. Up in the mountains, Ōnoki focused on chakra control, working to master wind, fire, and earth. He understood that only by mastering these 3 elements could he one day unlock dust release. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get the chakra natures to blend. Mū quietly activated the dustless confusion barrier and observed from the shadows. After another failed attempt, Ōnoki collapsed to the ground with a loud sigh. Why can't I get this right? After a pause, Ōnoki gritted his teeth. Don't tell me. I'm not even gifted enough for dust release. Lying there, frustration pouring out, Ōnoki wailed to the empty sky. After so many failed attempts, it was clear that Ōnoki's confidence had started to crumble. Seeing the boy in such a state, Mū cancelled the transformation jutsu and revealed himself without a word. Whoosh! Sprawled flat on the ground, Ōnoki suddenly noticed a shadow looming over him. He blinked and slowly looked up. The moment he recognized the figure, he sprang upright in a fluster. S-sensei. What are you doing here? He scratched his head in embarrassment, trying to hide his frustration. I came to check on you. As your sensei, it's my duty to guide your training, Mū said as he sat down beside him, calm and composed. I wanted to see your progress. Don't lose heart. Dust release was never meant to be easy. His tone was steady, offering quiet encouragement. Ōnoki let out a deep sigh. I've tried everything, but I just can't get the 3 chakra types to merge. Mū paused for a moment, considering the problem. Merging chakra requires not just power, but harmony and control. Maybe start by refining each element, wind, fire, and earth, one at a time, focusing on mastery. Then try fusing them bit by bit. Ōnoki's eyes brightened briefly at the advice, but that light quickly faded again. But I've already done that so many times, and it still doesn't work. He slumped back down, his frustration clearly etched across his face. Mū gave a faint smile as he stood slowly. He could see it clearly, Ōnoki's problem wasn't a lack of talent. It was the weight of repeated failure grinding away at his confidence. Now was the time for a teacher to do more than instruct. It was time to step in and help his student through the doubt. That's the most damaging part of failure, Mū began quietly. It's not the fall itself, it's how many times you fall until you start believing you can't ever stand again. You begin to think you're just not good enough. And once that thought takes root, you stop trying altogether. He gently ruffled Ōnoki's hair. Everyone reaches this point in life, this wall of self-doubt. On the road to growth, your results matter less than the growth itself. So don't just chase success. Focus on building the strength that leads to it. This growth, layer by layer, is what builds your future. Mū's voice was steady and calm, but every word landed with weight. Slowly, his message began to sink in. Ōnoki's gaze shifted, still troubled at first, then gradually firming with new resolve. If his teacher believed in him, then why should he doubt himself? This was Mū, the most powerful shinobi in Iwagakure. If even he said Ōnoki could do it, then he had to try again. A flicker of fire sparked back to life in his chest. Clap, clap. Mū gave Ōnoki's shoulder a reassuring pat and smiled gently. Keep working at it. I believe in you. You're my student, and you shouldn't ever sell yourself short. Those words hit like a surge of pure chakra. Ōnoki felt it, a pulse of renewed strength. All right, sensei. I'll master control over all three chakra natures. His voice rang with fresh determination, steady and unwavering. Right after that, Ōnoki returned to training without hesitation. He focused on mastering each chakra nature one at a time, wind, fire, and earth, just as Mū had instructed. With steady breathing and renewed resolve, he began preparing himself once more to attempt the fusion. Mū stood nearby, observing in silence, his gaze calm and unwavering. There is another way to overcome the confidence barrier. Encouragement from someone in a position of authority can be very effective. When a person you trust shows faith in you, that trust can become a powerful force, one that rebuilds your confidence from the ground up. Just like how his own words had reignited Ōnoki's spirit. If the original master of Dust Release believed in him, how could Ōnoki possibly doubt himself? That single belief sparked strength within his heart, filling it with renewed energy and drive. Please vote for the bonus chapters. 500 Power Stones equals 5 bonus chapters. 1000 Power Stones equals 10 bonus chapters. You can also read advanced chapters here. www.patreon.com/oberonla. Chapter 13, Establishing the Ninja Academy. For several days in a row, Mū remained occupied with reorganizing and redesigning the structure of Iwagakure. One of his first acts was the formal establishment of the Umbu. He personally selected each member, handpicking only those he deemed capable and loyal enough for such a role. But even that wasn't his primary concern. What mattered most to Mū was the Ninja Academy. After several days of intense, accelerated construction, Iwagakure's first official ninja academy was finally completed. Mū immediately had his men compile a list of individuals willing to become shinobi. Once the data was collected and those who couldn't extract chakra were excluded, the final number stood at 313 registered students. Every person who could harness chakra had signed up. This didn't surprise Mū in the slightest. Becoming a ninja was essentially the only viable path for ordinary people to climb the social ladder, and they all knew it. Who should take the position of headmaster for this academy, he mused aloud, caught in momentary indecision. If Ōnoki had been older, perhaps he would have been a solid choice. But he was still too young, too green. That option was ruled out immediately. Then there was Ishikawa, but he already bore the responsibilities of Tsuchikage. Asking him to serve in both roles would be inappropriate, and beyond that, the man was on the brink of retirement. Dragging him into this project would have felt like scrounging for scraps. After weighing all possibilities, Mū made a firm decision. He would take the role of headmaster himself. If he wanted the next generation of Iwagakure to be strong and capable, then there was no better solution than guiding them with his own hands. When something matters that much, you take control of it yourself. The very next day, the Iwagakure Ninja Academy was officially inaugurated. The opening ceremony began without delay. Its full name was Iwagakure Ninja Training Academy. Today, on this clear and beautiful day, under the guidance and approval of Mū-sama, the Iwagakure Ninja Training Academy has officially opened. Now, let us welcome Mū-sama to say a few words. Thunderous applause erupted from the gathered villagers as Mū stepped calmly onto the stage. He scanned the crowd below, his gaze passing over the sea of children and villagers. With a composed breath, he began to speak, sharing the ideal he had crafted, the very foundation of his vision for the future, the Will of Stone. On this day, the day our academy is founded, I say this to all of you. The new generation of Iwagakure must carry within them the Will of Stone. The Will of Stone means unwavering resolve. It means endurance and persistence in the face of hardship. It is the unbreakable defense that does not falter, even before overwhelming enemies. It means standing your ground no matter how powerful your opponent may be. It means completing your missions with calm, with steadiness, with the strength of stone itself. This Will of Stone must be passed down, again and again. Like layers of rock pressed over time, the wisdom and will of our older shinobi must be passed on to those who come next. And the new generation will leave their own marks on that stone, following the footsteps of those who came before them. Together, they will form an unbroken line of will and strength, as vast and enduring as the mountains. Sheltered by the strength of this Will of Stone, Iwagakure will remain at the peak of the shinobi world for generations to come. Below the stage, countless young eyes lit up, brimming with hope and ambition. The dreams of Iwagakure's future shimmered bright in their gaze. Even the young adults and elderly who had endured the chaos of the previous era looked on with emotion in their eyes, as if witnessing the dawn of a radiant future. Thunderous applause erupted once again. The will of stone. Tenacious and unshakable. Sensei's speech was amazing. From a distance, Ōnoki watched with admiration, excitement shimmering in his gaze. Ishikawa stood beside him, nodding in silent approval. As expected of Mū. He had always believed this man was destined to be the great tactician and guiding hand of Iwagakure. Ōnoki, you must follow your teacher closely, Ishikawa said, his voice heavy with conviction. Learn his dust release. Learn how he speaks. Learn how he thinks. And more than anything, learn his will of stone. He placed a firm hand on Ōnoki's shoulder, his tone laden with expectations. The boy carried his hopes for the future. He wouldn't have entrusted him to Mū otherwise. Ōnoki nodded with determination. There were so many qualities in his teacher that he admired and yearned to learn from. In his eyes, no one in this world was perfect. Except for his teacher. His teacher was perfection itself. All right, that's enough, Mū said, waving lightly at the crowd with a faint smile. He was clearly pleased with the mood he had created. These children, this next generation, would revere him as a god. And when Iwagakure's history was written in the years to come, his name would shine even more brightly than that of the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa. After a short pause, Mū resumed his speech. Starting today, all of you will study ninjutsu, taijutsu, theory, and many other disciplines at this academy. But remember this, skills are just tools. The will of stone is your true soul. In the days ahead, you will face countless trials, and only by holding firm to that will can you become true Iwa Shinobi. As he finished speaking, a small hand rose hesitantly from the crowd. Mū raised an eyebrow and gave a slight nod, signaling for the child to speak. What is it? Don't be afraid. If you have a question, ask it directly. Mū valued open expression. He believed deeply in the importance of free speech. Even if someone stood up in Iwagakure and shouted, "Down with Mū-sama," he would still allow that voice to exist. A village could not grow strong without being able to endure and reflect on criticism. The child stood, visibly anxious, but finally managed to ask, "Mū-sama, what if we face an enemy we can't defeat? Do we still have to fight?" The moment that question left the child's mouth, the crowd immediately split into two loud camps. Of course. Isn't that the core of being a ninja? Even if you can't win, you fight. Worst case, you die. What are you, a coward? I disagree. That kind of mentality is too much. These are children. We grew up in the Warring States era. Back then, every kid was basically treated like a walking explosive tag. Arguments and shouts broke out from every direction. Some, shaped by the brutal chaos of past wars, believed that a ninja's duty was to fight to the death if necessary, even if that meant going down like a human bomb. To them, it was about pride, honor, and sacrifice. But others, mostly newer residents or concerned parents, saw such thinking as madness. These were still children. They believed the priority should be learning how to protect themselves, how to survive. Mū remained calm. He didn't need time to think. A light smile crossed his face as he stepped forward and answered without hesitation. The will of stone isn't about blind recklessness. It means staying calm in the face of adversity and finding a way forward. If the enemy is too strong, then retreating to preserve your strength is also a form of wisdom. But what matters is that the belief in your heart never wavers. That was his answer. Spoken with quiet firmness and absolute clarity. It was not a speech meant to provoke cheers. It was a declaration of principle, one that would echo through the hearts of all who heard it. The child who had asked the question gave a small nod. He didn't fully understand, but he knew he'd been heard, and that was enough for now. He sat back down quietly. Mū gave a faint smile, then turned to the crowd once more. Before we conclude, I would like to propose a school motto for our academy. He walked calmly over to the school gate. A large boulder sat at the entrance. With a slight flick of his hand, he moved it into position and gathered chakra at his fingertips. Slowly and deliberately, he began to inscribe words onto the stone. The scratching sound of chakra against rock filled the silence as everyone held their breath, watching, waiting to see what words their leader would choose to define the future. I want our motto to be just 8 characters long, Mū said as he carved. It is, all the hard work will not be in vain but must be rewarded. He paused for a moment to let the words sink in. Some of you may not be familiar with the meaning. Let me explain. No effort is ever wasted. Every bit of hard work will be rewarded. Just like jade is polished only through grinding and pressure, only by enduring hardship can we truly refine ourselves. With steady, unwavering strokes, Mū completed the inscription. And the crowd erupted once more in thunderous applause. The children stared at the stone with wide eyes, dreams of the future dancing in their hearts. Determination rose within them. They would train hard. They would hold to the will of stone. And one day, they too would become the pride of Iwagakure. Please vote for the bonus chapters. 500 power stones equals 5 bonus chapters. 1000 power stones equals 10 bonus chapters. You can also read advanced chapters here. www.patreon.com/oberonla. Chapter 14, Tobirama's Shock. After Mū established both the Ninja Academy and the ANBU system, it sent shockwaves across the entire Shinobi world. The move sparked immediate attention from the other 4 great villages, all of which were stunned by the rapid progress Iwagakure had made. Suddenly, everyone was talking about the name Mū. The concept of a centralized ninja academy ignited admiration and curiosity throughout the other villages. The more forward-thinking among them were already looking to replicate the idea in their own lands. And the formation of the ANBU unit didn't go unnoticed either. However, it was clear that Mū's ANBU system was not the same as the one that Tobirama would later establish. In the original timeline, Tobirama's ANBU operated as a direct assassination and black ops unit reporting to the Hokage. It was a lethal force focused on missions requiring stealth and precision. Mū's version, by contrast, functioned more as a wide-reaching national intelligence and security force. His ANBU patrolled from the shadows, upheld law and order, and gathered classified intelligence from across the land of Earth and Iwagakure. All this sensitive information was relayed directly to Mū's personal desk. He even stationed covert agents to monitor the daimyo and other high-ranking officials throughout the land of Earth. Naturally, operations of this sort could never be made public. Instead, Mū marketed the ANBU as a defensive security force tasked with protecting the village from unseen threats. Land of Water, Kusagakure. Bang. The doors burst open again, slamming against the walls with a sharp crack. Byakuren stormed in, his face twisted in fury. Sprawled across the bed and snoring like a thundercloud was Gungetsu Hozuki. Gungetsu, you lazy dango. Get up, now. Byakuren shouted, veins nearly popping from his forehead. He held out a scroll and shook it furiously. Look at this. Just look at how amazing the other Second Tsuchikages are. Mū of Iwagakure just founded both a ninja academy and an ANBU system. And you? All you ever do is sleep or pull idiotic pranks. What exactly are you capable of? Byakuren then clicked his tongue. If it weren't for your natural combat ability and the fact that the Hozuki clan backs you, I never would have chosen you to begin with. Startled awake, Gungetsu sat up awkwardly, blinking in confusion. The scolding continued to echo in his ears, but as soon as he processed what Byakuren had said, his little mustache perked up in interest. Wait, what? Mū came up with all that, he asked, looking genuinely baffled. Since when did that guy have brains for this kind of stuff? Yes. It's all true. I've already decided to use Iwagakure's model to shape our own future, Byakuren said, his voice steady again as he laid out his plans. Huh. Gungetsu scratched his head, still surprised, but his expression quickly shifted into something more scheming. Hey, Mizukage-sama, I've got an idea. He leaned in, eyes gleaming with mischief. We've only heard about this academy from the outside, right? But we don't know how Iwagakure is actually running things behind the scenes. A sly grin spread across his face. Are you saying we shouldn't copy them? Byakuren asked, brows furrowing. No. I'm saying we should, but do it smartly. Let's send a delegation to Iwagakure. That way, we can observe everything firsthand. We'll learn exactly how their academy works and copy it down to the finest detail. Gungetsu gave a smug little nod as he spoke while Byakuren considered this with a doubtful frown. But our relationship with Iwagakure is far from friendly. They might reject us the moment we show up. Gungetsu knew that too. The tension between the two villages wasn't a secret. Still, he waved the concern away without missing a beat. Oh, come on, Mizukage-sama. There's no such thing as eternal enemies. Let me handle the letter. I'll lead the delegation myself. He thumped his chest with confidence, eyes shining with excitement. Byakuren stared at him for a moment, weighing the risks, but ultimately nodded. The idea wasn't bad. After all, Kusagakure was a long way from Iwagakure. So far, they had only heard rumors. No one from the village had actually seen the academy with their own eyes. Sending Gungetsu to investigate made strategic sense, especially since he was the designated successor to the Mizukage. Very well. It's settled, Byakuren said firmly. He clapped once to finalize the decision, then turned and walked out of the office. Boi. Mū, we're about to meet again, Gungetsu murmured with a grin stretching across his face. He rubbed his hands together in anticipation. There was a personal reason he had jumped at this opportunity. Ever since the battle where both of them had walked away injured, he hadn't encountered Mū again. He missed the guy in a strange, nagging way. Now he had the perfect excuse to check in and to see if Mū's body was still as tough as the rumors claimed. Konoha Hokage Tower. Oh my god. This guy Mū, he's basically me. Tobirama Senju muttered in disbelief. He had just received intelligence reports about Iwagakure establishing a ninja academy and an ANBU organization. And the moment he fully grasped the details of what Mū had created, his mind reeled. It wasn't just that the ideas were impressive. What stunned Tobirama was how perfectly they mirrored his own vision. These weren't mere similarities anymore, this was almost an exact replica of what he had planned. Even the name, ANBU, was the same. He had been toying with the idea of creating a covert division and naming it ANBU for quite some time now. If it had only been the academy, maybe he could have chalked it up to coincidence. But the ANBU too? Tobirama felt a chill. He half-joked to himself that maybe Mū had somehow eavesdropped on him while he was sleep-talking. That said, Mū really is something else, Tobirama muttered. From the moment I met him, I had a sense he wasn't just an ordinary man. His blue eyes narrowed slightly. A rare curiosity sparked within him. He needed to see with his own eyes what was happening in Iwagakure. No. I have to go see it for myself. Without wasting a moment, he stood up abruptly. In the next instant, he used body flicker and vanished from his office. He reappeared at Hashirama's residence. Aniki. Hey, Aniki, he called out as he stepped inside, but there was no answer. A moment later, Mito emerged slowly from the inner room. It's you, Tobirama. Your brother just left a moment ago, she said gently. The moment he heard those words, Tobirama instantly knew where his brother had gone. And once again, he vanished. Hokage Monument. Two figures stood together atop the colossal stone faces carved into the mountain, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Don't let it get you down, Madara, Hashirama said, his voice filled with urgency and sincerity. The people in the village just don't understand you yet. Once they spend time around you, they'll see who you really are, they'll come to accept you. But Madara's face remained dark, his expression unmoved. Hashirama, you still don't understand. This isn't about whether they accept me or not. It's about ideology. We see the world differently. Hashirama's brows furrowed with concern. He reached out and grabbed Madara's arm, trying to anchor him. Don't say that. You've still got me, and your clan. Madara let out a low, bitter laugh. My clan. Those people stopped trusting me a long time ago. He hadn't even finished his thought when a voice echoed across the mountain. Aniki. Tobirama appeared behind them in a blur of speed, his white hair catching the light as he approached. Madara immediately fell silent. Tobirama. Hashirama turned in surprise. What are you doing here? Tobirama's eyes flicked toward Madara, a flash of caution passing through his gaze. His voice was calm, but heavy with seriousness. I need to speak with you. It's about the village. Hashirama nodded right away. All right. Madara, wait here for a moment. Without further hesitation, he followed Tobirama down the mountain, leaving Madara alone with the stone faces and the wind. Madara gave a cold snort and turned his back on the path they'd taken. He had felt Tobirama's suspicion the moment the men arrived. It was always the same. No matter how far they had come or how much they had accomplished, Tobirama still didn't trust him. If it weren't for Hashirama, I would have walked away from all of this a long time ago. His voice trailed off into the wind. Even though they had built the utopia they once dreamed of as children, now that it existed, everything felt hollow. Something was missing. It all seemed off, twisted in ways he couldn't quite explain. Maybe it was the painful distance between the dream and reality. Maybe it was the shadow left behind by his brother's death. Or maybe it was the fact that he had not been chosen as Hokage. Despite everything, the mantle of second Hokage would go to Tobirama instead. Please vote for the bonus chapters. 500 power stones equals 5 bonus chapters. 1000 power stones equals 10 bonus chapters. You can also read advanced chapters here. www.patreon.com/oberonla. Chapter 15, Chapter 15, Glorious Combat. Dust Release, Detachment of the Primitive World Technique. In the back mountains, Mū was currently training his dust release, and had even summoned one of his clones to assist. His goal was crystal clear, he wanted his clones to be able to use dust release too. He remembered that in Naruto, Ultimate Ninja Storm, even his clones could unleash dust release. If he managed to make that a reality here, his strength would increase by at least 50%. With coordinated attacks between his clone and his main body, he could pull off some truly insane, game-breaking combos. Whoosh! An Iwagakure ANBU appeared behind Mū, kneeling down. Mū-sama, urgent intel, messages from both Konoha and Kirigakure. The ANBU respectfully held out 2 scrolls. Oh! Mū's eyes lit up with curiosity. What did those 2 villages suddenly want with him? He took the scrolls and skimmed through them quickly. To his surprise, both Konoha and Kirigakure had sent formal requests to dispatch delegations to Iwagakure. It was to observe and learn from the newly established ninja academy. TCH, well, if that's the case, let them come. Perfect excuse to probe Konoha's inner workings while Tobarama's around. Mū narrowed his eyes slightly. Based on his memories, Madara Uchiha would leave Konoha shortly after its founding. He wasn't sure if that moment had arrived yet. But either way, the more chaos in Konoha, the better for him. The weaker Konoha was, the stronger Iwagakure would become under his leadership. And that little mustache guy's coming too. Mū rubbed his temples. Was the guy planning to challenge him to another fight? Well, it probably wouldn't end in mutual destruction this time. With the knowledge from the other world, Mū now understood all of Gungetsu Hozuki's moves, and more importantly, his weaknesses. Plus, he now had Raiznan and much more combat experience. He was confident that his current self could outmatch Gungetsu. Let them come, then. Mū approved both requests without hesitation. A few days later, Mū personally led a group to the village entrance to welcome the guests from both Kirigakure and Konoha. Since the 2 delegations arrived on the same day, Mū decided not to entertain them separately. Easier to just host them together. That morning, a thick layer of mist rolled in at the village outskirts. Strange, why so much fog this early? Mū glanced at the haze with a frown, then silently formed a hand seal. Wonder who's gonna show up first, Konoha or Kirigakure? Mū rubbed his chin. I'd bet on Konoha. They're closer to us, and the countries share a border. While he was mulling it over. Rustle. A group of figures appeared from within the mist. It was the Kirigakure delegation. Mū immediately flew forward to meet them. Ha ha ha, my mummy boi. Long time no see, I almost didn't recognize you, Mū. A loud, cocky voice rang out. A moment later, a tall man with a slick-back yellow pompadour, a little mustache, and a high-collared coat stepped out of the mist with exaggerated flair. Geez, you didn't even crack a smile for your old friend. What's with the cold shoulder? We act like we've got some life-and-death feud or something. Grinning like he'd just reunited with a drinking buddy, Gungetsu Hozuki slung an arm around Mū's shoulder without hesitation. Mustache boy. Personal space, please. Mū's voice was as flat as ever, and a moment later he disappeared in a flicker of motion, reappearing a few meters away. Ha ha ha, sorry. Gungetsu laughed, waving both hands in apology. How's that injury anyway? That explosion last time was totally an accident. You know how my steam gets, builds up, then boom. Even I can't stop it. He threw in wild gestures, as if trying to brush off the damage he'd caused, like it was part of some wacky comedy routine. Heh. I'm fine, Mū said, brushing off the comment. Come on. Tobirama Senju should be arriving soon. I'll give you the tour first. Behind his bandages, Mū's face twitched. Back in the day, he hadn't been able to describe Genjetsu's chaotic, utterly unpredictable energy. It wasn't something language could fully contain. But now, with his inherited memories, he had the perfect word. Abstract. That was Gungetsu in a nutshell, pure abstraction in the shape of a shinobi. With a sigh, Mū led him into the village, leaving several officials behind at the gates to wait for Tobarama's arrival. Iwagakure's doing pretty well for itself now, Gungetsu said, glancing around casually. Last time I came through here, the place looked like a junkyard made of clay and prayers. He walked with both hands clasped behind his head, wearing a half-smirk as he eyed the newly built stone buildings. Hey Mū, after all the battles we've had, you think you can see through my jutsu now? He asked, tone light but laced with something sharp. Then, suddenly, Mū stopped walking. He narrowed his eyes at the mist swirling around them. There was something wrong. This level of fog. At this time of day. Not in Iwagakure. Not even close. If this wasn't some kind of trick from Genjetsu's clown brain, Mū would gladly eat a mouthful of dirt. Mustache boy. You got anything you want to confess? He turned his head just enough to glance at Gungetsu. Oh my dear mummy boi. Gungetsu laughed. If I didn't point it out, you probably wouldn't even have noticed, huh? He gave a grin that said he didn't care. And then, everything changed. The stone buildings of Iwagakure shimmered like water and disappeared into thin air. In their place, a thick forest appeared. Illusion. Ha 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 ha. Mū. Gungetsu shouted gleefully. Long time no see, how about a good old blood-pumping battle? His eyes gleamed with excitement, steam rising faintly from his body. I've been itching to spar with you again. Mū's expression turned cold. This guy, was he even human? He hadn't even properly entered the village and was already starting a fight. Seriously. Back in the day, Mū had just assumed this kind of behavior came with the shinobi lifestyle. But ever since inheriting memories from another world, he'd come to a painful realization. This world was insane. Madara Uchiha had once dragged him into a brutal brawl with no warning and zero context, his Sharingan blazing just because he felt like it. Now this fool with a mustache was ambushing him in an illusionary forest because it sounded fun. Oi. Mustache boy. Are you trying to start a war or someth? Water style, water bullet technique. Before Mū could even finish scolding him, a barrage of high-pressure water bullets shot through the air. You. Mū's expression hardened as his hand snapped into position on reflex. Earth style, earth wall. A thick slab of stone erupted from the ground in front of him just in time, absorbing the watery assault. The bullets splattered against the rock, sending up sprays of mist and grit. You're as reckless as ever, huh? Mū exhaled in mild irritation, then clapped his hands together. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A glowing white cube burst from his palms and surged forward with terrifying force, heading straight for Gungetsu. And yet, Gungetsu didn't move. He let the cube hit him dead on. Boom. The cube detonated in a brilliant explosion of light and obliteration, reducing everything in the blast radius to nothingness. As the smoke cleared, Gungetsu casually stepped out from the opposite side of the field, not a scratch on him. Idiot, Mū. Don't tell me you forgot I can make water clones and mist mirages. He laughed, then slammed his palms together. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. From the depths of the swirling mist, a massive water dragon surged forth with a deafening roar, jaws wide as it hurtled toward Mū. Mū's eyes narrowed. He calmly performed a series of seals. A colossal dragon made of earth spiraled out of the ground, twisting upward and colliding with the incoming water beast. The two jutsu smashed into each other mid-air, canceling each other out in a violent spray of mud and shattered chakra. Meanwhile, away from the chaos, Mū's clone was already in motion. It had been silently scouting the area from the moment Gungetsu stepped foot in the village, or rather, the illusion of the village. Mū had sensed something was wrong the moment the mist rolled in. That's why he had quietly created a clone before even greeting his guest. Now, his clone was scanning for the real threat. The shell. From the memories he'd inherited, he knew Genjetsu's unique ability depended on that bizarre, clam-like summon. It was the key to all his illusions and mist-based trickery. If Mū wanted to end this fight quickly, the shell had to go first. After a few moments of silent tracking, the clone located its target. There you are. With a blur of hand seals, his arm transformed into a massive stone gauntlet brimming with chakra. Without wasting a second, the clone dropped from the sky like a missile. Boom. The rocky fist came down hard. Nani. Genjetsu's face twisted in shock as he felt the illusion shatter from underneath. This wasn't right. How had Mū gotten smart all of a sudden? He used to run circles around him, tricking him left and right with layered illusions. Now, before Gungetsu had even warmed up, Mū had pinpointed the shell and shut it down. What the hell had happened to this guy? But something else confused him even more. Why hadn't Mū used dust release to destroy it? That would have vaporized the shell instantly. Instead, he'd gone in with brute force. It didn't make sense, unless Mū was holding something back. Please vote for the bonus chapters. 500 power stones equals 5 bonus chapters. 1000 power stones equals 10 bonus chapters. You can also read advanced chapters here. www.patreon.com/oberonla. Chapter 16, Tobarama's Visit. Earth style, rock fist, added weight rock technique. Mū dropped from the sky and drove a solid punch straight into Gungetsu Hosoki's giant clam. Crack. The creature splintered on impact and vanished, forcibly dispelled back to the summoning realm. Had enough. Mū's real body emerged soundlessly behind Gungetsu, his tone calm. Gungetsu scowled. He hadn't anticipated the battle ending this swiftly. Alright, mustache boy, I don't have time to keep playing games with you. I've already unraveled all your tricks. Times are different now. For the village's sake, maybe you should quit bouncing around and act your age. There was a flicker of satisfaction in Mū's eyes. Thanks to the memory orb, he precisely located the mustached man's vulnerability. Without the clam acting as support, Gungetsu Hozuki's strength had dropped by more than half. TCH. Then why didn't you use dust style just now? Gungetsu wasn't ready to let it go. His voice held a sharp edge, clearly unconvinced. He couldn't understand why Mū had passed up such a clean opportunity. With dust style, he might have been killed right then and there. Behind his facial wrappings, Mū's expression turned rigid. Could he admit that his clone didn't have access to dust style? Umph. I was going easy on you. If I hadn't, you'd already be gone. Mū folded his arms, his voice steady and cold. Bakayaro. Don't act so high and mighty, you arrogant bastard. Gungetsu clenched his fists, fury simmering beneath his skin. In a blink, the two shinobi flickered back to Iwagakure's entrance. The thick mist that had shrouded the area was gone. To the crowd nearby, it was as though the pair had simply vanished and then returned just as suddenly. Right at that moment, the delegation from Konoha arrived, led by Tobirama Senju. Greetings, Mudano. Tobirama was the first to step forward, extending his hand in greeting, but then his eyes drifted curiously to Gungetsu. This is Gungetsu Hozuki Dano from Kirigakure. Since both of your delegations showed up together, I figured I'd host you both at once. Mū's voice was calm, his words carefully measured. Tobirama nodded slightly, keeping his response brief. All three were practical men. They exchanged only a few polite words before cutting to the matter at hand. As they stepped into the heart of the village, Tobirama's eyes gleamed with subtle surprise. The Iwagakure he remembered had been rugged, utilitarian, and plain. But what lay before him now was strikingly different. The village pulsed with vitality. Shops lined both sides of the street, colorful signs fluttered in the breeze, and the sheer array of goods on display was dazzling. Civilians and shinobi moved through the streets in harmony, their expressions calm and at ease. Tobirama couldn't help but comment. Mudano, Iwagakure has transformed so much. You must have poured in a lot of effort to achieve this. Mū allowed a small smile. Over the years, we've made significant investments in trade and focused on building connections with nearby cities. That's how it evolved into what you see today. Their conversation flowed easily as they unknowingly made their way toward the center of the village. Here, the buildings grew even more imposing. The Tsuchikage building loomed ahead, a towering symbol of power and stability. Tobirama took it all in with a silent nod, a newfound respect for Iwagakure settling in his heart. While Konoha was known far and wide for its military prowess, Iwagakure was clearly no slouch in other domains. In fact, in certain ways, it demonstrated a stronger sense of unity. In Konoha, interclan tensions still ran deep, often complicating internal affairs. But here, such divisions were nearly non-existent. Mū led both Tobirama and Gungetsu on a thorough tour of the Shinobi Academy. The structure and organization of the academy immediately caught their attention. Mū saw no reason to hide anything. Sooner or later, the system would be revealed to the world. He might as well gain a reputation for transparency. The academy is split into lower and upper divisions. It's a 5-year curriculum. Students typically graduate around age 10, after which they're assigned to 3-man squads, each supervised by a jonin responsible for overseeing their missions. His tone was steady and deliberate. The more Tobirama listened, the more astonished he became. It wasn't just that their systems were compatible. The squad formation was nearly identical to the structure he had envisioned for Konoha. Could Mū actually be a version of himself, shaped by a different path? Mudano, if I may, where did these concepts originate? Tobirama asked as he stroked his chin, curiosity clearly getting the better of him. Mū scratched his head and joked, the Sage of Six Paths came to me in a dream. Gungetsu immediately burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. If you didn't want to answer, you could have just said so. No need to drag the Sage of Six Paths into your excuse. Tobirama gave a small, awkward laugh as well and chose not to push further. Mudano, what I'm more curious about is how you've organized your Umbu division, Tobirama said plainly. Gungetsu perked up at that too, eager to hear more. That section is classified. I can't share any details, Mū replied without the slightest hesitation. What do they take me for, an idiot? Why on earth would I show off our most secretive unit? If I actually let them see it, the word classified would lose all meaning. Once the academy tour wrapped up, the banquet began. During the gathering, Mū used the opportunity to fish for information about Konoha, trying to pinpoint the exact place in the timeline they were operating within. Tobirama Dano, how are Hashirama Dano and Madara Dano doing these days? Mū asked with apparent concern, his tone light. Tobirama didn't find the question suspicious and assumed it was just polite conversation. The Hokage is in excellent health, he replied. As for Madara Uchiha, better left unmentioned. His words were curt. Oh. Sounds like you and Madara Dano don't exactly see eye to eye, Mū said, feigning mild confusion. Tobirama waved a hand dismissively. That's an internal issue within Konoha. No need for Iwagakure to concern itself. But Mū wasn't planning to drop it that easily. As far as Mū was concerned, the more disordered Konoha became, the better it was for Iwagakure. His role was to discreetly stir the pot, to nudge things further into unrest. Although it's not my place to meddle in Konoha's internal matters, since you've honored us with your visit to Iwagakure, allow me to offer a word of friendly caution. Mū raised his finger. Konoha's real threat isn't from the outside. It comes from within. If you're not careful, the Uchiha clan could become your village's most dangerous problem. He delivered the warning with a polished tone of concern, as if it were pure goodwill. As he anticipated, the moment he mentioned the Uchiha, Tobirama's hand froze halfway through lifting a bite, and his expression darkened with gravity. What did you say? Tobirama's eyes narrowed sharply, his attention locked in. There was genuine interest in his gaze now. He hadn't expected to meet someone who mirrored his own suspicions so precisely. Tobirama, too, had always harbored doubts about the Uchiha. He believed they were a potential threat if left unchecked, though he'd never dared to voice those concerns openly, not with his older brother Hashirama so deeply trusting of them. It's simple. From what I've learned, the Uchiha are driven by powerful emotions. When they get fixated on something, they tend to take it to the extreme. You, of all people, should understand how unstable they can become under pressure. Mū smirked behind his mask. Do you really believe handing Konoha's future to someone so emotionally unbalanced would benefit the village, Tobirama-dano? Mū's gaze narrowed ever so slightly, his voice calm and firm. Tobirama slipped into silence, sinking deep into thought. He hadn't expected Mū to see through Konoha's vulnerabilities so clearly. The level of insight this man possessed was unsettling. And it wasn't just observation. He had a precise, strategic grasp of power dynamics and danger. Tobirama's view of Mū shifted once more. This wasn't just a military tactician. This was someone who understood politics, psychology, and manipulation. At the same time, Tobirama couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the thought of his brother. Even outsiders were aware of the risks Konoha faced. And yet Hashirama still clung to his belief that the Uchiha could be trusted and integrated without issue. Mū-dano, you're perceptive, I'll give you that. But you don't grasp the full extent of the situation in our village. I want to address the Uchiha issue too, but the resistance is overwhelming. Tobirama lifted his cup and took a slow sip of sake, his tone level but weary. OGN, at this stage in the timeline, the village had only just been founded. Tobirama was still fresh from the Warring States period, and the ideals of the Will of Fire hadn't fully taken root in him yet. His suspicion toward the Uchiha remained strong, tinged with the trauma of countless years of conflict. Please vote for the bonus chapters. 500 Power Stones equals 5 bonus chapters. 1000 Power Stones equals 10 bonus chapters. You can also read advanced chapters here. www.patreon.com/oberonla. Chapter 17, Crow Senjutsu. Upon hearing Tobirama's uncertainty, Mū immediately launched into well-timed, subtle flattery. Tobirama-dano, would the wind cease to be cold simply because men fear the chill? Would the earth shrink just because people dread its vastness? Would a true leader turn back simply because a few petty voices whisper in the background? His words struck Tobirama like a bolt of lightning. A sharp gleam lit up in his eyes. Yes. He was a man of conviction. Why should he allow the complaints of the Uchiha, or any other faction, deter him from fulfilling his duty? If Konoha was to survive and thrive, it needed decisive leadership. That meant removing every unstable element threatening its foundation, no matter how entrenched or historically significant that element might be. Even if that meant purging one of the founding clans. Until now, he had occasionally questioned whether his suspicion toward the Uchiha was simply personal bias. But after Mū's pointed words, that doubt evaporated. The Uchiha were dangerous. Even an outsider like Mū could see it. Why couldn't Hashirama? Tobirama-dano, I haven't spent long in Konoha, but I believe your village runs as smoothly as it does for two reasons, the overwhelming might of Hashirama-dano and Madara-dano, and the brilliance of your mind. They may wield power, but you bring structure. As the saying goes, conquering is easy but ruling is the real challenge. And you, Tobirama-dano, are the one bridging that gap. Mū's voice was calm, his praise measured and precise. A faint smirk curled on Tobirama's lips. That wasn't untrue. Since the village's founding, the burden of administration had fallen largely on his shoulders. Every policy, every regulation, every innovation had all come from him. While Hashirama inspired the people, it was Tobirama who made sure the systems actually worked. From the side, Gangetsu Hozuki glanced sideways at Mū, an odd look in his eye. Something didn't sit right. The Mū he knew was usually restrained and taciturn, not one to heap compliments on anyone, much less a foreign leader. What was he playing at? Still, Gangetsu didn't care enough to dig further. Whatever Mū was scheming, it wasn't his concern. After the banquet came to a close, the delegations from Kusagakure and Kirigakure were seen off with a proper ceremony. The Konoha group departed earlier than the rest. Mū, when will we meet again? At the village gates, Gangetsu turned back and offered Mū a faint smile. Hey, just make sure you don't die before then. Mū chuckled lightly, voice low and dry. Don't worry. I'll definitely outlive you. Gungetsu patted him on the shoulder, grinning with his usual relaxed bravado. Once both groups were gone, Mū stood silently at the gate, watching the dust settle behind them. Then he rubbed his temples, weariness creeping in like a fog. Without another word, he rose into the air and flew toward his hidden cavern, needing solitude at last. It's about time I started training some scientific talent to help me study Hashirama's chakra. This wood release contains traces of it, Mū muttered, eyes fixed on the chunk of wood suspended in the culture tank. He was well versed in researching jutsu, but when it came to science, he was practically blind. Forget cultivating cells, he couldn't even explain the basic theories behind how it worked. The only reason he had requested a sample of Hashirama's wood was to make use of Iwagakure's robust industrial foundation. His plan was to slowly foster a generation of researchers, much like what Orochimaru had done in Konoha. But training proper scientific talent couldn't happen overnight. It would take years, possibly decades. Sigh, by then, who knows how old I'll be. He murmured with a heavy breath, a trace of helplessness in his voice. Mū had already pushed his physical body to its limits. There was no further height to climb with his current form. It felt like trying to whip a horse into charging off the edge of a cliff, pointless and self-destructive. He used to believe that inventing dust style was a crowning achievement, something that would place him among the elite. He had once thought that even if he wasn't the single strongest, he was at least near the top of the world's food chain. But after receiving that memory orb, Mū understood just how insignificant he really was. In the grand timeline, he was nothing more than a name that would fade into obscurity. He turned back to the scrolls, attempting once again to figure out how to allow his clones to use dust style. The mechanics remained a frustrating mystery. Just as he began reviewing one of his older drafts, a sudden surge of chakra flickered at the edge of his senses. His eyes narrowed. "Who's there?" he whispered, voice low but alert. His instincts screamed that something was wrong. Without a moment's hesitation, he dispatched a clone to scout the disturbance while his real body silently melted into the earth using earth style. It wasn't cowardice. It was survival. In the world of Shinobi, caution wasn't weakness, it was the only thing keeping you alive. One wrong step, 1 second of carelessness, and even someone like him could die without warning. Above ground now, Mū quietly tracked the disturbance through sensory jutsu. He followed the lingering trail of chakra through the forest until it led him to a twisted, skeletal tree that stood out even under the moonlit sky. Quack quack quack. A raspy, grating call rang through the air. Perched high on one of the barren branches was a crow. But not an ordinary one. It was massive, nearly twice the size of a normal bird. Its feathers were a glossy, oily black, so dark they looked like wet ink flowing over its form. Under the silver moonlight, it shimmered faintly, as if not entirely real. Its eyes glowed a deep, ominous red. Mū narrowed his gaze. Around the bird's neck hung a tomo-shaped magatama. Then he noticed something even stranger, it had 3 legs. A mutation, he muttered, hesitant for a moment. He centered his chakra and focused his sensory jutsu again, sharpening every detail. Something about this creature wasn't natural. The chakra emanating from the crow was bizarre, dense and ancient, unlike anything Mū had ever encountered. It didn't feel like regular chakra. It was deeper, darker, and yet more refined, pulsing with strange intensity. Quack quack. The crow twisted its head around and stared directly at him, its glowing red eyes locking with his. "Let's see what you're capable of," Mū muttered. Forming rapid hand seals, he launched a test jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. A powerful gust surged forward, tearing through the air toward the mysterious bird. But just before impact, a crimson shield materialized in front of the crow. The wind blast slammed into it and disintegrated instantly, as if absorbed and nullified without effort. Mū's brow furrowed. This creature was no ordinary animal. It had defenses that defied conventional chakra flow. Quack. The crow screeched and suddenly took flight. Mū paused for only a second, then launched after it without hesitation. This was just a clone body anyway, if something went wrong, he wouldn't lose much. Activating his flight technique, he took to the skies, trailing closely behind the bird as it darted through the air like a black arrow. It didn't fly aimlessly. It led him deeper and deeper into a vast, barren forest filled with dead, twisted trees that creaked under the wind. The moment Mū passed into the forest, he knew something was wrong. The atmosphere changed. It wasn't just colder or darker, it felt like the very space around him had shifted. The trees seemed frozen in time, and the air was saturated with something heavy and ancient. "What is this place?" he muttered, scanning the surroundings. The crow glided down and perched atop a large, weathered stone monument carved with archaic symbols. Mū descended cautiously, narrowing his eyes as he tried to read the inscriptions. Sacred land of the Yatagarasu. His gaze flicked to the 3-legged crow. Are you trying to show me this monument?" Before he could speak again, a surge of unknown energy exploded outward from the stone and rushed into his body. It struck like a tidal wave, violent and overwhelming, crashing into his chakra network without warning. This. His expression changed instantly. He bit down and forced his chakra to circulate, trying to resist the foreign energy that poured into him with frightening force. Whoosh! Feathers suddenly erupted from the left side of his body, then vanished, only to reappear violently across his back and arms. They were sleek and black, far too similar to the crow's plumage. He felt something shift inside him, muscles stretching, bones grinding. He could feel a third leg beginning to grow. This has to be senjutsu. And, well, all things considered, like limitations for Iwagakure story, OG is to be expected. Please vote for the bonus chapters. 500 power stones equals 5 bonus chapters. 1000 power stones equals 10 bonus chapters. Chapter 18, Sage Mode complete. At that exact moment, deep within the mountain cave, Mū's real body tensed sharply. He could feel it, something was happening to his clone. The sensation wasn't just ordinary feedback. It was distinct, unfamiliar. There were only two logical explanations: either his clone had come into contact with Sage Chakra, or some unknown, possibly more dangerous energy. From the memory orb, Mū had learned of Sage Chakra's existence, but he still didn't fully understand what it was supposed to feel like. The energy pulsing from his clone now didn't resemble anything he had encountered before. It was foreign, primal, and powerful. Should I give up the clone? He hovered there for several long seconds, weighing the cost. If he cut off the connection, the resulting chakra backlash would be severe. It might leave him debilitated for days, possibly longer. But the alternative, if what the clone had touched really was Sage Chakra, was a power too valuable to abandon. Letting it go now could mean missing the chance of a lifetime. From the brief contact alone, he could already tell this energy was entirely different from standard chakra. It was deeper, more potent, and if he could somehow tame it and make it his own, his strength might ascend to a whole new level. His eyes hardened. Damn it, I'm doing this. Without hesitation, Mū shifted his attention to the clone and began channeling precise chakra control techniques into it, working to stabilize whatever force was overtaking it. The clone's body twisted under the chaotic transformation. Feathers kept bursting out across its skin, first from the arms, then the back, then the chest, only to vanish the next instant. The process repeated endlessly. His form teetered between human and avian, a nightmarish cycle of morphing and regression. Mū could feel it now. If he allowed this sage energy to continue uncontrolled, his clone wouldn't just transform. It would become a crow. Permanently. Without wasting a second, he poured his own chakra into the clone from afar, weaving it in with deliberate control to counter the invasive force. The two energies clashed violently inside the clone's body, one trying to consume, the other resisting with precision. The internal storm raged, but little by little, the foreign energy began to synchronize with his own. Gradually, instead of battling each other, the two chakra sources started to merge, edging closer to harmony. Mū gritted his teeth, locking onto the rhythm. His skill in chakra control kicked in. This was his domain, where he excelled beyond nearly anyone else. As he dove deeper into the chaotic tide, he began guiding the energy flow, balancing it until he reached a point of stability. Then, after what felt like hours compressed into minutes, the clone's eyes snapped open. In that instant, a wave of chilling, foreign energy swept out from his body. It was sage energy. But it wasn't gentle. It was eerie and cold, thick with shadows, as though drawn from something ancient and hidden. Mū looked at his own hands, stunned. He felt altered, stronger, lighter, and more connected to the natural world in a way he couldn't quite describe. His vision sharpened, his thoughts cleared, and every breath seemed to draw in not just air, but pure energy. This must be sage mode. Just like what was described in the memory orb. But even as he adjusted to the sensation, a lingering question gnawed at him. What even is this place? According to the memory orb, there were only 3 great sage regions capable of transmitting sage mode. This forest wasn't one of them. He glanced at the stone monument again, the one bearing the name, Sacred Land of the Yatagarasu, and flexed his fingers slowly. And, Yatagarasu is a crow deity much like Tengu in Japanese myth. To test his newfound state, he reached out and tapped the air lightly. Buzz. A black cube of dust style formed instantly in his palm, angular, geometric, and darker than obsidian. The air around it rippled unnaturally. He stared in disbelief. Wait. I'm in the clone's body right now. He looked again at the cube of dust release hovering in his palm, cold and lethal. Clones couldn't use dust style. That had always been a hard limit. So what the hell was this? Don't tell me I accidentally entered sage mode. Mū murmured, watching the shift in his chakra flow. A subtle glint lit up his eyes, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Without delay, he pulled a mirror from a summoning scroll and inspected his reflection. Most of his face remained wrapped in bandages, but the moment he saw his own eyes, all doubt vanished. His eyes were completely black, pitch black, including the sclera. They were deep, inky, and unnervingly unnatural. This was it. The sage face is mentioned in the memory orb. Ryuchi Cave granted vertical reptilian pupils. Mount Myaboku bestowed horizontal toad-like eyes. But his were pools of darkness, as if filled with black ink. Given the nature of his contract, it made perfect sense. A crow-based sage mode. Amazing. My sensory range has expanded several times. My stamina, speed, and strength are all massively enhanced. No wonder the protagonist, Naruto, relied so heavily on sage mode. Even Madara later sought out Hashirama's sage powers. He could hardly believe the magnitude of the transformation. Everything, from his reflexes to his internal chakra network, felt like it had been reforged. But he wasn't just here to marvel. He needed to test the practical side, how sage mode affected his ninjutsu. Dust style had always been his trump card. It was one of the deadliest techniques among Kage-level shinobi, capable of erasing anything in its path. But it had a fatal weakness, its charge time. The moment that telltale formation appeared in his hands, any sharp opponent would try to dodge or absorb the technique before it launched. What he wanted now wasn't more power. It was speed. If sage mode could shorten the casting delay, that would make the jutsu far more lethal in real combat. His eyes narrowed. Sage art, dust release detachment of the primitive world technique. A dense surge of sage chakra poured into his hands. He could feel the power gathering, tightly controlled, compacted far faster than before. Under normal conditions, the jutsu would require a lengthy buildup. But now, thanks to sage mode's immense boost, the entire formation compressed in just 1 second. The air around him vibrated with a sharp hum. Then, flash. A burst of black light tore through the clearing, brief but blinding. The light vanished just as quickly as it appeared. Then came the impact. A deep, echoing roar split the forest as the ground shattered open. The earth split like cracked stone, dust and debris blasted skyward, and smoke clouded the entire region. When it finally cleared, Mū stood at the center of the devastation, gazing down at a perfectly carved square crater. The surface inside was smooth as glass, as if cut with a god's precision. The powers increased. Now, how about long range? He didn't stop there. Sage art's dust release boundary annihilation technique. His chakra surged again, this time tuned for ranged execution. His dust style could shift depending on how he formed it. The close-range form was shaped like a cube, ideal for sudden bursts. The long-range variation, however, manifested as a cylindrical beam that could travel enormous distances. But there was a catch. Long-range dust style was difficult to land unless the target was enormous or stationary. For someone like the Raikage, who moved with lightning speed, the odds of hitting were almost zero. Still, Mū wasn't trying to hit anything right now. He simply wanted to measure the jutsu's output. As the cylinder took shape and launched across the terrain, it cut through the forest like a divine blade, disintegrating trees, earth, and everything in its path. It moved fast, far faster than before. Even without striking a target, the damage was staggering. Definitely stronger, and faster, Mū muttered, eyes following the still fading trail of destruction. His heart beat faster, not from exhaustion, but from exhilaration. He had only just begun tapping into what this power could do. Once again, Mū clapped his hands together, forming a pitch-black cylindrical constructive dust release. He swung his arm forward, launching the attack across the barren landscape. The beam surged out like a lance of destruction. Wherever it passed, the terrain was obliterated. Solid stone disintegrated into fine powder in a fraction of a second, turned to dust without resistance. Ha ha ha, he he he. Mū hovered midair, holding the beam with one hand like a divine spear. He couldn't hold back his laughter as the raw, devastating force rippled beneath him. Buzz. Without warning, the glow faded from his eyes. His vision dimmed slightly as the sensation of sage chakra vanished. Sage mode only lasts about 3 minutes, he muttered, descending slowly to the ground. He mentally retraced everything. From the moment of activation to the final burnout, it had lasted just under 3 minutes. It wasn't a long window, but it was more than enough for a high-impact engagement. But I could just use the same trick Naruto used. Using shadow clones or my own body-splitting technique to reset the timer. His mind immediately jumped to a solution. By distributing the burden of natural energy absorption across clones, he could extend the duration of sage mode. If timed correctly, it could be maintained in a loop. Caw caw caw. Just then, the three-legged crow returned, wings flapping softly as it descended and perched on his shoulder. Mū turned his head slightly. It's you. Thanks. I didn't realize you were trying to lead me to a sage inheritance, but why me? He examined the crow, a hint of suspicion in his tone. Yet the creature didn't reply. Instead, it slowly opened its beak. Caw. A black scroll dropped to the ground. Mū bent down and picked it up, inspecting the parchment. His eyes flicked over the symbols etched into it. You want to become my summoning beast? The crow offered no answer, but its silence said everything. Mū raised a brow in surprise. So there really was such a thing as free power. Without delay, he signed the scroll and performed the hand seals to complete the contract. The moment the pact was sealed, information surged into his mind. It wasn't just basic summoning instructions. It was history, ancient, mythological, and profound. That's when he realized the truth. This crow was no ordinary creature. It was the legendary Yatagarasu, the three-legged crow of myth, said to exist at the border between life and death. Wherever death cast its shadow, the Yatagarasu would remain, eternal and indestructible. It didn't follow the natural rules of mortality. Its existence was tied to the concept of death itself. Even more shocking was its lineage. The Yatagarasu had been the keeper of divine artifacts, tools of unmatched power that hadn't surfaced in centuries. Caw caw caw. The bird flapped its wings once. 3 glowing relics floated into the air above the scroll, a mirror, a blade, and a set of shimmering magatama. Mū's eyes widened. The Yata mirror, the Tatsuka blade, and the Yasaka magatama. He stared at them in stunned disbelief. These were no mere chakra constructs. They were the mythical treasures, artifacts that had been used by one of the strongest Uchiha in the memory orb. Itachi. Mū narrowed his eyes. Now the pieces clicked. Itachi had always used crows in his genjutsu. His Susanoo wielded the Tatsuka blade and bore the Yata mirror. But what if those weapons hadn't originated from his Mangekyo at all? What if they came from you? Mū murmured, looking at the crow perched calmly on his shoulder. He narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me I just hijacked the source of Itachi's god-tier items. That would explain everything. The origin of the tools, the connection to crows, and why they'd seemed so mysterious even in the memory orb. Then came a new thought. Wait. If I have the Yatagarasu now, does that mean Itachi won't get these weapons in the future? He blinked once. Whatever, he said with a shrug. Even if Itachi had them, it would have been a waste. A smirk curved his lips. That chronically ill guy could barely use his own body, let alone divine tools. The Tatsuka blade and Yata mirror, they're wasted on someone like that. He glanced down at the artifacts, his hands itching to test them. Itachi, you were too fragile. Those weapons are mine now. I will make good use of them, against your own village. Please vote for the bonus chapters. 500 power stones equals 5 bonus chapters. 1000 power stones equals 10 bonus chapters. You can also read advanced chapters here. www.patreon.com/oberonla. Chapter 19, the plan to capture the fox. Let me give this Tatsuka blade a proper test. Mū summoned the Tatsuka blade directly into his hand. But the instant his fingers touched the hilt, he felt his chakra rapidly draining at an alarming speed. This. His expression tightened, and he immediately dispelled the weapon. It seemed that his chakra reserves still weren't enough to properly wield the Tatsuka blade. I need to find a way to increase my chakra. Mū searched through the knowledge within that memory orb, looking for methods to boost chakra reserves. Tailed beasts. The idea struck him like lightning. Right. At this point in time, the best way to drastically increase his chakra was to harness the power of a tailed beast. Of course, Mū had no intention of becoming a Jinchuriki himself. His plan was to study tailed beast chakra scientifically, similar to what the Gold and Silver brothers had done. He wasn't interested in building bonds, friendship, or spiritual resonance with a tailed beast. He needed pure, rapid growth. Time to return to the village. Release. Mū's eyes flashed as he sent the Yatagarasu on his shoulder back to the summoning realm. After a short rest, he stood up. Earth-style, cataclysmic collapse. He raised his hands and destroyed the entire area around him. He couldn't risk someone stumbling upon this place and learning sage mode the way he had. Upon returning to Iwagakure, Mū issued orders immediately. Bring me the head of the Umbu and Fuma Nanahachi. His tone was calm and absolute. Before long, a Fuma clan shinobi wearing Iwagakure armor and a mask rushed in. Lord Mū, what are your orders? Fuma Nanahachi knelt respectfully on one knee. Send out scouts to search for any signs of tailed beasts. Any one of them will do, but prioritize the 9 tails. Mū issued the command without hesitation. He remembered clearly from the original timeline, the 9 tails was the strongest of all the tailed beasts. Naturally, it would be his first choice. With his own power, backed by Iwagakure's elite shinobi, and their earth-style techniques, they could suppress the 9 tails. Add in the village's sealing jutsu, and it shouldn't be a problem. Yes. Fuma Nanahachi was just about to leave when Mū stopped him again. What about the wooden samples I brought back from Konoha? Have they been used? Mū asked suddenly. Fuma Nanahachi paused in surprise before responding. Without your instructions, none of us dared to touch them. Good. In that case, use those wooden pieces to craft restraints specifically for suppressing tailed beasts. Mū nodded with satisfaction. He remembered well how Hashirama's wood style exerted a natural suppressive force on tailed beasts. Even if the samples had lost some of their potency, they were still better than nothing. At the very least, they should help in subduing the nine tails. Naka Shrine. Hashirama, do you really think I know nothing? Madara turned away from the stone tablet, staring at Hashirama, who stood behind him in his Hokage robes. Madara, I'll speak to Tobirama and get him to ease up. I can't do this without you. You're my brother in arms, my left hand. I want you to help me perfect the village we created together. One day, the people will recognize your strengths. And when that time comes, you'll be the second. Hashirama's voice was anxious, pleading, as he tried to reason with him. Madara remained expressionless. His eyes betrayed no emotion. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. If Tobirama rises to power after you, the Uchiha clan will be wiped out sooner or later. His voice was cold and flat. Madara. Don't jump to conclusions. I admit, ever since Tobirama came back from Iwagakure he's been more wary of the Uchiha, but he would never eliminate one of the founding clans of the village. Hashirama responded quickly, trying to explain. Still, even he was confused. Ever since Tobirama's return from Iwagakure, his caution toward the Uchiha had definitely intensified. Hey, that's only because I'm still here. If both of us are gone, who knows what he might do? Even if he doesn't want to bear the blame himself, he'll raise someone else to do it. Madara's gaze was piercing, as if he could see straight into the future. His words left Hashirama unable to respond. You say I'm your brother, but if it came down to it, would you choose me, or the village? Madara stared at the flickering candle flame in front of him. Hashirama's heart clenched. He couldn't give up on Madara, but he couldn't abandon the village either. I tried to rally the clan to leave with me. Not a single one followed. But, it doesn't matter anymore. I've found a new path. A greater one. A path that leads to my true dream. Madara spoke to himself as he turned and slowly walked away. Madara. What are you talking about? Wasn't the village our dream? We've already achieved it. What else could there be? Hashirama cried out, confused and desperate. Madara only looked back in silence, his three-tomo Sharingan slowly spinning into a Mangekyo. I'll enjoy fighting you. With that, a small smirk appeared on his lips as he disappeared into the shadows. Hashirama stood still, eyes full of worry. He had a bad feeling. Madara was about to do something irreversible. Later, in the Uchiha district, Madara called for a clan meeting. He didn't explain anything. Those who want to follow me, come. Those who don't, stay in Konoha. And with that, he vanished with a body flicker technique, not waiting for anyone's response. Chapter 19, The Plan to Capture the Nine Tails. Let me give this Totsuka blade a proper test. Mū summoned the Totsuka blade straight into his hand, eager to test one of the most legendary weapons of all time. But the moment his fingers touched the hilt, his face twisted in alarm. A torrent of chakra was draining from him at an alarming rate, flooding into the weapon like a vortex. This. His expression tightened. Without hesitation, he dispelled the blade. The realization hit instantly. His chakra reserves were still far too limited. The Totsuka blade wasn't a tool that could be wielded casually. Without the chakra capacity to fuel it, he couldn't even keep it materialized for more than a few seconds. I need to find a way to increase my chakra. He sifted through the inherited knowledge from the memory orb, hunting for viable methods. Medicines. Training. Forbidden techniques. Nothing would bring fast enough results. Then the answer struck like lightning. Tailed beasts. Right. At this point in the timeline, before they'd been sealed into hosts or scattered by the great villages, they were still roaming wild. And there was no better source of chakra than a tailed beast. The nine tails alone held reserves that dwarfed entire armies. Of course, Mū had no intention of becoming a Jinchuriki himself. He wasn't looking to bond with the beast, share dreams, or forge spiritual connections like Naruto. No, he would do what the Gold and Silver brothers had done, and that is to study the tailed beast's chakra from a scientific perspective. Break it down. Control it. Replicate its properties. He didn't care about sentimentality. He wanted results. Time to return to the village. With a flash in his eyes, Mū tapped the crow on his shoulder. Release. The Yatagarasa vanished in a swirl of black smoke, returning to the summoning realm. After a short rest to stabilize his chakra, Mū stood. Earth-style, cataclysmic collapse. Raising both hands, he unleashed a massive wave of chakra into the earth. The entire forest, monument, and surrounding terrain imploded and folded into itself with crushing force. Dust spiraled into the sky as the sacred ground disappeared into a flattened wasteland. He couldn't leave any traces. No one else could be allowed to discover this place and inherit the same sage power he had. Once back in Iwagakure, Mū wasted no time. He summoned his trusted operatives at once. "Bring me the head of the Umbu and Nanahachi Fuma." His voice was steady, but absolute. Not long after, a shinobi clad in standard Iwagakure armor and a blank-faced mask entered the room. Long hair tied neatly behind, the men knelt on one knee. "Mū-sama, what are your orders?" "Send out scouts. I want a full sweep for tailed beasts. Any of them will do, but prioritize the 9 tails." There was no hesitation in his tone. His target was clear. He remembered well from the timeline in the memory orb, the 9 tails was the strongest of all the tailed beasts. Not only did it contain enormous chakra, but its chakra was unusually potent and aggressive. It was the perfect specimen. He didn't need to seal it into himself. He had the power of Iwagakure at his back, with elite shinobi trained in high-level earth style and advanced sealing jutsu. Suppressing it wouldn't be easy, but it was possible, and more than worth the effort. "Yes." Nanahachi Fuma bowed, ready to leave, but Mū raised a hand. "One more thing. What about the wooden samples I brought back from Konoha? Have they been used?" The question caught Nanahachi off guard. He straightened slightly. "Without your orders, we didn't dare touch them." "Good." Mū nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, use those wooden pieces to craft restraints, specifically designed to suppress tailed beasts." The Fuma clan member stiffened in surprise but quickly bowed in acknowledgement. Mū's expression turned cold and thoughtful. He clearly remembered the suppressive power of Hashirama Senju's wood style. While the fragments he had taken were nowhere near as potent as the first Hokage himself, they still retained a measure of that natural chakra-dampening force. Even if their strength had faded with time, they were still superior to anything else currently available. And in a battle with the 9 tails, even a small advantage could make the difference between success and annihilation. Naka Shrine. "Hashirama, do you really think I know nothing?" Madara stood with his back to the ancient Uchiha stone tablet, his voice low and flat. Hashirama stood behind him in full Hokage attire, the weight of his position visible in every line on his face. "Madara, I'll speak to Tobirama. I'll get him to ease up. But I can't do this without you. You're my brother in arms, my left hand. Help me perfect the village we created together." He took a step forward. "One day, the people will recognize your strengths. And when that time comes, you'll be the second." Madara didn't turn. His face remained unreadable, his gaze fixed on the flickering candlelight inside the shrine. After a pause, he finally spoke. "If Tobirama rises to power after you, the Uchiha clan will be wiped out sooner or later." His voice was like steel. "Madara. Don't jump to conclusions," Hashirama replied quickly. "I admit, ever since Tobirama came back from Iwagakure, he's been more cautious. But he would never destroy one of the founding clans of the village." Even as he said it, doubt lingered in his mind. He couldn't deny that something had shifted in Tobirama after his visit to Iwagakure. His wariness toward the Uchiha had grown more obvious. Madara chuckled coldly. "That's only because I'm still here." He turned slightly, one eye visible in the dim light, glinting with quiet fury. "If both of us are gone, who knows what he might do? Even if he doesn't dirty his own hands, he'll find someone else to do it for him." His gaze cut deep, as if he could see decades ahead. Hashirama had no answer. "You say I'm your brother, but if it came down to it, would you choose me or the village?" The question hung in the air like a blade. Madara stared into the flame, unmoving. Hashirama's fists clenched. His heart was being pulled in 2 directions. He couldn't give up on Madara, but how could he turn his back on the village? "I tried to rally the clan to leave with me," Madara said quietly. Not a single one followed. He looked away from the flame, face unreadable. "But it doesn't matter anymore. I've found a new path. A greater one. A path that leads to my true dream." The way he said it made Hashirama's blood run cold. "Madara. What are you talking about?" Hashirama stepped forward. "Wasn't the village our dream? We've already achieved it. What else could there be?" Madara stopped and finally turned his head, Sharingan glowing in the gloom. His 3 tomo slowly spun, merging into a mangekyo. "I'll enjoy fighting you." A smirk touched the corners of his lips before he vanished into the darkness. Hashirama stood motionless, heart pounding with unease. Deep down, he knew Madara was about to do something irreversible. Later, in the Uchiha district, Madara summoned the clan for a meeting. He didn't explain himself. didn't offer reassurances or justifications. Those who want to follow me, come. Those who don't, stay in Konoha. With that, he disappeared in a blur of movement, not waiting for any replies. The next day, Konoha's main gate stood tall in the dimming light, the air cool with the oncoming evening. Madara stood alone, a towering figure with the giant war fan strapped to his back. His cloak fluttered gently in the breeze as his sharp, crimson eyes stared into the distance, where the last rays of the setting sun kissed the horizon. He had made his choice. He was leaving the village, and not a single Uchiha had chosen to follow. As the light faded and dusk gave way to night, Madara turned and stepped away from the only home he had known, proud, solitary, and unreadable. At Konoha's rear gate, a group of Uchiha sat huddled near the trees, cloaked figures barely visible in the gloom. Among them were Kazan Uchiha and Setsuna Uchiha, both now growing visibly impatient. Hey, didn't clan head Madara say he was going to defect? Setsuna yawned loudly and scratched his head. We've been waiting all night. Why hasn't he come yet? Kazan, who had been silent for most of the day, finally let out a sigh. His face was blank, but the twitch in his brow betrayed his growing frustration. They had arrived early that morning, ready to follow their clan head into exile, ready to become rogues if that's what it took to stand with him. And now they were still waiting. Wait. Do you think he left through the main gate? A younger Uchiha suddenly blurted out the thought that had clearly crossed more than one mind. A heavy silence fell over the group. For a moment, no one said a word. Then, puffed. Ha 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 ha. They all broke into laughter at once, their usual stoic facades crumbling under the absurdity of the thought. You think Madara-sama's that dumb? Who the hell defects through the main gate? Nah, he's testing us. That's it. This is some loyalty trial or something. Just then, the skies opened up. A torrential downpour crashed down on them with no warning, drenching the entire group in seconds. They didn't move. They sat there, soaked to the bone, arms crossed or hands resting on their knees, silent and stubborn. Not one of them made the slightest attempt to leave. Far off on a nearby rooftop, a Konoha shinobi on patrol happened to glance their way. He blinked at the bizarre sight of several Uchiha just sitting out in the rain, unmoving like statues. Are those Uchiha guys even human? Damn, cosplaying as fence posts in the middle of a storm and didn't even invite me. Chapter 20, leading the team. Mū-sama, we have the latest intel. An Iwagakure ANBU rushed in, urgency in his tone. Mū, seated behind a desk and reviewing a stack of official documents, gave a slight nod. Speak. We've located the nine tails you've been searching for. It appeared yesterday in Takigakure. According to the intel, the Land of Lightning recently dispatched a squad of elite Kyumo shinobi in an attempt to capture it. They failed. It said the famous Gold and Silver brothers from Iwagakure were devoured by the beast. Mū's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he issued an order. Prepare to depart immediately. Yes, sir. He stood and began donning his battle armor. A clone had already been set up earlier to collect Senjutsu chakra, just as Naruto would have done in the near future. The moment the clone was dispelled, Mū would be ready to activate Sage Mode without delay. Also, bring Ōnoki. He realized it had been days since he last spoke to the boy. Between endless paperwork and village responsibilities, he hadn't even followed up after giving him the Raisnon scroll. It was time. Ōnoki needed to see the world outside, to face the reality of tailed beasts with his own eyes and expand his perspective. Nanahachi, lead the ANBU squad and wait at the village gate. I'll catch up soon. He shot a glance at Nanahachi Fuma and issued the order before launching into the air. Mū soared swiftly through the sky and soon landed at Ōnoki's house. Though Ōnoki was Seko's grandson, he'd been living on his own for a while now. Why's the door shut? The door was sealed tight, and Mū's brow furrowed slightly. He instinctively activated his sensory abilities to scan the interior. Then he heard something. What he heard made his expression freeze. He. Iwagakure Rain Sis, my beloved. You're the best, you're my mommy. Mū's eyes went wide with disbelief. That Rain Sis from Iwagakure, wasn't she the muscular old lady selling pancakes at the village gate? Built like the rakage, with biceps bigger than most men's thighs, she looked like she could use Ōnoki as a drinking cup. He never imagined this was the kind of woman Ōnoki fancied. It explained a lot, actually. Why Ōnoki was so short, but his son ended up tall, and his granddaughter was basically the embodiment of leg no jutsu. An old proverb from his memory surfaced in Mū's mind: of all sins, lust is the root of the worst. Should he go in now, or pretend he hadn't heard any of it? He hesitated. If he barged in, would it scar the boy for life? But time was running out. The ANBU team was already assembled at the village gate, ready to set out for the Nine Tails mission. Decision made. Bang bang bang. Open the door. His voice thundered through the house like a storm. Sensei. Give me 5 minutes. Ōnoki's panicked voice rang from inside the house. Mū's expression darkened. I flew all the way here, and not only is this brat delaying liftoff, he's trying to take off without even requesting clearance. Ōnoki, Mū should elbow you straight into next week. Bam. Without a second thought, Mū slammed a sharp elbow into the door and knocked it open. There he saw the so-called legendary pilot of Iwagakure caught mid-flight in one of the most humiliating states imaginable. Ōnoki was tangled in blankets, face flushed with panic, eyes wide with desperation. He looked like a boy who'd been struck by lightning, overwhelmed, caught off guard, shackled by desire from every angle, and drowning in his own embarrassment. Ah. Sensei. You weren't supposed to come in. Let me explain. I was practicing the raise-non. I almost had it. Flustered beyond repair, he scrambled to sit up, pulling the blanket higher as if it could shield his dignity. But his eyes and the half-covered mess around him betrayed every word. There was no training happening here, unless it was training in shameless excuses. Come. Mū's expression didn't change. You were practicing raise-non, in bed. Faced with that deadpan stare, Ōnoki's defense crumbled even further. Yet the little guy held his ground, stubbornly claiming he'd been working on chakra nature control, refining the spin and rotation while lying down. Yeah. Save it. Mū sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Stop whatever this is. We're going to capture the 9 tails. All right. Sensei, just let me put on my pants. Ōnoki began to scramble out of bed. The scene cut to a remote mountain valley, where the 9 tails erupted from the forest, one paw clutching its backside in visible pain. Damn that old man Hagoromo. What the hell was he thinking, giving chakra to these humans? And Indra. That brat even taught them how to use hand seals, it bellowed, frustration pouring from every syllable. Its once majestic coat was now a disaster. Patches of its fur were soaked from water-style jutsu, others still smoldering from fire-style attacks. The massive fox looked like it had survived 3 natural disasters in a row. Just 2 weeks ago, it had been resting in the land of lightning, planning to stop by and mess with that idiot Gyuki. Instead, a squad of Kumo shinobi ambushed it, launching a surprise capture attempt. Fortunately, it was strong enough to fight them off, and even managed to devour the 2 leading the charge. But that came with a cost. Ever since it swallowed those 2, it had felt like something was gnawing from the inside of its belly. Only now had that nausea started to fade. Disgusting humans, it muttered with disdain, spitting to the side before looking around for a new place to sleep. Over the centuries, slumber had been its only reliable escape from this miserable world. Unfortunately, the peace wouldn't last long. Mū and his unit were closing in fast. His sensory abilities, sharpened to a razor's edge, immediately picked up on the colossal chakra signature in the distance. It was like a mountain of fire, impossible to miss. Prepare for combat. We'll immobilize the 9 tails with Earth style first. Everyone else, wait for my signal. Ōnoki, stay back and observe from a distance. Don't get close. The team moved in sync, adjusting positions, making sure each member understood their role. Mū stayed at the front, sharp-eyed and focused, every step calculated. Meanwhile, the 9 tails, having just finished relieving itself, paused and turned its head slightly. It sensed movement. That chakra. That formation. That battle stance. You've got to be kidding me. Another team. Another group of lunatics trying to capture me. Roar. It unleashed a thunderous roar, loud enough to shake the mountains. The sound echoed through the valley like a thunderclap, meant to strike fear into the hearts of any approaching shinobi. But Mū didn't flinch. He pushed forward even faster, chakra flaring subtly around him as he closed the gap between them. Still trying to blow hot air at me, you overgrown mutt, he muttered, cracking his knuckles mid-flight. The fox's attempt to intimidate him didn't even register as a threat. This furball really thought that kind of roar would make him back off. Not a chance. ANBU Squad 1, flank left. Squad 2, flank right. Everyone else, wait for my signal to restrain it. I'll hit it head-on. Mū's voice rang out across the battlefield, calm and commanding. Understood. The ANBU responded in unison, splitting off with practiced precision. Squad 1 darted left, weaving between rocks and trees, while Squad 2 moved right, forming a crescent formation around the 9 tails. Their coordination was flawless, trained, disciplined, and swift. Damn you. Rah. The 9 tails roared in fury, slamming its tails toward the incoming threat. Hovering midair, Mū twisted his body with fluid grace, evading the attack with ease. In the same motion, he formed a quick seal. Wind style, wind cutter. He swept his arm down, sending blades of compressed wind howling toward the beast. Lightning style, lightning jolt, shouted another shinobi as the ANBU unleashed a barrage of jutsu. Wind style technique sliced the air, and bolts of lightning crashed into the Ninetales' limbs, trying to paralyze it mid-charge. But to the great beast, the barrage was more irritating than damaging, like a swarm of insects buzzing too close. Not that Mū expected more from them. They weren't there to deal the finishing blow, they were there to support. He could end this now if he wanted. One well-placed dust release to the forehead, and it would be over in seconds. But that wasn't the plan. He didn't want to kill the Ninetales. He wanted to dissect it. Humans, the beast snarled, rage twisting its face. Chakra swirled rapidly in its mouth as it began forming a tailed beast bomb, the air crackling with unstable energy. But before it could finish, WHRRRR, boom. A spiraling mass of cutting wind slammed into its forehead. Wind style, Rasen Shuriken. From high above, Mū hurled the jutsu down with brutal accuracy. The Rasen Shuriken collided with the fox's skull and detonated on impact, forcing the colossal creature to the ground. Its head crashed into the earth with a deafening thud, shaking the terrain and sending up a cloud of dust. The ANBU stood in stunned silence for a moment. Their jutsu had barely irritated the beast, but Mū's attack had sent it face first into the dirt like it weighed nothing. As expected of Mū-sama. One of the ANBU whispered, awe in his voice. They'd been scratching at the Ninetales like fleas. Mū had just grated it into the earth like a radish. He's incredible. Sensei's power is really unfathomable. From a safe distance, Ōnoki's eyes lit up with amazement. The sheer scale of the battle filled him with awe. He clenched his fists unconsciously, his heart pounding. When would he be strong enough to fight like that? Mū didn't let up. Earth style, rock prison. His hands blurred through a new sequence of seals. Pillars of stone erupted from the ground, slamming into the Ninetales and encasing its limbs. The stone wrapped fast and tight, forming a temporary restraint that slowed its movements. Bastard, the fox howled, shaking violently. The Rasen Shuriken had definitely shaken it up, but it wasn't nearly enough to cause permanent harm. With a roar, it reared back and flexed its muscles, shattering the prison of stone with brute force. It opened its maw wide and released a compressed blast of raw energy, not quite a full-tailed beast bomb, but still a devastating shockwave. A hurricane of air exploded from its mouth, ripping through the battlefield like a divine wind. Mū didn't hesitate, he dispelled his clone. At that moment, nature chakra surged into him, and his body froze. He entered Sage mode. Please read my new book, My Monster Evolution in One Punch Man. Chapter 21, Battle Between Man and Beast. Sage mode. Mū's voice rang out as his eyes turned pitch black in an instant. Almost immediately, he formed a second clone and sent it to hide in the shadows, silently gathering Sage chakra as a safeguard. Mū was the kind of man who never acted without a contingency. Even when victory felt inevitable, he stayed vigilant for the unexpected. Preparing Sage chakra in advance wasn't just strategy to him, it was common sense. Splitting his chakra did weaken his main body slightly, but in return, it guaranteed a fallback. If the main body were to fall in battle, the clone could immediately take over. Sage art, dust style, detachment of the primitive world technique. With a smooth motion, Mū formed black dust style in his hands and unleashed it in a horizontal arc aimed at the Ninetales' tail. A high-pitched whoosh cut through the air, followed by a sharp buzzing sound as one of the beast's colossal tails was severed cleanly. ARRRHHHOOO, the Ninetales howled in pain, the scream echoing through the battlefield like a monstrous, exaggerated tom scream. Mū, calm and expressionless as ever, immediately sealed the severed tail into a scroll, securing it just in case. Wasting no time, he clapped his hands. Sage art, earth style, stone platform technique. A massive stone platform erupted from beneath the Ninetales, throwing its balance into disarray. The Iwagakure ANBU, already synchronized with Mū-sama, jumped into action without hesitation. Earth style, Great Fisher technique. Earth style, elevation platform technique. They launched a coordinated barrage of earth style attacks, pounding the beast with relentless force. But the Ninetales responded with a sudden pulse of violent, malicious chakra, sending shockwaves that deflected several of the attacks. Sage art, earth style, steel binding form technique. Mū's next command triggered a seismic reaction underground. A stone giant, nearly as large as the Ninetales itself, burst forth from the ground. This was no ordinary construct. It was marked with dark black stripes across its body, emanating potent sage chakra. Unlike the earlier earth-toned golems, this one bore a strong resemblance to the rock ape summoned by Momoshiki, and its presence was nothing short of overwhelming. Boom. Boom. The giant gripped the Ninetales by the throat with both hands and slammed the struggling beast into the earth, sending tremors rippling through the landscape. Without letting up, the stone titan delivered two brutal follow-up punches, slamming its fists into the fox's face. Bam. Bam. "Get smashed, you damn beast," someone shouted amid the chaos. Snarling in fury, the Ninetales retaliated with a compressed-tailed beast bomb, launching the condensed sphere of destruction at the stone giant. But before it could even get far, the giant snatched it out of the air with its massive hand. "Swallow it," came Mū's steady command. Obeying instantly, the stone giant rammed the bomb straight into the Ninetales' face. Boom. The resulting explosion lit up the battlefield in a blinding flash. A towering mushroom cloud tore through the sky as the tailed beast bomb detonated. The force of the blast was devastating. Nearby trees were ripped from their roots, hills were flattened into dust, and over 30 elite Iwagakure shinobi were sent flying in all directions. Earth-style, earth-wall technique. Ōnoki reacted in the nick of time, raising a thick stone barrier to shield his comrades from the shockwave's fury. Far in the distance, the towering plume of smoke and the massive blast drew attention. A lone figure, watching the scene unfold, tilted his head slightly. "Oh. Looks like someone beat me to attacking the Ninetales," he muttered with interest. "Well, saves me the trouble." That man was none other than Uchiha Madara, who had long since defected from the village. He had planned to train alone in the shadows and test his strength against the mightiest tailed beast in existence. If the opportunity presented itself, he intended to make the Ninetales his personal summon. With that power in his hands, he just might stand a chance against Hashirama. That chakra feels familiar. "Let me see who's bold enough to take on the Ninetales," Madara muttered as his eyes narrowed with interest. Without hesitation, he vanished using body flicker, dashing toward the source of the explosion. Back at the heart of the battlefield, thick smoke filled the air, swirling in violent spirals as the aftermath of the tailed beast bomb continued to distort the terrain. Dust choked the skies and rolled over the hills, obscuring visibility across a massive radius. When the haze finally began to settle, two towering figures emerged from within the murk, locked in brutal combat. Mū's stone giant had the Ninetales pinned down, one massive hand tugging violently on the fox's oversized ear while the other hammered relentless punches into its face. "Hey! We're fighting, yeah, but at least let me breathe, damn it," the Ninetales howled, voice filled with both fury and disbelief. In answer, the stone giant only pressed harder. Two more heavy fists slammed down into the beast's snout with brutal precision. "Ha! You call that pain?" the Ninetales sneered through gritted teeth. "We tailed beasts are built for this. Your pathetic punches don't even hurt." Hearing that, Mū let out a quiet chuckle beneath his bandages. "No pain, huh? Then you're just a big punching bag." Without a word, he shifted tactics. The stone giant stopped striking the Ninetales' face and, instead, raised its massive fist and drove it straight down into the beast's groin. "Wait, Hey. No. Stop. Stop." The Ninetales screamed in genuine panic as it realized what was happening. But it was too late. The stone giant's punch landed with full force. Not even an Ultraman could have stood up after taking that kind of hit. "Erho." The Ninetales howled, not once but 3 times over, each more pitiful than the last. Its pained shrieks echoed across the landscape, mixing agony with humiliation. Each thunderous punch was followed by another tortured wail, and the ANBU nearby stood frozen, caught between awe and discomfort. "Damn, does Mū-sama have some personal grudge against that fox?" one of them muttered. "That one definitely hit something important," another said, wincing. "Is he abusing a tailed beast?" asked a third. "Absolutely," replied an ANBU member. Bam. 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 The stone giant didn't let up. The Ninetales bared its fangs, flailing in desperation as its body convulsed under the relentless assault. Each strike sent another jolt of pain through its body, its pride and chakra both steadily crumbling. But even a technique as powerful as this had its limits. Sage mode was beginning to drain Mū's energy, and he could feel the fatigue creeping in. "What are you all standing around for?" he barked, shooting a fierce glare at the group of ANBU still frozen in place. Snapping out of their stunned trance, the ANBU sprang into action. Summoning technique. Several of them slapped their hands to the ground, summoning thick wooden stakes crafted using fragments of Hashirama's legendary wood style. With practiced coordination, they drove the stakes into the Ninetales' limbs, tails, and paws first. At first, the Ninetales scoffed, thinking the wood posed no real threat. But the moment it pierced his flesh, his smirk vanished. A wave of suppressive energy surged through his body. His chakra instantly began to waver and then settle under the natural pressure of the wood style. Realizing the stakes were draining his strength, the Ninetales thrashed violently. But the ANBU weren't done. Earth-style bindings rose from the ground, reinforced with layers of iron restraints that latched onto his frame with a series of loud clanks. Despite his roars and wild movements, the beast was rapidly losing control over his own power. "Ha!" Mū finally exhaled, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. His sage mode had almost completely faded, but the battle was won. The Ninetales was subdued, pinned beneath earth, steel, and sage craftsmanship. He slowly floated down to the ground, taking long, measured breaths to calm his body. Even before his feet fully touched the ground, he was already thinking ahead, mapping out the next steps. Congratulations, Sensei. We've done it. We actually captured the Ninetales. Ōnoki ran over, grinning from ear to ear with visible pride and excitement. Mū gave him a small nod and a faint smile in return, then quietly resumed refining his chakra, knowing the real war was far from over. Just as the tension on the battlefield began to ease, a slow, mocking clap echoed through the air. Clap. 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 A voice, steeped in arrogance, followed. How amusing. From a bug beneath my feet to someone actually worthy of my attention. Bandaged man, I must admit, you've exceeded my expectations. Madara Uchiha had arrived. He stood atop a nearby ridge, eyes filled with disdain as he gazed down at Mū. His presence was overwhelming, a suffocating aura of dominance radiating from every inch of his body. Mū's expression tightened instantly as his head snapped toward the voice. That presence, how had he not sensed it earlier? He had been so focused on the Ninetales that he hadn't even noticed Madara approaching. It was a rare lapse, and it made his gut twist. Ōnoki, standing nearby, froze in shock. That face, that armor, there was no mistaking it. Madara Uchiha. What is he doing here? Wasn't he supposed to be in Konoha? Before anyone could react further, there was a sharp whoosh of air. The Iwagakure and Bu responded immediately, drawing their weapons in synchronized motion. Who goes there? They shouted in unison, chakra flaring as they positioned themselves between their Tsuchikage and the intruder. Madara's eyes swept over them lazily, unimpressed. TCH, out of my way. A sudden wave of immense chakra, no, a Susanoo hand, erupted from him like a bomb, rippling outward in all directions. The force was overwhelming. The ANBU didn't even have time to react. Those already weakened from the battle with the Ninetales were flung through the air like dolls, crashing into the ground in all directions. Without wasting a second, Mū's hands blurred through a rapid series of seals. Earth-style, giant stone hands, he called out, slamming his palms together. Two massive stone hands erupted from the ground, catching several airborne ANBU just before they hit the ground. Get out of here. Now. Mū shouted, his voice low but urgent, eyes still locked onto Madara's figure. Don't stay in this area. The message was clear. This wasn't a battle they could be part of. Not anymore. Chapter 22, a rematch with Madara Uchiha. No, Mū-sama, your chakra is too low right now. We can't just leave you here by yourself. That's right, we have to protect you. Mū-sama, we'll lay down our lives if we have to. You're the cornerstone of Iwagakure, we can't let anything happen to you. The Iwagakure ANBU stood their ground, unwavering in front of Mū. Even when facing the legendary Madara Uchiha himself, they showed no fear. Each one of them was prepared to die if it meant buying even a fraction of a second for their leader to escape. Mū felt a rare flicker of emotion stir in his chest. You might not be the strongest shinobi out there, but that spirit of yours. Not bad at all. Still, I've got a clone hidden away. Slipping out of here won't be a problem. Did I say any of you could leave? Madara's voice cut through the moment like a blade. The Mangekyo Sharingan turned slowly as he activated Susanoo, and in that instant, the sheer weight of his chakra slammed into the group like a tidal wave. Everyone froze in place, unable to even move. Fear surged through the ANBU ranks. For the first time, they truly grasped the level of monster Mū-sama had once gone toe-to-toe with. They had thought the Ninetales was horrifying, but this was a different realm entirely. Compared to Madara, even the Ninetales seemed tame. The idea that they could hold him off long enough for Mū to escape now felt like a joke. They realized they might not even survive for a single heartbeat. Only now did they understand why people called him the Shura of Shinobi world. Only now did they comprehend just how incredible it was that Mū-sama had once managed to fight this demon to a draw. Ōnoki clenched his jaw, straining to stay upright. He was determined not to collapse like he had the last time they encountered Madara. Around him, the ANBU trembled beneath the crushing pressure. Some of them were even preparing to stab themselves with kunai, desperate to stay awake through the suffocating weight of fear. Just as one ANBU raised a blade to his thigh. Smack! Mū suddenly appeared beside him and stopped the kunai from making contact. Don't hurt yourself. Don't be afraid. His voice was calm and steady as he poured the last remnants of his chakra into shielding them from Madara's suffocating presence. Then, he stepped forward, passing through the wall of ANBU, who had been trying to guard him. I have not fallen so low that I need my own subordinates and students to throw themselves into the fire for me. He stood tall and defiant, his voice ringing out strong and unwavering as he met Madara's gaze head-on, just like the first time they faced off, fearless, unmoved, and unshaken. Mū-sama. Tears began welling up in the eyes of the ANBU. Behind those cold, blank masks, they were trained killers, nameless shadows who didn't even get graves. But watching Mū-sama step in front of them to shield them from death, they couldn't help but cry. Heh. Pathetic, Madara scoffed. His tone was cruel, his voice devoid of emotion. With Tobirama gone from Konoha and Hashirama no longer a problem, I will be labeling you buffoons. This time, it was different. Back then, Madara had underestimated Mū. He'd been held back by Konoha's presence, unable to unleash his full-body Susanoo. Hashirama had interfered. But now he wasn't holding back. He had come to kill, plain and simple. Let's see how this bastard survives this time. Come on. I won't bully you. Recover your chakra first. Then we'll have a real fight, Madara said coolly, his gaze fixed on Mū. Madara wasn't the type to take advantage of someone weakened. That kind of victory didn't appeal to him. Well, unless it was Tobirama. If Tobirama ever got injured, Madara would absolutely stab him while he was down. No hesitation. But this man in front of him. Mū had earned his respect. A proper one-on-one duel, with both fighters at full strength, that was the kind of battle Madara wanted. Something clean. Something definitive. Fine. I'll stay and fight you alone, Mū replied, voice calm and steady. But will you let my ANBU go? Madara gave a small nod. The ANBU weren't worth the effort. As long as they didn't get in his way, he couldn't be bothered to kill them. To him, they were like a group of moths buzzing around the light of two giants. The Nine-Tails is off limits. That beast belongs to me, he added flatly. The Nine-Tails, still lying on the ground, let out a furious roar in protest. Since when had it become someone's possession? But Madara didn't even spare it a full glance. His mere look hit like a hammer, and the fox felt itself plunge into a bottomless pit. Its pupils shifted, its own eyes replaced by spinning Sharingan. Boom. Boom. The wooden stakes buried in the beast's flesh blasted out and clattered to the ground. A second later, the mighty Nine-Tails lowered its head and silently crawled to Madara's feet, completely subdued. Mū took a long, steady breath. Yup. Gone. All the beating and efforts are just gone against a single pair of eyes. He closed his eyes and began focusing on recovering his chakra. In response to his quiet command, the Iwagakure ANBU immediately began their retreat. As they turned to go, Mū gave Ōnoki a meaningful glance. Ōnoki met his teacher's eyes and caught the unspoken message. With a small, understanding smile, he nodded and departed with a calm heart, following the others. Time moved slowly. Mū's chakra gradually returned, pulsing through him in waves. During those tense minutes, Madara didn't take his eyes off him for even a second. He wasn't about to let his guard down, as he remembered clearly that Mū's ninjutsu was strange, sneaky, and never predictable. They should be far enough by now. Mū silently did the math in his head. At this point, his men had likely retreated past the land of waterfalls and were safely out of range. All right, he said aloud, suddenly rising to his feet. His expression turned serious as he locked eyes with Madara. Madara's own gaze sharpened. This time, he wasn't holding back. He would end this man once and for all. Mū inhaled, his face composed and unreadable. He looked Madara dead in the eyes and shouted, "Eh? Hashirama-dano, what are you doing here?" Madara's brain hiccuped. For one brief, insane second, it felt real, like Hashirama really had shown up. Instinctively, he jerked his head around to look behind him. There was nothing there. Just a massive tree. His face twisted in rage as he snapped his head back toward Mū. Only to see the bastard already in midair, flying away at full speed. "You bastard!" Madara bellowed, fury exploding from him. With a swipe of his arm, he summoned dozens of Yusaka Magatama and hurled them toward Mū like a storm of spinning death. Whoosh! 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 The air sliced apart as the chakra disc streaked after him. Wasting no time, Madara leapt onto the Nine-Tails' back. The fox took off immediately, and the chase began. Mū darted through the air, skillfully dodging the barrage of projectiles using his flight technique. He kept looking over his shoulder, tracking Madara's position, eyes sharp and calculating. Tailed beast bomb. Madara commanded, voice booming as he gave his first ever direct order to the Nine-Tails. A low hum vibrated the air, then boom. The tailed beast bomb rocketed forward like a massive cannonball. The explosion tore through the sky, and the shockwave caught Mū mid-flight, sending him hurtling to the ground like a falling comet. In an instant, Madara appeared overhead, scythe already in motion. With one ruthless swing, he sliced straight through Mū's arm. Ha ha ha. What's the matter? Madara sneered, eyes wild with satisfaction. Why aren't you fighting back? He took a threatening step forward, pointing his war fan straight at Mū. And what happened to that white jutsu of yours? Decided to retire it. Mū said nothing. Beneath the wrappings, his expression remained blank, unmoved. It's over. Madara raised his scythe and brought it down without hesitation, severing Mū's head from his body in one brutal motion. The headless corpse dropped limply to the earth, blood soaking into the dirt. Madara narrowed his eyes. That was too easy. Suspiciously easy. His gut told him something was off. He considered the possibility of a shadow clone, but everything checked out: texture, chakra signature, the scent of blood. Why didn't he resist? If he'd overpowered Mū in a real battle, that would have made sense. But this? It felt wrong. And the more he thought about it, the more it gnawed at him. He stared at the corpse for a long moment. After some time, he confirmed it really was Mū's body. No tricks. No henge. No clones. TCH. With a scowl, Madara turned away and rode off on the nine tails, vanishing into the distance. Far away, deep within the forests of the land of Earth, the real Mū raced swiftly through the trees, accompanied by the Mū and Ōnoki. The moment his clone died, a sharp jolt of pain struck his chest, but he didn't flinch. It had served its purpose. Madara was now chasing a false victory. There had been no point in fighting him, not now. With Hashirama absent, his own chakra nearly depleted, and his sage mode close to wearing off, even if he'd chosen to fight, the best outcome he could have hoped for was mutual annihilation. And Mū wasn't ready to die just yet. He wasn't some mindless idiot throwing himself into a hopeless battle just for pride. He knew better. He knew the story. Still, that didn't mean he was letting this go. He would kill Madara Uchiha. That much was certain. And the loss of the nine tails. That burned. Sensei, what about the nine tails? Ōnoki asked hesitantly, unable to hide the frustration in his voice. We worked so hard to capture it, and now Madara's stolen it right out from under us. Forget about it for now, Mū replied, voice steady but cold. This isn't over. Without missing a beat, he turned to the rest of the group. Return to the village and select 50 more elite shinobi from Iwagakure. We'll need them. Ōnoki blinked, then narrowed his eyes slightly. He heard something in Mū's tone. Then. What are you going to do, sensei? Mū's eyes hardened, his gaze focused and razor-sharp. I'm going to find Tobirama Senju. If he wanted to kill Madara, he couldn't do it alone. He needed someone who hated him just as much, maybe more. Someone who had the skills and motivation to match. Madara Uchiha, you bastard, if I don't kill you myself after today, then I will resign as Tsuchikage without a second thought. I realize I hated updates last week, so to compensate for that, double the chapter every day for this week. Chapter 23, you want my flying thunder god spear jump class. Under the cover of night, Mū slipped into Kusagakure, his body cloaked and his chakra expertly suppressed. The early days of the village had brought power and stability, but in their confidence, Konoha's founders had yet to establish any serious barrier defense systems. That oversight made infiltration effortless. Mū crossed into the village without resistance, gliding like a shadow through quiet streets. He had only one goal, to meet Tobirama Senju and persuade him to join forces in assassinating Uchiha Madara. Facing Madara alone was reckless, even for him. The man was simply too dangerous to confront without backup. According to his knowledge, Tobirama had made multiple attempts to eliminate Madara in the past. Though he had failed, whether because of his own limitations or interference from Hashirama, his hatred had never vanished. Inside the Hokage building, the candlelight flickered steadily in a quiet office. Tobirama sat hunched over his desk, diligently drafting outlines for the future Shinobi Academy and ANBU program. The hour was late, but his focus never wavered, his hand gliding steadily across scrolls and documents. Good evening, Tobirama-dano. A cold, unfamiliar voice drifted into the room. Tobirama's pen paused. His eyes narrowed, instantly alert. He turned sharply toward the source of the voice, already preparing for a fight. From the shadows, Mū emerged calmly, his presence quiet but unmistakably imposing. It's you, Mū-dano. Tobirama said warily, setting his brush down and studying the unexpected visitor. What business brings you here at this hour? He didn't need an explanation to know this wasn't a social call. For someone like Mū to show up in Konoha, alone and uninvited, it had to be serious. The two men were equals in the world of shinobi, both logical and dangerous. Tobirama knew better than to underestimate him. Mū walked across the room and sat across from Tobirama without a word. The candlelight cast long shadows across the walls, half illuminating Mū's face. One side glowed in warm light, the other was swallowed in cold darkness. I heard one of Konoha's founding leaders, Madara Uchiha, has recently defected, Mū said evenly. Tobirama, not even lifting his head fully, responded just as calmly. That's an internal matter of Konoha. As a shinobi of Iwagakure, you have no right to interfere. It was a subtle warning, don't overstep. But Mū ignored it. I've heard you created numerous forbidden jutsu. Even back during the Warring States era, your Flying Thunder God technique made you famous across the land of fire. It's also how you killed Madara's younger brother. Tobirama raised an eyebrow slightly, then gave a small nod. That's correct. He didn't bother denying it. The technique and its bloody legacy were no secret. What he didn't understand was why Mū was bringing it up now. I came here to ask if you would teach me the Flying Thunder God. Mū's request was direct and clear. No dancing around it, no manipulation, just the raw ask. Tobirama stared at him for a moment, blinked, and then frowned. Did this man seriously believe he would hand over his most classified and dangerous jutsu just like that? Heh. You want to attend my Flying Thunder God spear jump class, he said sarcastically, eyes narrowing. You're not. What if I said I'm going to use the Flying Thunder God to assassinate Madara Uchiha? Mū cut him off mid-sentence, dropping his true purpose like a hammer. Tobirama stopped cold. His head jerked up, and his eyes locked onto Mū's face. For a moment, he just stared, stunned by the sheer audacity of what he'd heard. Are you insane? Mūdano, are you in your right mind? Yes. Perfectly, Mū replied without hesitation. I intend to kill Madara Uchiha. If I combine your Flying Thunder God technique with my own dust style and sage arts, I'm confident I can defeat him. Tobirama remained silent for several seconds, studying the men across from him. There was no hint of sarcasm or delusion in Mū's voice. He wasn't bluffing or posturing. He was serious. Dead serious. And more importantly, he was confident. When Tobirama finally confirmed that Mū truly intended to assassinate Madara Uchiha, he was quiet for a moment, then let out the smallest breath of a laugh. This guy was insane. But it was a respectable kind of insane. Even Hashirama never outright said he wanted Madara dead. And here was Mū, the Tsuchikage himself, planning to do it without hesitation. Bold didn't even begin to cover it. You want to kill Madara? Did he attack Iwagakure after defecting? Tobirama asked, his voice regaining its cool sharpness. If he declared war on your village, that doesn't mean he's acting on behalf of Konoha. He was already drawing a line. If Iwagakure planned retaliation, he wanted no part of it landing on Konoha's doorstep. Yes, but he didn't attack Iwagakure directly, Mū said calmly. He came after my ANBU squad. That's why I made my decision. Since he's no longer one of yours, you won't object if I deal with him personally, right? No objections. If you want him dead, kill him. But that still doesn't explain why you came to me. Tobirama studied him, eyes narrowing slightly. Mū's brow furrowed beneath the bandages. Now he's pretending not to understand. I'm not arrogant enough to think I can kill Madara alone, Mū replied, his tone darkening. I came here for two reasons. First, I want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Second, I came to ask for your help in assassinating him. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. I know you've never seen eye to eye with Madara. And now that he's gone rogue, there's no reason to hold back. So why not team up and finally end him? Tobirama's gaze grew even more serious. Mū wasn't being dramatic. He was planning this down to every detail. Sensing his hesitation, Mū pressed on. Madara's not just a missing mean. He's a disaster waiting to happen. He's already captured the Nine Tails. It won't be long before he either attacks Konoha or challenges Hashirama again. If we just sit around, we're inviting destruction. Whether it's for the sake of Iwagakure, Konoha, or the entire shinobi world, we need to stop him before he gets stronger. We strike now while we still can. Tobirama leaned back slightly, folding his arms, eyes lowered in thought. The longer Mū talked, the more the idea started to make sense. When they were all under one banner, even with his personal hatred, he'd had no excuse to move against Madara. But now Madara was a traitor. A threat. And traitors didn't get second chances. He had to admit, letting Madara run free was just plain stupidity. You make a strong case, Tobirama finally said. But why should I believe you? Why trust that you can actually take him down? Even my brother isn't confident he could kill Madara. Mū met his eyes without flinching. Tobirama-dano, you've seen my technique before. If it hits, he will die. There's no surviving it. Tobirama remembered it vividly. That strange white cube of chakra, the dust-style technique that disintegrated everything it touched. Even Madara's Susanoo had been shattered by it. Had that jutsu landed cleanly, Madara would have been reduced to particles on the spot. But the technique had a glaring flaw. It required time to charge. And against someone like Madara, that delay might as well be a death sentence. Unless Flying Thunder God could eliminate that weakness. If Mū could teleport directly behind Madara and fire the jutsu instantly, it might actually work. It wasn't just a suicide mission anymore. It was a viable strategy. A real assassination plan. The more Tobirama thought it over, the more the pieces fell into place. A joint strike to eliminate Madara carried enormous risk, but the reward, if it succeeded, would reshape the shinobi world. Hashirama would never approve of it, not openly. He still clung to the dream of peace, of bonds, of saving Madara from himself. But Tobirama wasn't Hashirama. He was a realist. Back when they had shared a village, Tobirama's hands had been tied. Now, with Madara declared a missing nin, the equation had changed. Killing him wouldn't just remove a threat, it would be justice in the eyes of the people. And even if Hashirama found out later, he'd be forced to overlook it for the sake of Konoha's peace and stability. "I won't teach you the Flying Thunder God technique," Tobirama said, his voice low and deliberate. "But I'll join your plan. I'll help you kill Madara in secret. My brother can't know." His voice dropped to a whisper with the final words. From behind the bandages, Mū smiled faintly. He'd expected this. Tobirama was always sharp, always pragmatic. He knew the value of eliminating a threat like Madara before it spiraled beyond control. But Tobirama wasn't finished. "Even with the two of us, it still might not be enough," he muttered, brows drawing together in thought. Mū nodded slightly. "I know." Both men were killers, tacticians, and survivors. Neither was reckless enough to throw themselves at Uchiha Madara without backup plans. And this time, they would need more than raw strength, since they would need precision, perfect timing, and perhaps, another ally. Chapter 24, United Front. Mū gave a silent nod. He had already anticipated the need for more allies. Tobirama alone brought their chances up dramatically, but if Mū wanted certainty, if he wanted to crush Madara with overwhelming force, then reinforcements were essential. "I can try reaching out to Kirigakure, Kimogakure, and Tsunagakure," he said steadily, eyes sharp with focus. Tobirama folded his arms, considering it. "I can contact the old men in Uzushigakure." They both understood the unspoken concern. Madara possessed the Nine Tails now. That alone complicated everything. But if Uzushigakure lent its sealing expertise, subduing the beast would become much more realistic. The moment was brief, but decisive. Without any ceremony, the two struck an agreement. Each would gather forces. Each would prepare. And together, they would launch a united strike against Uchiha Madara. "We'll stay in contact after this," Mū said, then vanished from the Hokage's office with a flicker of chakra. Tobirama remained in the candlelit room, staring at the flickering flame. His face was unreadable, but his mind was racing. This must never reach my brother's ears. Already, he was planning to select 30 shinobi from the Senju clan. Not just any shinobi, those whose hatred for the Uchiha ran deepest. Even after the founding of Konoha, some wounds hadn't healed. Families were broken during the Warring States era. Sons, daughters, wives, parents, all lost to Uchiha blades. Those kinds of men had nothing left to lose, and Tobirama knew from experience, those were the ones who fought with no hesitation. They weren't afraid to die. And in war, that made them deadly. Land of Water Kirigakure. After traveling across the land of fire and over the sea, Mū arrived in Kirigakure. He moved like a shadow through the mist, arriving at the edge of a large construction site deep within the village. There, Gungetsu Hozuki was overseeing reforms with his trademark small mustache and ever-present smirk. Since returning from Iwagakure, he had thrown himself into reshaping Kirigakure's shinobi system. The ANBU were being established. Plans for a proper academy were underway. But most notably, Gungetsu had already created an elite combat group, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. They ranked even above the ANBU and were handpicked for their killing ability. Suddenly, Gungetsu paused. His chakra flared subtly, a chill running down his spine. Whir. He turned his head slightly. Something was off. "Been a while, Lil Mustache." A smooth, almost bored voice echoed through the mist. Gungetsu tensed. "Bastard. Mū, you actually showed up in Kirigakure." He immediately scanned the surroundings for signs of a trap. "You're not here to start a fight, are you?" His tone was cautious but edged with irritation. "No," Mū replied calmly. "I'm here to propose an alliance." He stepped forward and extended a hand. Gungetsu raised an eyebrow. "Oi, what shady scheme are you pulling now?" Mū didn't flinch. "I've partnered with Tobirama Senju. We're organizing an assassination, Madara Uchiha." He offered his hand again, gaze unwavering. For a moment, Gungetsu was still. War and chaos were his bread and butter, and few things excited him more than a high-stakes conflict. Normally, he'd jump at the chance to take on a legendary opponent. The idea of bringing down someone like Madara was appealing. But the moment the name left Mū's lips, something in Genjetsu's face changed. He loved battle. He thrived in bloodshed. But he wasn't stupid. You've lost your damn mind. It slipped out before he could stop himself. Mū simply shook his head and turned away. So our brave Gungetsu Hozuki doesn't dare fight Madara. Fine. Tobirama and I will handle it ourselves. Wait, Tobirama's in on this. Genjetsu's expression twitched. That bastard was forming alliances behind his back. With Mū of all people. You're not doing this without me. Gungetsu shouted, lunging forward to grab the hem of Mū's cloak. He thumped his chest with exaggerated bravado. Madara Uchiha. I'll punch that smug bastard into next week. A rare smirk tugged at Mū's lips beneath the bandages. Gungetsu Hozuki, you're the coolest water-style guy I've ever met. Gungetsu flushed at the praise and instinctively ran a hand through his tall, slick yellow pompadour, trying, and failing, to hide the satisfied grin forming on his face. Land of Lightning Iwagakure. First Raikage-sama, that's the situation. Whether your village joins or not, it's up to you. Mū stood tall before the first Raikage, voice calm, eyes unwavering. Assassinating Madara Uchiha wasn't a trivial request, especially now that Madara possessed the Nine Tails. The first Raikage's expression was stern, jaw clenched in thought. Word had already reached him that his elite duo, the Gold and Silver Brothers, had never returned from their mission. Given their power, it likely meant they'd been crushed under the beast's paw. After a long silence, the first Raikage turned to the men beside him, a younger shinobi with equally imposing presence, his chosen successor, the man history would know as the second Raikage. For now, simply, I. What do you think, I, the first asked, his tone expectant. I stroked his chin thoughtfully before answering. Raikage-sama, I believe we should join. Madara Uchiha, now unaffiliated with Konoha, is a threat to all villages. Anyone who can control the Nine Tails has already declared themselves an enemy of the world. The first Raikage gave a grim nod. Then you will lead 30 of our top shinobi to support the operation. If we act now, we might stop him before it's too late. With Iwagakure committed, only Kusagakure remained. Mū didn't waste time. He crossed scorching deserts and endless dunes to reach the village hidden in the sand, gaining an audience with the first Kusagakure, Reto, a hard-eyed man whose posture was as stiff as the climate he ruled. The land of wind doesn't waste strength on things that don't benefit us, Reto said coolly, arms folded across his chest as he stared Mū down. Mū didn't flinch. I asked Kusagakure-sama to reconsider. Surely you understand that if the lips perish, the teeth grow cold. Reto's eyes flickered. He recognized the proverb. Of course, he knew what Mū was implying. If the other villages fell, Kusagakure would be next. But knowing and acting were two different things. He wanted something in return. If Kusagakure participates, Mū continued without missing a beat, Iwagakure is willing to relinquish all influence over the land of birds. Full control will go to you. That caught Reto's interest. His fingers tapped slowly against his arm. After a pause, he gave a nod and turned to summon someone. A shinobi stepped into the room. Mū's eyes narrowed slightly. Shaman. That name was etched in his memory. A master of both sand manipulation and puppetry. The origin of Kusagakure's two most dangerous combat styles. In another timeline, he would become the famed Second Tsuchikage. Shaman will lead 30 elite shinobi to join your operation, Reto declared. Mū's expression remained neutral, but inwardly, he was satisfied. The team was nearly complete. One by one, the pieces were falling into place. They were on the verge of assembling a force that echoed the future 5 Kage versus Madara alliance. Only this time, they would be facing him in his prime, with Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan blazing, and the Nine Tails under his control. He himself would take the place of Ōnoki. Gungetsu Hozuki would stand in for Mei Terumi. Tobirama Senju would replace Tsunade. The second Raikage would mirror the role of the fourth Raikage. And Shaman, the man destined to become the third Kusagakure, would substitute for Gaara. With this lineup, 5 founding-era titans representing each major village, and with no Rinnegan in Madara's arsenal, the chances of victory were no longer just a fantasy. They were real. None of them was weakened by age. None were held back by injuries, political concerns, or alliances. Every single one was in their prime, sharper and stronger than the generation that would come after. And with the first Hokage nowhere in sight to interfere or pull punches, they could go all out. This wasn't just a battle. It was going to be a reckoning. Iwagakure. While Mū rallied the outer villages, Tobirama moved in silence. He arrived deep within the borders of Iwagakure, a village hidden by swirling tides and infamous for its sealing prowess. There, he was ushered into a traditional wooden home nestled within the cliffs. Elder Uzumaki Rajan greeted him with a tired smile. Though his hair had turned white and his back was bent with age, his eyes were still sharp. Known as one of the oldest living Uzumaki and something of a half-father-in-law to Hashirama, he was both respected and feared among the clans. Tobirama, what brings you to Uzushio? Rajan asked, sipping his tea with deliberate slowness. Tobirama bowed slightly in respect. Apologies for the late visit, elder. I came to ask for Uzushio's aid in a critical matter. The elder's brow rose slightly. Oh. What kind of aid? Tobirama didn't mince words. I need help killing Madara Uchiha. The teacup clattered in Rajan's hand, nearly slipping from his grip. The Hokage, does he know about this? The elder asked, voice low. Tobirama's expression didn't change. His tone remained composed. My brother doesn't want to be the bad guy. He hasn't said anything directly, but I know him. Deep down, he wants Madara removed, for the sake of the village. But he won't raise his own hand. So that leaves me. Rajan narrowed his eyes. The logic sounded plausible, but knowing Hashirama, it didn't quite sit right. That man was many things, but a coward wasn't one of them. Still, Rajan hadn't forgotten the past. Madara had once led slaughter after slaughter against their clan, leaving behind burning temples and weeping widows. If there was even a sliver of justice to be had, he wasn't going to ignore it. Fine, the elder said, placing his cup back down with a gentle tap. How many do you need? 30. All of them elite, preferably those trained in advanced sealing techniques. Speed, resilience, and battlefield coordination are also key. Rajan gave a slow nod. You'll have them by the end of the week. Some of our finest were waiting for a real cause anyway. Tobirama gave a small bow. Thank you, elder. As he turned to leave, Rajan added with a dry chuckle, just don't let that Uchiha bastard come back from the dead this time. Chapter 25, The Assassination of Madara Uchiha. Beneath the towering mountains and under the roar of a massive waterfall, Madara Uchiha stood alone. Cold mountain winds howled through the canyon, battering his long cloak and lashing at the rocks below. He looked like a lone pine tree rooted against the storm, a monument of quiet strength. His obsidian black hair was tied back, though a few rogue strands danced freely in the wind. His face was still handsome in its own way, but the years of bloodshed and betrayal had left a weariness in his eyes that no rest could ease. Having stripped down to bathe beneath the waterfall, Madara embraced the solitude. He could have found a bathhouse in one of the nearby towns, but he never bothered. He preferred isolation. It kept things simple. No gossip. No flattery. No distractions. Then, a strange feeling washed over him. Am I being watched? His brows pulled together in a thoughtful frown, eyes scanning the edges of the forest. Yet he saw nothing. The unease remained, like a splinter just beneath the skin. But after a pause, he shook his head and dismissed it. There's no one left in this world who can threaten me. Not anymore. Only Hashirama remains. Everyone else. They're insects, crushed beneath the heel of Susanoo. What he didn't know was that far beyond his range of perception, a coalition of nations had formed. And they were coming for him. Inside a secluded temple nestled deep in the mountains, tension crackled in the air like a drawn bowstring. The room was quiet but brimming with purpose. Iwagakure has sent 30 elite shinobi. Kirigakure, 30 as well. Kumogakure brought 25 elites. Sunagakure sent 30 of their best. Uzushio dispatched 10 elite seal masters. Konoha brought 30 senju shinobi. Each report fell into place like a stone in a wall. Within the temple stood the second-generation leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages, along with the sealing experts of Uzushio-gakure. Though most hadn't yet taken official titles as Kage, their presence marked something unprecedented, a gathering that mirrored what would one day become the 5 Kage Summit. Mū stood at the front, clearing his throat. Cough, cough. Everyone, let's begin our strategy meeting. Tobirama Senju stepped forward, his voice cold and clinical as he laid out everything he knew about Madara's strengths, fighting style, and psychological weaknesses. Mū followed up with his own first-hand experiences. Gungetsu Hozuki gave insight on how to counter Sharingan illusions with mist. The future second Raikage detailed how to disrupt chakra flow with lightning-enhanced grapples. Shaman of Sunagakure offered sealing formations that could slow Madara's movements. Each piece of the puzzle clicked into place. They were different men from different lands, but on this day, their minds worked as one. The plan was simple and ruthless: strike before Madara could activate Susanoo. No hesitation. No delay. Overwhelm him with a coordinated assault and force him into a sealed state before he could unleash his full power. All right then. That's the plan, Mū concluded as he glanced across the room. Let's give it everything, for the peace of the shinobi world. For the peace of the shinobi world. The chant echoed throughout the temple, firm and resolute. Yet behind each voice, other thoughts stirred. Revenge. Ambition. Old grudges. No one truly believed in peace, not yet. But for now, eliminating Madara aligned with all their goals. Thump. 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 Madara walked calmly down a shaded forest path, the steel of his sandals clicking softly against the dirt and stone. His war fan and scythe were strapped across his back, swaying lightly with each step. His eyes remained forward, unbothered. But then, a figure leaning against a tree in the distance caught his attention. Madara's pace slowed. His eyes narrowed. Recognition struck him like a thunderclap, and with it came a surge of pure fury. You damn bastard, you're still alive. His voice cut through the air, low and sharp like a drawn blade. Well, well. Long time no see, old pal Madara. Gotten rich lately? Mū grinned, his tone full of mockery. This will now be your end. Madara's smile turned horrendous. You never answer when I call. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Madara's roar cracked the sky as he spewed a massive inferno from his mouth. The fire surged forward, devouring everything in its path. Trees exploded into ash as the blaze tore through the forest like a living beast. But that wasn't enough. With a casual flick of his war fan, Madara twisted the flames into a swirling tornado of fire, an angry vortex that scorched the earth as it danced. Die. You piece of filth. This wasn't a duel to Madara anymore. No honor, no patience, no mercy. He wanted Mū dead, fast and without restraint. And then, calm, collected, and maddeningly casual, a voice floated down from above. Geez, Madara. When did you get so hot-headed? Mū hovered in the air, suspended mid-sky. His long bandages flapped in the wind like ghostly tails as he gazed down at the flaming wreckage with no visible concern. Whoosh! In a flash, Madara flickered and reappeared beside him, foot already arcing into a vicious kick. Boom. The air rippled as a shockwave burst out, dust and smoke exploding around them. Earth-style, strong subjugation technique. The ground trembled. A massive stone golem surged upward, towering with brute strength. Without pause, it slammed its heavy fist toward Madara. But Madara's Susanoo arm burst forth just as quickly, meeting the punch with monstrous force. Crack! The golem's arm shattered into crumbling rubble, fragments pelting the landscape like shrapnel. Die! Madara flickered again, now right in front of Mū, his blade flashing downward in a deadly arc splurt. The blade hit, but instead of flesh, it tore through feathers. Mū dissolved into a flurry of black crows, each scattering in different directions before vanishing into the wind. Madara's Mangekyo spun like a storm. Behind you. The real Mū reappeared, with a kunai aimed at Madara's back in a deadly strike. But Madara didn't flinch. A cold smirk crossed his lips. He had seen this coming. Then why not look behind you? Whoosh! Mū's eyes widened. The Madara in front of him vanished in a blink. No, the real one was behind him now. Mū reacted instantly, whipping a kunai backward in a sharp arc without turning his head. Madara tilted just enough to avoid the blade, his frown tightening slightly. Why such a predictable move? Then his gaze locked on the kunai as it spun. His eternal Mangekyo focused and froze it. Etched into the blade was a seal. Intricate. Familiar. This. Flying Thunder God. Madara's eyes narrowed, flaring with sudden intensity. This formula was burned into his memory. He could never forget it, not after what it had cost him. His own brother had died to that jutsu. Flying Thunder God. There was no mistaking it. But how? How the hell was Mū using it? That technique belonged to Tobirama Senju. Had he? Madara's eyes flared as the realization struck like lightning. In a blur, he launched an attack in the direction of the kunai, just as. Flash. Tobirama appeared right in front of him, eyes locked on target. Flying Thunder God slash. Splurt. Madara's hair fluttered in the air, one clean strand, severed mid-swing. But the retaliation was instant. Madara's scythe crashed against Tobirama's chest plate, shattering it in a burst of metal. Both men sprang apart, instinctively creating space. Tobirama landed beside Mū, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth with a casual flick of his wrist. Mū raised an eyebrow. Seriously, Tobirama, are you holding back or what? Tobirama snapped, irritated. Idiot. Do you think the Mangekyo has weak vision? He tracks everything. If it were that easy, I'd have taken his head off already. Across from them, Madara stood seething. His face had darkened completely. Tobirama, you filthy traitor. Siding with outsiders just to set a trap for me. His voice hissed with venom, eyes glowing with cold rage. If it weren't for Hashirama, you'd be a corpse already. But Tobirama didn't flinch. His tone was even, words sharp and unrelenting. Madara, this was my brother's order. Tobirama narrowed his eyes. You're too dangerous. You threaten the village. For Konoha's sake, I have no choice. Mū's mouth curled into a quiet smirk. Nice hit. Tobirama had struck the softest part of Madara's armor, his heart. And it showed. For a split second, the warlord's composure cracked. His Mangekyo lost that murderous glint, the light behind them dimming. His eyes widened in disbelief. His chest clenched painfully, something breaking inside him. Hashirama, sent someone to kill me. The thought echoed through his mind like poison, tightening around his heart. His blood ran cold. If that really was the truth. If Hashirama had truly given that order. Then maybe, even Madara Uchiha, the infamous demon of the battlefield, might just curl up at night, alone, and cry quietly into his pillow. Chapter 26, Battle against Madara Uchiha. That's right. Hashirama knew long ago that you were a disaster waiting to happen. Mū's voice rang out across the battlefield, loud and unwavering. I'll bring Tobirama Senju's head straight to Hashirama so he can see it with his own eyes. Madara's expression hardened. His gaze turned murderous, blood-red Sharingan glowing with a cold, intense light. All of you skulking in the shadows, come out. A ripple of tension spread instantly. Within seconds, shapes flickered into view, one after another, masked by jutsu moments earlier. Shadows became bodies. Bodies became threats. Madara Uchiha, a voice rang out as several figures appeared from the surrounding terrain. You've become far too dangerous. If we want peace in the shinobi world, you must be stopped here and now. The second Hokage from each of the 5 great villages surged forward, arriving in unison and completing a deadly formation around him. They were followed by elite shinobi from every nation, stepping out of concealment in synchronized waves. Dozens of jonin closed in from all directions, no hesitation in their steps. Gungetsu Hozuki, shaman, and the second Raikage were among them, their faces set with fierce resolve. Madara Uchiha. Gungetsu barked, pointing at him directly. Your time ends today. You're far too strong. While having strength is a great virtue, it shouldn't be associated with a demon like you, the second Raikage added, his entire frame charged with raw lightning that buzzed and sparked around him like a living cloak. For the future of the shinobi world, you must be stopped, Shaman said, his voice like ice as 2 mechanical puppets floated into position beside him. Madara looked at them without the faintest concern. Mū, however, stared him down and said with a smirk, why don't you go enjoy your favorite meal, then take a nice dive off a tall bridge? I'll even stop by every year to leave flowers. Madara let out a dry laugh that faded as quickly as it came. This is your army? You call this a threat? His voice was thick with scorn as he shook his head. Just a crowd of overconfident insects. There was no wind, yet his long, dark hair began to sway. Then, with a pulse of chakra so dense it warped the very air, a gigantic Susanoo erupted into view, encasing him in a towering form of ethereal armor. The force of its arrival was like a shockwave, crashing through the area with pressure that made the very ground groan beneath it. Every shinobi present instinctively tensed. Genjetsu's face drained of color. Shaman's mouth tightened. Even the second Raikage faltered, his chakra flickering unsteadily. What kind of monster is this? How can anyone hold this much power? Until now, none of them had faced Madara directly. His reputation preceded him, and they had guessed he was powerful, perhaps stronger than any one of them alone. But what stood before them wasn't just power. It was something far beyond anything they had imagined. This wasn't a high-tier opponent. This was domination incarnate. All 3 glanced toward Tobirama and Mū, perhaps seeking reassurance, or maybe simply confirmation that this wasn't some shared hallucination. Yet both of them remained steady. Neither looked surprised. Neither appeared shaken. They had fought Madara before. They had seen him like this and survived. And they knew exactly what needed to be done. Without waiting, Mū stepped forward, lifting his hand and rallying the others. All of us go in at once. He may be powerful, but his chakra isn't infinite. If we attack together, he can't eliminate everyone before he's drained. Shinobi. For the future of our world, attack. Responding to the call, the Iwagakure ninja were first to act. One shouted the incantation without hesitation. Earth-style, earth-splitting rift. The soil beneath them groaned, cracking wide as violent fissures tore toward Madara. The very ground erupted, jagged openings racing forward like ravenous beasts. In an instant, the massive Susanoo became engulfed in the churning chaos, its armor bracing against the surging tectonic assault. At the same time, the Senju clan launched their assault. Flames erupted across the battlefield as 50 shinobi chanted in unison, fire style, flame surge technique. A towering wall of fire surged forward, roaring across the field with blistering heat. Not to be outdone, shinobi from Kirigakure, Kumogakure, and the other great villages followed suit, hurling their own elemental jutsu into the fray. Fire, water, lightning, and wind all surged toward Madara like an overwhelming tidal wave. Madara didn't flinch. His expression was disdainful, almost bored. "Humph, insects, all of you," he muttered. Then his eyes sharpened, and his voice dropped with cold fury. "I'll bring your heads to Hashirama myself and ask him what kind of fool he's become." With that, the Susanoo lifted its enormous arm. A glowing blade of chakra took shape in its hand and slashed downward with devastating force. "Yasaka Magatama," he called, unleashing the deadly technique. The air filled with spiraling chakra spheres, raining down like divine artillery. Dozens of shinobi were cut down where they stood, the battlefield erupting into chaos. Mū's face twisted in frustration as he saw swaths of his allied forces being obliterated. Watching shinobi from other villages die was one thing, but his own elite from Iwagakure were being massacred, and that was unacceptable. He leapt into action without hesitation. Particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu. A white cube of pure energy expanded outward, disintegrating most of the incoming Yasaka beads before they could strike more targets. In the same breath, Gungetsu exhaled a thick, swirling mist. Hidden mist technique. The battlefield was immediately cloaked in a gray fog, cutting Madara's visibility and giving Mū more breathing room. But it was pointless. Madara's expression didn't shift at all. Without pause, he activated the third stage of his Susanoo. The already colossal warrior grew in size and ferocity, now wielding a massive greatsword. With a roar of force, it swung the blade downward at the assembled Kage. A thunderous boom tore through the battlefield. Earth style, steel binding technique. Mū called out, slamming his hands to the ground as a rock colossus erupted upward. Sand style, sand giant technique. Shaman followed up immediately, summoning a hulking sand warrior to join the defense. The fused guardians caught the descending sword, their combined mass groaning under the pressure but holding fast. The Susanoo's blade lodged deep into their torsos but failed to break through. "I've got this!" Shaman shouted, quickly taking advantage of the moment. A great surge of sand erupted behind him, sweeping up to engulf the Susanoo. "Don't be afraid. I'll stab him myself." His two puppets shot forward, twin kunai in hand, darting toward Madara's armored titan from both flanks. But he had overestimated his weapons. Just as the puppets reached the target, they struck with synchronized precision. Crack! The kunai shattered instantly. The armor didn't yield even slightly. A split second later, the Susanoo sprouted an additional arm with a violent surge of chakra. It moved with terrifying speed, smashing both puppets into the ground in a single, crushing blow. One of the massive hands then swung directly at Shaman. Another earth-shaking boom split the field. In the last possible second, Tobirama teleported in using Flying Thunder God, yanking Shaman out of harm's way. Shaman stumbled back, gasping and drenched in cold sweat. "Thank you, Tobirama-dano," he muttered. Puppet jutsu were useless against an opponent like this. "Lightning style, thunderstorm kick," shouted the second Raikage. Without warning, he surged forward, cloaked in crackling energy as he activated his lightning release chakra mode. With a powerful burst, he closed the distance and launched a fierce elbow strike at Susanoo's chest. Boom. The impact was massive, but it barely even scratched the surface. "What? It's that durable." The second Raikage staggered back, his face full of disbelief. "Ants," Madara muttered, his voice dripping with contempt. With a single punch from Susanoo, he sent the Raikage flying through the air like a broken doll. His body twisted mid-flight, tumbling end over end like a severed kite string. Mū leapt into the air and caught him just in time. "Hey! Don't charge in alone, idiot." Gungetsu snapped from the side, glaring as the battle slipped further out of control. "Stick to the plan or we're all dead." The group snapped back to awareness. Madara's crushing presence had momentarily erased all thoughts of strategy, but the brief moment of paralysis broke as everyone remembered the plan. Tobirama and Gungetsu exchanged a sharp look and immediately formed hand seals. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Two massive water dragons erupted from their jutsu, twisting and roaring through the air before slamming into Madara and his third stage Susanoo. The force was tremendous, hurling both him and the armored construct backward over 100 meters. The ground cracked beneath him as he landed, a crater forming in his wake. "Shaman-san, can you help me pin Madara down?" Mū called out across the battlefield. Shaman nodded grimly. "This isn't my desert, but I'll do what I can." Slamming his palms to the ground, Shaman summoned an immense wave of sand that swept outward in all directions. In seconds, the forest was buried under a spreading desert, trees consumed by dunes as far as the eye could see. Mū followed up with precise timing. "Earth style, lighten boulder technique," he called, casting the jutsu on Shaman's sand. Instantly, Shaman felt the difference. The sand turned feather-light, moving faster, more fluidly, and far easier to manipulate. "Perfect," he murmured in admiration, already shaping the terrain for attack. Before Madara could recover, a wall of sand surged toward him, swallowing his lower body in seconds. Then, a flash of light exploded behind him. The second Raikage streaked in like a thunderbolt, lightning crackling over his form. Clinging to his back was Mū, ready with his next jutsu. Earth-style, super-weighted boulder technique. Mū shouted, slamming his hand against the Raikage's back. Lightning-style, thunderstorm kick, the second Raikage roared. The moment he struck, the added weight amplified his force by several magnitudes. His speed didn't drop, but the power behind his movement soared to terrifying levels. Madara reacted instantly, throwing up a skeletal Susanoo to guard himself. It was too slow. The electrified kick slammed into the Susanoo's ribs, shattering them on contact. The entire defense crumbled like glass under pressure. The blow landed clean on Madara's body. Cough. Madara spat blood as the force knocked him off his feet. Shock flashed in his eyes, real, physical damage had pierced through. He hurtled through the air and crashed hard into the ground. It's not over yet. Mū shouted, giving chase alongside the second Raikage. This time, the Raikage targeted Madara's head, his body sparking with fury and precision. A rare glint of concern passed through Madara's gaze. He quickly raised his gunbai, the war fan passed down through the Uchiha, just in time to block. No. Stop. Mū yelled suddenly, horror tightening his voice as he recognized the threat. But it was too late. The Raikage had already committed. Boom. A shockwave burst from the point of impact. The second Raikage cried out as energy backfired and hurled him across the battlefield like a ragdoll. He crashed into a nearby sand dune and skidded for several meters before going still. Seeing him fall, Shaman reacted swiftly. He sent a wave of sand infused with explosive tags racing toward Madara to force him back. But Madara was already weaving hand seals, ignoring the sand. Summoning Jutsu, Nine Tails. A thunderous howl shook the battlefield as the Nine Tails erupted into existence, its enormous form casting a long shadow over the desert. The sheer pressure from its presence shattered the terrain. Sand dunes were flattened. The sky seemed darker under its gaze. The beast snarled and immediately began tearing through the sand that tried to restrain it, its power unraveling the terrain as it struggled against its bonds. Madara stood calmly beneath the chaos. Now, time to test this technique, he murmured, beginning to layer the Susanoo's chakra armor onto the Nine Tails. The moment he began fusing the two, Tobirama's voice rang out with alarm. No. Stop him. In response, red flashes filled the battlefield. Dozens of Uzumaki shinobi emerged from the periphery, each moving swiftly into formation. Sealing technique, chains of restraint, shouted one squad. Sealing technique, adamantine sealing chains, cried another. Chains of chakra burst from their palms, glowing and humming with sealing energy. The adamantine chains were unmistakable, golden, radiant, and unyielding. Those who lacked the bloodline for it still unleashed basic sealing chains to support the effort. Dozens of glowing strands shot forward, wrapping tightly around the Nine Tails' limbs and torso, struggling to hold it in place. Madara's brows lowered in irritation. The Uzumaki clan too. Pulling every string behind the curtain, gathering every clan that could threaten him. Could it be that Hashirama had orchestrated all of this behind the scenes? Chapter 27, The Strongest Dust Release. In Konohagakure, Mito Uzumaki watched her husband with concern. Hashirama, are you really going to capture the tailed beasts? Hashirama stood ready, clad in his signature armor with a giant scroll strapped across his back. His face bore the calm, reassuring smile that had led countless shinobi through war. Don't worry, Mito. I'll be back soon, he said gently. For the peace of the shinobi world, I've made up my mind. I will capture the tailed beasts. His words rang with absolute conviction, and yet, there was a flicker of curiosity in his expression. Eh? By the way, where did Tobirama go? He scratched his head, suddenly realizing his brother hadn't come to see him off. Could I send someone to find him? Mito offered, a touch of concern still in her voice. No need. Tobirama's probably busy working hard for the village, as always. Besides, if he knew I was going after the tailed beasts, he'd definitely try to stop me, Hashirama said with a chuckle. With that, he turned and headed out of the village, scroll bouncing lightly against his back. Sealing technique, eightfold seal. The battlefield shifted once again as a brilliant green barrier erupted around the rampaging Nine Tails. The chakra walls locked into place with a thundering pulse. Forced to retreat, Madara leapt off the beast's back, narrowing his eyes. But the moment his feet touched the ground. Bam. Genjetsu's mustached steam clone dropped from above and drove a brutal elbow into Madara's ribs, sending him hurtling across the field. Explosions followed immediately. Blast after blast rocked the terrain as Madara was sent tumbling, caught in a relentless chain of detonations. Everyone, this is an area of effect attack. Gungetsu shouted as he continued to direct the steam clone. If you don't want to end up like Mū, then keep your distance. Mū's brow twitched. That comment definitely felt targeted. But considering the chaos around them, he decided to let it slide. Demonic illusion, boiling mirage tower. Genjutsu's clone unleashed a powerful genjutsu, creating a shimmering heat haze mirage over the battlefield to obscure itself and confuse incoming attacks. But Madara wasn't deterred. He had no interest in subtlety. His own techniques were wide-ranging, and he had no problem reducing everything to rubble until he hit something. Boom. 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 Explosions roared through the mist, but even as the damage mounted, Madara responded. His Susanoo began to shift and expand once more. The third stage melted away, replaced by a hulking new form. The fourth stage Susanoo emerged, now wielding 4 massive blades in its fully armored arms. Its frame had thickened and its defenses hardened significantly. The pressure of its presence deepened across the battlefield. My explosions can't pierce his defense anymore. Gungetsu called out in frustration, watching as his clone's efforts began to lose effectiveness. Meanwhile, Tobirama was already preparing his next move. Without a word, he formed hand seals. Summoning Jutsu, impure world reincarnation. The air shifted. After sacrificing a living offering, a coffin slowly rose from the ground, its lid creaking open. Mū watched the scene with wide eyes, uncertain of Tobirama's intent. Tobirama gave a thin, calculated smile. My tandem explosive tags were made specifically for this jutsu, he said, his voice low and deliberate. On the lid of the coffin was a single character, Izuna. Recognition hit Mū instantly. That name carried weight. This was no ordinary summon. As the coffin continued to open, Madara remained distracted by the barrage of steam explosions. But the moment the chakra signature emerged from the coffin, his head snapped toward it. What? His eyes went wide. Shock turned quickly into disbelief, and then rage. Izuna Uchiha stepped out, silent, pale, his eyes empty. He moved like a puppet, without will or recognition. I can only summon the body. His consciousness can't be restored, Tobirama said quickly. He then moved forward, pressing a series of tandem explosive tags all over Izuna's reanimated body, sealing the final layer with precise chakra control before directing him straight toward Madara. Unforgivable. Tobirama Senju. I will kill you. Madara's voice cracked as fury exploded from his throat. It was one thing to be ambushed, but using his own dead brother's body as a walking bomb. That crossed a line even the Uchiha had never imagined. Boom. 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 The detonations engulfed Izuna's reanimated corpse. But the moment it was torn apart, the body regenerated, restored instantly thanks to the mechanics of impure world reincarnation. To Madara, it was a cruel illusion turned real. Over and over, he watched Izuna explode into pieces, only to rise again. It wasn't just damaging his Susanoo, it was carving wounds into his very soul. His heart twisted with every explosion, forced to relive the death of his brother in a vicious, endless loop. Tobirama, that's seriously messed up. Mū muttered under his breath. Even he had to say it. What Tobirama was doing now wasn't all that different from showing Obito Rin's death again and again until he broke. Tobirama really hated Uchihas. For Konoha, there's nothing I won't do, Tobirama responded, voice cold and emotionless. Malice dripped from every word like poison. Mū gave him a side glance. Why was Tobirama starting to sound more like Danzo with every passing moment? Oh, right. Like teacher, like student. Boom. 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 The continuous explosions were driving Madara to the brink. I've had enough. Perfect Susanoo. A furious roar erupted from him as cracks formed across his armor, not from damage but from the overwhelming force of chakra surging through his body. His hair whipped wildly as his chakra erupted like a tidal wave, shaking the entire battlefield. Then, the perfect Susanoo burst upward from the ground, towering over everything like a demon god. A monstrous titan clad in spiritual armor and wielding a blade large enough to cleave mountains stood tall as the earth trembled beneath it. Hey. I think we actually pissed him off for real. Gungetsu said, a nervous chill creeping down his spine. Die. Madara bellowed, his perfect Susanoo swinging its enormous blade straight at the cluster of shinobi below. The ground screamed under the force of the strike. Earth split open. The sky seemed to crack. A shockwave surged outward in every direction as the colossal weapon carved a canyon through the battlefield. Tobirama's eyes narrowed. He immediately formed hand seals, grabbed the second Raikage and Shaman, and vanished with a flash. Flying Thunder God. They reappeared safely in the distance, far from the destructive radius. Gungetsu tried to intercept the attack with his steam clone, but the sheer pressure from the blow obliterated it on contact. Mū raced in to rescue Genjetsu's real body, but even he couldn't fight the shockwave and was sent hurtling backward through the air. And now, standing in the middle of the shattered landscape, casting a shadow that consumed the hills around it, was Madara's perfect Susanoo. So vast, it made entire mountains look insignificant beside it. Is this even the same realm of power as us? Shaman whispered, awe and dread mingling in his voice. Tobirama stayed composed. He turned toward Mū, his expression cool but firm. Mudano. Can you destroy it? Mū inhaled deeply. He had hoped to avoid revealing this trump card so soon. But the situation had escalated far beyond any restraint. There was no other way. Without a word, he tapped into sage mode. Tobirama's eyes widened slightly as he felt the sudden surge of natural energy. That chakra. It was the same type his brother had wielded. So Mū had been hiding this level of power all along. Mū took to the sky, soaring toward Madara with unwavering resolve. The image was eerily reminiscent of Ōnoki's charge against the meteor years ago, bravery sharpened into a single, decisive flight. This Susanoo is too massive. A standard dust release won't work, Mū calculated calmly. I'll need to use a column type to slice through the entire structure. However, that meant extending its length and width, which required an enormous amount of chakra. Even the charge time would be longer. Still, he didn't hesitate. He brought his palms together and began to gather every drop of chakra he had. This would be the largest dust release he had ever attempted. Particle style, pillar, dimensional severing technique. Sage chakra flowed into his hands, radiant and crackling with power. The air changed. The sky darkened. The color of the earth itself seemed to distort beneath him. What the hell is that guy doing? Gungetsu stared in disbelief. You better succeed. Tobirama thought silently, watching from below. Humph. Madara's eyes narrowed as he sensed the buildup. He recognized the technique and hated it. That was the one move that could truly destroy even his perfect Susanoo. He immediately commanded the Susanoo to strike. The giant blade lifted high, gathering momentum to bring down a full-force blow aimed at Mū before the technique could be completed. The ground shook under its movement. A rumble tore across the battlefield. Mū held steady, jaw clenched, eyes fixed. Particle style, pillar, dimensional severing technique. A massive pillar of black light shot upward with a deafening roar. The instant Susanoo's great sword touched the beam, it began to dissolve as if melting in acid. The edge crumbled first, then the entire blade shattered into dust. The black column didn't stop, it surged forward, tearing through the sky and racing straight toward Madara's perfect Susanoo. Chapter 28, even the strongest in the shinobi world can cry. Buzz. A black pillar of light tore through the air, obliterating Susanoo's massive sword and driving straight toward Madara Uchiha. For a moment, he stood there, completely stunned. The particle-style beam surged like a force of nature, not merely destroying what it touched but erasing it as though it had never existed. Madara's Susanoo, the embodiment of his pride and power, vanished beneath the beam, wiped away so cleanly that not even debris remained. The entire structure was split down the middle in an instant. The edges of the cut gleamed with unnatural precision, as if the beam were a hot blade slicing through wax. He stared directly at the oncoming light. His jaw tightened. And then, something broke across his face. It was panic. Not the controlled, tactical alarm of a seasoned warrior, but pure, unfiltered fear. It was the first time in his life he had felt something so raw. For the first time, he was afraid. He might actually die here. Until now, the only person he believed capable of ending him was Hashirama. But now, he realized he may have made a grave mistake. Maybe he should have eliminated Mū the moment they met. Letting him live had led to this, and by the time that realization struck, it was already too late. There was no time to regret. Madara made the only move he had left. He gave up Susanoo. He abandoned the armor to protect the mind. Far from the battle, Hashirama Senju roamed the continent in pursuit of the tailed beasts. His senses extended far and wide, seeking traces of their chakra. But the moment he stepped into the land of waterfalls, he felt a violent surge that made him stop in his tracks. What's going on? He muttered, brow creasing as he looked up to see a black column rising ominously into the sky. He instantly honed his chakra sensing. What he found left him staggered. What? Madara's chakra. That overwhelming, unmistakable presence, it was him. Hashirama's eyes widened with astonishment, followed by an almost boyish joy. Could it be? Had Madara truly been alive this whole time, hiding away in secret? If so, this was no mere mission anymore. He had set out to gather the tailed beasts, but fate had thrown him something far more precious. He couldn't let this chance go. If Madara was still alive, then there was hope. They could be together again. He could bring him home. Hashirama adjusted his focus to pinpoint the exact location, but the discovery only deepened the shock. Madara wasn't alone. Tobirama's chakra was there too, and the Uzumaki clan. Confusion swept over him like a tide. Was this some sort of gathering no one had told him about? His face turned grim. Or could it be something worse? Was Tobirama fighting Madara? Why would the Uzumaki be involved? Had his brother gone rogue to chase Madara down all this time? Without a moment's hesitation, Hashirama surged toward the battlefield with everything he had. Now's our chance. Water style, hard whirlpool water blade. With Susanoo no longer shielding him, Madara was vulnerable. Tobirama, known across the shinobi world as the fastest, didn't waste the opportunity. In a flash, he struck. His blade of spiraling water slammed into Madara's lower back, striking with pinpoint accuracy. Puffed. Blood sprayed from Madara's mouth as his body jerked forward. He scrambled to gather chakra, trying to reconstruct even the skeletal frame of Susanoo. But Tobirama had no intention of stopping. He wasn't the type to spare an enemy just because they were still breathing. If he were injured, he'd finish the job. Water style, water dragon explosion. Tobirama unleashed a massive water dragon, hurling a torrent of tandem explosive tags along with it. Boom. Boom. Boom boom boom. Within the eye of the explosion, Madara fought to stay conscious, struggling to pull together what little chakra he had left. He used the fractured remains of Susanoo's skeletal frame as a makeshift barrier, barely keeping himself alive. But after all the fighting, all the energy poured into summoning Susanoo in its many stages, his reserves were nearly gone. Water dragon explosion. Tobirama fired another water dragon, this one surging with momentum as it lunged forward and clamped its watery jaws around Madara. With a deafening crash, rain began pouring down from the clouds above. Thunder rolled. Crash. Madara slammed into the ground like a broken weapon. He was a disaster, his clothes were torn to shreds, his armor lay in cracked pieces, his long hair was matted and unkempt, and blood and grime covered every inch of him. His war fan and scythe had been blasted away, lost in the wreckage of the battlefield. Mū, Gungetsu, the second Raikage, Shaman, and Tobirama finally let out a collective breath. The battle was over. Victory, this time, was undeniable. Madara's limbs trembled as he tried to rise and flee, staggering to his feet. But none of them intended to let him go. He stumbled backward, only to have Gungetsu appear before him, blocking the path. He spun and lunged forward, but the second Raikage was already there, cutting him off without a word. Gritting his teeth, he turned sharply to the left. Tobirama was waiting, still and silent. Desperation surged. Madara lunged straight ahead, but Shaman rose in a swirl of sand, forming a solid wall in his path. The moment he looked up, he saw Mū still floating overhead, unmoving like a silent executioner. Heh. Yo, Baka, isn't this Madara-sama himself? Gungetsu crossed his arms, voice thick with theatrical mockery. Been a few days, and the so-called Shura of the shinobi world already looks this pathetic. Shaman let out a sharp laugh, his mouth twisted in amusement. Madara, who would have guessed you'd end up like this? Tobirama's words were cold and merciless, his tone like steel against frost. Madara, you have just no idea how much I hated you and your wretched clan. Madara's jaw clenched so tightly it felt like it might crack. He stayed silent, swallowing the waves of shame even as his spirit was torn apart. His fury burned hot beneath his humiliation. They would all pay. Every last one of them would fall. No one who had seen him like this, defeated, disgraced, would live. Enough. Just end it already. Mū frowned as the others kept battering Madara like a discarded puppet. As much as he disliked the men, Madara was still a pillar of the shinobi world, a founding force of Konoha. There was a limit to how far they should go. Madara. It's over. Tobirama raised his blade, aiming it directly at the center of Madara's forehead. His grip was steady. The final blow was seconds away. And then... Stop. A voice thundered across the battlefield from afar, loud enough to shake the trees. At the same moment, a towering wooden tendril erupted from the earth, shielding Madara and snaring the entire Second Kage squad before they could react. Only Mū, still hovering high in the sky, managed to avoid the sudden assault. From above, Hashirama descended. Boom. Madara. Madara, what happened to you? Tobirama. What the hell is going on? Hashirama rushed forward, dropping to his knees and pulling the broken form of Madara into his arms. His chest tightened at the sight, blood-soaked, breath ragged, armor in ruins. Madara barely clung to consciousness. Tobirama stood rooted to the ground in disbelief. Why was his brother here? How had he appeared at this exact moment? Could it be that some invisible thread truly connected him and Madara? Was fate weaving their paths together again and again? Cough, cough. Madara's eyes fluttered open, weakly focusing on Hashirama above him. Madara. Please, stay with me. Don't you dare die on me. Hashirama's voice cracked, thick with urgency. Pressing his hands over Madara's chest, he immediately began pouring chakra into him, working healing jutsu as fast as he could. Was it you, who sent them to kill me? Madara's words were barely audible, torn from him through pain. Blood stained his lips, and his eyes, though dim, stared deep into Hashirama's, searching for betrayal, hoping not to find it. No. Madara, you're my friend, my brother. I would never hurt you. Hashirama shook his head frantically, his face twisted in anguish. He had no idea this ambush had even been planned. He didn't know Tobirama had pulled together this squad, much less that they had actually confronted Madara. Seeing his friend like this, wrecked, defeated, teetering on the edge of death, broke him in ways he hadn't thought possible. Tears blurred his vision. He couldn't stop them. This wasn't how it was supposed to end. Madara's mouth lifted into the ghost of a smile, faint and heavy with sorrow. I knew you wouldn't kill me. Drip, drip. 2 tears slid down, falling silently onto Madara's blood-smeared face like beads of glass. Hashirama felt his chest twist violently. He squeezed Madara's hand with everything he had. Madara. Please, hold on. I'll heal you. I'll save you. He funneled chakra without pause, working his hands in desperate rhythm, casting healing jutsu again and again. His breathing grew labored, his body trembling with effort, sweat running freely down his face. But Madara slowly shook his head. That same fragile smile clung to his lips. His voice was soft now, fading like wind through leaves. Hashirama, don't waste your strength. If healing could fix things, my brother would still be alive. He slowly lifted one trembling hand. The motion alone seemed to drain what little life remained in him. It was all he could manage. Hashirama stared, unable to breathe. He bent forward instinctively, pressing Madara's hand against his cheek, letting the dying warmth sink into him. Madara's smile deepened, weighed down by grief. It was the kind of smile that didn't belong on a battlefield, the kind that knew loss far too well. Even the strongest in the shinobi world can cry, huh? His voice was scratchy, a whisper through cracked lips. Madara. Hashirama's eyes shimmered, filling again. He bit down hard on his lip to keep from sobbing, but it was no use. His heart felt like it was being crushed under the weight of what he was about to lose. Don't cry, just avenge me. Those last words drifted from Madara's mouth like a dying vow. His fingers loosened. His hand dropped. Limp. Okay, that's pure bromance. It's just that our minds are beyond repair. Chapter 29, my friend is dead. Avenge me. Avenge me. Avenge me. Madara's final words echoed without end in Hashirama's mind, carved into his thoughts like a brand. Madara. He cried out in agony, his voice raw and broken. Clutching Madara's body against his chest, tears streamed down his face in relentless waves. This wasn't how their story was meant to end. Once, they had stood together as brothers in arms, fighting for peace, building a dream from nothing. Now, that dream lay dead in his arms. He had killed Madara once before, on the battlefield, when Madara had attacked Konoha. It had torn him apart, but he had done it to protect their vision, the village, their people. But this time was nothing like that. Madara hadn't attacked. He hadn't betrayed anyone. He had simply walked away. And even then, he had still been Hashirama's dearest friend. Now he was gone, murdered. What was the difference now? How was this not the same as killing his closest companion with his own hands? Ah, this might be bad. Gungetsu, still trapped in the wooden restraints, looked visibly shaken. They had just survived a battle against Madara. Were they really about to face Hashirama next? This is bad. I don't have much chakra left. Shaman's tone was strained, his expression grim. The second Raikage said nothing, but his breathing was shallow and uneven. He hadn't fully healed, his leg remained unstable, and his movements were far from steady. Mū hovered silently above them, eyes locked on Hashirama. His face was drawn tight. He had already unleashed his strongest dust release technique. If another battle erupted now, he wouldn't last long enough to matter. Worse, Hashirama's wooden Buddha was a level beyond anything Susanoo could manage. Even at full strength, Mū wouldn't be able to compete with that. Still, would Hashirama really go that far? Would he lose himself in rage and cast aside all he'd built, all he stood for, just to avenge Madara? Mū thought about the men he'd heard so much about. The stories described Hashirama as noble, idealistic, and a man who once chose duty over friendship. He had slain Madara once to protect the future of Konoha. Surely, he wouldn't plunge the world into war now, over a man who had turned his back on the village. Aniki, Madara was too dangerous. He captured the Nine Tails. I concluded he was a threat to Konoha's future and had to be eliminated. Tobirama stepped forward, his voice firm and clear, trying to take control of the moment. But Hashirama didn't react. He didn't even seem to hear. Madara's dead. Madara's dead. He repeated it like a prayer, his voice quiet and hollow. His eyes stared into nothing, vacant, unaware of his surroundings. Tobirama's throat tightened. The last time he'd seen his brother like this was after the deaths of their younger siblings. Hashirama's head slowly lifted. His gaze burned with sorrow and fury. His entire body trembled. A tsunami of chakra erupted from him, crashing across the field like a violent storm. Boom. The ground beneath him cracked and split open. Trees shuddered. The earth groaned under the weight of his power. The pressure that followed flattened the grass and bent the air around them. Who killed Madara? His voice tore through the land, loud enough to shake the skies. Dust exploded upward, and debris spun in the air like leaves in a hurricane. Gungetsu, Shaman, and the rest felt their breath catch. Their muscles locked. The intensity was overwhelming. Hashirama-sama. Please, calm down. Do you really intend to start a war with the four great nations over this? The second Raikage forced himself to speak, his voice heavy and cautious. Yes. Madara was already a rogue ninja. Technically, you had no right to interfere in the execution of a missing nin. Rogue ninjas are fair game for everyone. Shaman immediately supported the claim, his voice quick and firm. Aniki. Tobirama reached out, grabbing Hashirama's arm with urgency in his eyes. Now isn't the time to act on emotion. For Konoha's sake, we can't go to war with the other villages. Think of our people. For a brief instant, something flickered in Hashirama's eyes. A glimmer of reason. But it was quickly overwhelmed by the storm churning in his heart. If I don't avenge Madara, can I still call myself his brother? His friend? If I let this pass, what would Madara's soul think of me? That final gaze, that tired but peaceful look Madara had given him in his last moments, it haunted him. Hashirama couldn't push it away. The sorrow in those fading eyes, the weariness, it stayed with him like a splinter buried in his chest. The images refused to fade. The pain refused to lessen. He found himself imagining a day when he, too, would pass on to the Pure Land. What would Madara say then? Would he turn to him and ask, Hashirama, did you avenge me? And if that day came, what could he possibly answer? Would he admit the truth? That he had done nothing? That he let it all go? Would he lie to hide the guilt that already bloomed in his chest? Hashirama opened his eyes again. This time, they were cold, icy, and unyielding. All warmth had vanished, replaced by a void as deep and silent as winter. Tobirama. As Hokage, I order you to take your men and leave this place at once. His voice cut through the air like steel, sharp and final. Tobirama's expression changed instantly. He already knew what his brother had decided. Aniki. Don't. You can't start a war with the four great nations. He stepped forward, trying desperately to change his mind. There is no Aniki here. Say Hokage. There is only the Hokage. Hashirama's words struck like a hammer. His roar echoed across the battlefield. Tobirama's mouth clenched shut. He bit back everything he wanted to say. His fists trembled. He had brought these outsiders to kill Hashirama's dearest friend. If they weren't family, if he wasn't Hashirama's brother, he would already be dead. Aniki. I'm sorry. The words came through clenched teeth. And then, with a flash of chakra, Tobirama moved, reaching out with flying thunder god, trying to pull Hashirama away by force. Lower your hand, Tobirama. Hashirama didn't move. Instead, he released a pulse of chakra so heavy, so absolute, it froze Tobirama in place. He couldn't move a muscle. Frustration twisted Tobirama's face. But there was no path forward. He stepped back, silently, retreating in defeat. The other second-generation Kage, however, were in far worse shape. It was now clear that Hashirama wasn't going to let them leave. The truth hit all four like ice water. They weren't going to walk away from this. Not alive. Without delay, each one activated their escape techniques. Genjetsu's body began to liquefy, oil slicking from his pores as he triggered his hydrification technique to slip through the wood release restraints. The second Raikage, already injured, summoned what remained of his strength and ignited his lightning chakra mode. Electricity surged as he hacked through the roots and vines trapping him. Shaman's form dissolved into a swirl of sand, his body fading into dust as he used a sand body flicker to escape. Mū didn't hesitate. His face turned grim as he activated his flight technique, rocketing into the sky at top speed. But none of it mattered. My friend Madara is dead. Right or wrong, I no longer care to judge. Hashirama raised his head, his eyes matching those of a demon. None of you are leaving. Hashirama's voice rang out with a terrible finality. It wasn't loud, but it struck like a verdict delivered by a god. The silence that followed was crushing. Wood release, deep forest bloom. His hands clapped together, and the battlefield exploded. The ground tore apart as an endless surge of trees erupted from the soil. Ancient trunks twisted upward like awakening dragons, their limbs sprawling in every direction with unnatural speed and violence. The forest swallowed everything, green and furious, racing after the fleeing Kage like a predator on the hunt. Gungetsu, slick with oil, had just escaped one snare when another rose directly in front of him. He ducked, but thick branches lashed out, coiling around him in an instant. They squeezed down with brutal force, locking him in place before he could vanish again. The second Rakage carved through wave after wave of vines with his lightning-infused blade, but his efforts were barely a delay. For every tendril he destroyed, more emerged, thicker and faster. Exhaustion crept into his limbs. His chakra was dwindling. Shaman attempted to phase through the chaos in his sand form, leaping from tree to tree, but the forest gave him no space. Vines surged midair, striking him down in a tangle of sand and bark, trapping him inside a living prison. Even Mū, high above and fast enough to break the sound barrier, found no safety in the skies. The forest rose to meet him, flooding the air with spiraling vines. He started forming hand signs for dust release, but a whip-like branch snapped around his ankle and yanked him downward. He slammed into the ground hard enough to crater it. For Madara. Hashirama's voice carried no hatred. Only grief. With a fluid motion, he gathered the four bound Kage into the center of his growing forest, their bodies tangled in roots and their chakra sealed by nature itself. Then he struck the earth once more. A second forest bloomed instantly, more vibrant, more alive. Towering flowers burst open from coiled vines, their petals wide and glistening. A fine golden pollen erupted from them in clouds, catching the light like dust motes. The air thickened. The scent was cloying, sweet to the point of nausea. A rolling pink mist drifted through the woods, covering the ground and rising through the branches like smoke. It moved slowly, almost gently, until it reached the Kage. The moment they inhaled, they faltered. Their strength drained away. Eyes glazed over. Knees buckled. Breathing became labored. Their limbs grew heavy, and the forest began to spin around them. This pollen is toxic. Water release, water dome barrier. Summoning what little chakra remained, Gungetsu managed to raise a watery dome around the group. The swirling orb glimmered faintly as it tried to hold the mist at bay. Inside, the Kage panted, half-dazed, their minds struggling to stay focused. But the pollen continued to press in, invisible tendrils testing the seams. It was only a matter of time before it breached the dome entirely. Chapter 30, The Successors of the Kage. What do we do now? Should we go grab some fries at the dock? The elite shinobi observing the battlefield from a distance stared in stunned silence as the chaos unfolded below them. The situation had spiraled far beyond what anyone anticipated. Everyone, keep calm, one of the jonin barked, stepping forward. I've already sent word to our Kage. They should arrive shortly. Too bad we in Iwagakure are too far out. I don't think ours will make it in time, someone muttered, frustrated. There's no choice. Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kimogakure are all much closer. They should be able to respond, another added quickly. Even as the storm gathered and their top leaders lay defeated or unconscious, the assembled jonin kept their composure. With practiced precision, they began coordinating communications, arranging reinforcements, and preparing for the worst. Iwagakure, Tsuchikage's office. The moment he received the message, Ishikawa bolted to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief. Mū took down Madara. With backup. And now they're on the verge of fighting Hashirama. He slapped his forehead, already imagining the headlines. This was exactly how the fourth great ninja war would erupt. Grandfather. We have to go save Sensei. Ōnoki's voice rang out as he burst into the room, his urgency sharp and undeniable. Ishikawa didn't hesitate. With a solemn nod, he gathered his gear and led the emergency deployment unit himself. Across the continent, nearly identical scenes played out. In both Sunagakure and Kimogakure, the remaining second-generation Kage made the decision without hesitation. They would not sit back. They would march to the battlefield in person. Battlefield. Baka Yaro. Damn it. I can't hold this technique much longer. Think of something, anything. Genjetsu's shout cut through the pollen-heavy air as he glanced over his shoulder toward Mū, Shaman, and the second Rakage. Mū's thoughts spun in frantic circles. He cursed himself for not leaving one of his clones outside the poison zone. If he had just split beforehand, maybe they wouldn't be trapped like this. We're screwed. We're actually going to die here. Shaman's complexion had gone ghostly pale. His lips trembled with each word, and his voice was soaked in despair. They had already burned through most of their chakra reserves in the fight against Madara. Their bodies were bruised, battered, and drained to the edge. And now Hashirama stood against them, untouched, unwavering. This wasn't a battle. It was a death sentence. At least Madara had felt human, even with his monstrous strength. At least he looked like he could be worn down. But Hashirama? He looked like a force of nature. There was no end to him, just a loading screen that never finished. Cough. I think this is it for us. The second Raikage dropped to one knee, barely able to stay upright. Blood soaked through his torn armor, leaking from a wound he'd taken during Madara's final counterattack. Each breath came harder than the last. Gungetsu glanced at them both, then lowered his head with a weary sigh. His treasured steam clone had been blown apart earlier in the fight. If he still had it, maybe they'd have one last shot at turning the tide. One more detonation, one more delay. Mū. Well, if I've got to die beside someone, I guess you'll do. He clapped Mū on the shoulder with a weak grin. It was an attempt at humor, but the moment the word die left his lips, Mū flinched like he'd been stabbed. What the hell are you saying? I'm not dying here. Panic surged in his chest. He knew the shape of the future. He had seen the threads of what was meant to come. This wasn't it. This couldn't be the end. Even in the deepest pit of despair, there had to be one path forward. There always was. No. The fire in Mū's eyes reignited as he bit down on his fear and forced his hands into motion. Summoning jutsu. His fingers flew through the signs, his chakra igniting in a sudden pulse. A black-feathered crow with eyes like burning coals emerged in a plume of smoke. It was the legendary Yatagarasu. Can you help me condense chakra? He asked, his voice tight with urgency. The bird didn't hesitate. Perching on Mū's shoulder, it began assisting immediately, drawing in chakra with astonishing speed. Its feathers shimmered faintly as it focused, the air around them pulsing with power. Mū joined in, pressing his hands together and forcing the last of his strength into the process, synchronizing with the crow's gathering energy. His focus narrowed. Every breath was precious now. Outside the barrier, Hashirama remained perfectly still. His eyes stayed fixed on the weakened group, expression unreadable. He could sense resistance still flickering inside the dome. Unwilling to let it continue, he raised his hands again and struck them together. Would release, tree-binding death. The earth heaved with a low, guttural rumble. From the shattered ground, massive vines shot out like monster serpents, surging toward the water barrier with violent purpose. The roots lashed and coiled as they slammed into the dome. The shield quivered, its surface rippling under the pressure. Sharp cracks spread across its structure like spiderwebs. Inside, Gungetsu gritted his teeth, his chakra drained, his steam long exhausted. Shaman was barely conscious, and the second Raikage looked on the verge of collapse. None of them had the strength to lift a finger. It was obvious now. The water dome wouldn't hold. The forest would crush them, and there was nothing more they could do. This is the end. Gungetsu closed his eyes. For a moment, he allowed the thought of death to settle in. But as despair crept closer, something changed. Mū reached down and picked up a stone from the scorched ground. He closed his eyes for a breath, then clenched his fist. Crack. Boom. The stone crumbled to dust in his hand. No. It's not over yet. His voice rang out like a war cry. Dust release, column, original realm annihilation. A blinding white pillar burst upward, lancing through the skies like a divine blade. It carved a screaming path across the battlefield, tearing the sky open with raw fury. The air itself was shredded as the technique activated, and every tree born of Hashirama's would release disintegrated in an instant. From their roots to their towering crowns, the massive structures unraveled into glittering particles. The forest vanished in a sea of blinding brilliance. Shock waves roared outward, shaking the land and wiping the battlefield clean of everything unnatural. High above, Mū hovered in the sky, one hand extended to sustain the jutsu. His expression was carved in stone. Beside him sat Yatagarasu, wings folded, silent and regal. The crow's feathers glimmered in the dust release's light. Mū's bandages fluttered around him like banners in a storm. In that single instant, he seemed less like a man and more like a force, an avatar of judgment descending with divine wrath. That technique, it's formidable. Hashirama's gaze followed the blast, his brow furrowed slightly. He hadn't anticipated a counter of this magnitude, not from someone already on the edge of death. Is he channeling chakra from that summoning creature? The realization struck quickly, but even he had to admit the scale of Mū's attack was impressive. Successors of the Kage. Do not fall so easily. Mū's voice thundered across the scorched battlefield, carried by chakra. We are heirs of our villages. Our will must be stronger than steel, more enduring than stone. To give up is the only defeat that cannot be reversed. If we must fall, we fall in battle, not waiting quietly for death. His voice echoed into the sky as he hovered there, surrounded by the pale light of dust release, standing between hope and despair. Mū-sama. Across the battlefield, the elite shinobi watching from the 4 great villages stared in open-mouthed awe. Many had assumed the fight was already lost. Even their own Kage had looked ready to accept death. And yet, Mū stood firm in the sky, unshaken, his chakra blazing. That's Mū-sama. That's the true might of dust release. Not even the legendary wood release can compare when he uses it like this. He doesn't just see the enemy as dust, he sees himself as dust. That's how he transcended ego and reached the realm of nothingness. He's the one who turned stone into bedrock, not just a fighter, but the ultimate tactician. He's inherited the Kage's will completely. This is what it means to carry the burden of a village on your shoulders. The founder of the stone will, and he'll walk the path of that will to the very end. Iwagakure's ANBU couldn't contain their excitement. Their voices spilled out in emotional bursts as they explained Mū's legacy to the astonished shinobi from the other villages, practically forming a live commentary crew in their passion. This guy. Gungetsu stared up at Mū, his eyes wide, an unfamiliar emotion flickering behind them. For a moment, the thought crossed his mind, maybe, just maybe, he wouldn't mind being Mū's subordinate after all. Mū, you really do show up when it matters most. Oi, oi, oi. Hey. Are you planning to hog all the spotlight again, you smug bastard? Don't forget about me, Gungetsu. A barrage of sharp water gun bullets exploded through the tangled roots of the wood release vines nearby. Gungetsu emerged tall and defiant once more, wiping the blood from his mouth as his eyes sharpened with renewed fire. His determination spread like a spark to Shaman and the second Raikage. Damn right. I'm from the mountain ridges of Iwagakure. We've never once backed down halfway through anything. Crackling energy wrapped around the second Raikage's body as his lightning chakra mode reignited, thunder roaring at his feet. Well then. I guess I've got no excuse left. If we're going to fall here, we'll bring the entire shinobi world down with us. Shaman's voice trembled slightly, but he stood on shaking legs, refusing to bend anymore. All 4 Kage stood side by side once more, bruised but unbowed, their spirits blazing with defiance. Yeah. If this is how it ends, we're dragging everything down with us. They turned together to face Hashirama once again, unflinching. Hashirama watched in silence, taking in the look in their eyes. He saw the fire that had returned to their expressions. For a fleeting second, something softened in his gaze, a glimpse of sorrow, or maybe regret, but war offered no room for hesitation. Wood release, deep forest emergence. He slammed his hands together once more, summoning another tidal wave of towering trees and vines to bury them beneath nature's wrath. But Mū and Gungetsu were already prepared, standing back to back like 2 halves of a single will. Mū raised one hand, forming the intricate shape of dust release, while Gungetsu shot a stream of high-pressure water bullets from his fingertips, ripping through the advancing roots. Mū. Let's see who can blast more of these things today. Gungetsu laughed, his shots slicing through the vines with pinpoint accuracy. No one's trying to compete with you, you loud idiot, Mū growled without looking at him, though his dust release flared hotter than ever, vaporizing every branch and leaf that dared approach. Chapter 31, The Successors of the Kage, Part 2. There was no time to dwell on Madara Uchiha's defeat. Immediately afterward, a new figure entered the fray. He had no health bar, only a progress bar. The founder of Konoha, the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, wielder of the legendary wood release, husband of Mito Uzumaki, elder brother of Tobirama Senju, the sworn friend of the Shura of the shinobi world, and the reincarnation of Azura, Hashirama Senju, had arrived. On the battlefield, Mū and Gungetsu Hozuki were fending off wave after wave of wood release assaults. While doing so, Mū was also supporting both the Raikage and Shaman, dividing his focus without losing precision. Suddenly and without any signal, Mū created a clone with astonishing speed. The act happened so quickly it left even seasoned shinobi stunned. Without delay, he commanded the clone to charge into the battlefield and assist the second Raikage and Shaman in their ongoing battle. Mudano, Shaman-san, lend me your strength. We need to find a way to land a clean shot on Hashirama Senju. The second Raikage's voice was low, steady, and full of intent. Understood, Shaman replied immediately, summoning forth a massive wave of sand. The torrent surged forward like a storm, tearing through the air and crashing toward Hashirama like a sea unleashed. Now, for my light-weight boulder jutsu. Spotting the opening, Mū activated his signature technique. After swiftly forming the necessary hand seals, he muttered an incantation under his breath, and a wave of power erupted from his body. At the same time, he vanished into the shadows using dust concealment and silently latched onto the second Raikage's back. From this position, Mū could clearly observe the flow of battle and prepare for a surprise strike at just the right moment. Sensing Mū's presence behind him, the second Raikage gave a faint, knowing smirk. His lips curled into a confident grin. He tightened his fists, power coursing through his frame, and felt impossibly light, as if he could take flight with the gentlest push. Hashirama's eyes locked onto the approaching wave of sand. Reacting with blinding speed, he vanished, his body disappearing in a streak of motion as swift as lightning. In less than a heartbeat, he was gone from where he had stood. Then, without missing a beat, Hashirama slammed both palms to the earth. A tremendous wave of wood-released chakra burst from his hands. Wood-style, deep forest emergence. In a single moment, a massive forest erupted skyward. Towering trees shot upward like a living tsunami, surging forward to meet the incoming sand with unstoppable momentum. A thunderous explosion followed, shaking the ground beneath them. The clash of elements, sand and trees, produced a deafening roar as clouds of dust and debris soared into the air. Splinters rained from above, and the sheer magnitude of the impact darkened the sky, cloaking the battlefield in shadow. Then, in the heart of the chaos, a flash of lightning split through the smoke-filled air. It was the second Reikage. Harnessing the full force of his lightning body flicker technique, he darted through the confusion like a living bolt, reappearing instantly at Hashirama's side. Lightning style, heavy current burst. The second Reikage roared, unleashing a violent surge of lightning between his hands. The energy exploded outward, taking the form of a furious, crackling dragon. It tore through the air, jaws wide, lightning arcing wildly around it as it hurtled toward Hashirama. The distance closed in the blink of an eye. Yet Hashirama remained completely still. His face showed no emotion, not even a flicker of interest in the incoming attack. Wood style, ranking barrier technique. His voice was calm as he formed a new sequence of hand seals. Another wave of wood-released chakra pulsed from his body, causing the massive forest to quiver. In an instant, countless thick branches sprang to life, weaving together at blinding speed to create an immense wooden wall between him and the lightning. Boom. The battlefield shook with the force of the impact as the heavy current burst crashed into the wall. The explosion echoed like thunder across the plains. Yet even with the power behind it, the wooden barrier didn't so much as splinter. There wasn't a single visible crack. This thing is ridiculously sturdy. Hidden just behind the second Reikage, Mū narrowed his eyes. He was startled. From what he remembered, this same ranking barrier had once withstood even-tailed beast bombs and direct assaults from Madara himself. Whoosh! A sudden slicing sound cut through the air. Hashirama's figure blurred into existence right beside the second Reikage, his movement so fast it left a vacuum in his wake. The Reikage's eyes widened in alarm, pupils contracting. He had no time to react. No chance to dodge. Before he could raise a hand in defense, Hashirama's fist, coated in a whirling sheath of blue chakra, smashed directly into his chest. Boom. The impact was explosive. The blow sent the second Reikage and Mū's clone flying off the battlefield in a violent arc, like kites with their strings abruptly severed. Their bodies hit the ground hard, kicking up clouds of dust on impact. That strength. Hashirama Senju is this powerful. The second Reikage struggled to his feet, his chest heaving. It felt like a massive hammer had caved in his ribcage. His eyes remained locked on Hashirama, filled with disbelief. He had always believed Hashirama's real threat lay in his wood release, but now he realized just how wrong he'd been. The man's physical might alone was on a different level. That punch far surpassed anything he'd ever experienced. Stronger than his own record-breaking lifts back at the Iwagakure training grounds. If anyone told him Hashirama wasn't on some kind of enhancers, he wouldn't believe it for a second. Mū's expression also tightened slightly. Hashirama was nothing like Madara Uchiha. At least Madara had the arrogance that could become a weakness. He left openings that sharp eyes could take advantage of. But Hashirama didn't. He was overwhelmingly strong and frustratingly cautious. Die. And he had no intention of letting up. Hashirama's figure disappeared into a blur again, charging at the second Reikage with breakneck speed. His movement sliced through the air like a whirlwind, giving his opponent not even a moment to breathe. Ha! With a thunderous roar, Hashirama drove another savage punch into the Reikage's chest. This blow landed even harder than the last, its force sending the Reikage hurtling through the air once again. Puffed. Whatever scraps of fabric remained clinging to the Reikage's body were shredded instantly. The sheer force of the impact tore through his clothing, scattering ribbons of cloth into the sky. His body slammed into the earth like a falling meteor, carving deep into the ground on impact. Whoosh! Hashirama showed no intention of letting up. He followed immediately, soaring high into the air before diving down with a devastating kick aimed directly at the Reikage's forehead. The speed was lightning fast, the power behind it enough to crush solid rock. The Reikage's instinct screamed. He could feel the cold shadow of death descending upon him, and for a split second, fear rooted him in place. Damn it! Is he really trying to kill me? He knew without a doubt that if that kick landed, it would be the end. At that critical moment. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Gungetsu Hozuki's shout rang out. He extended his arm and unleashed a surge of water, which rapidly shaped itself into a towering dragon. The beast opened its maw and lunged toward Hashirama with crashing momentum. Hashirama didn't flinch. A vibrant green glow pulsed around him as a colossal wooden dragon coiled into existence at his side. Wood style, wood dragon jutsu. With a resounding command, he sent the wooden dragon flying like a released arrow. It collided head-on with the oncoming water dragon in midair. Roar. Boom. The two dragons met with an earth-shattering impact. Shock waves rippled outward, flattening everything in their path. Water exploded in every direction, and the very air seemed to quake under the weight of their collision. Yet the result was inevitable. The water dragon, despite its size and ferocity, was just elemental ninjutsu. It couldn't stand against the living power of Hashirama's wood release. The wooden dragon tore through its watery counterpart, splintering it as though it were made of mist. Within moments, it sank its jaws into the creature, devouring it completely. But even that wasn't the end. Having absorbed the momentum of its enemy, the wooden dragon surged forward with even more fury. Roaring like an unleashed force of nature, it rocketed toward Gungetsu Hozuki like a falling star set ablaze. Particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu. On the other side, still suspended in the air, Mū swiftly formed hand seals and threw his arms outward. A radiant beam of light burst from his palms and struck the wooden dragon dead center. There was a blinding flash. In the next instant, the dragon was cleaved in half by an unseen force. The giant wooden body shattered, and huge splinters rained down from the sky. Dust and debris erupted in a wave, momentarily blinding the battlefield. It was then that the second Raikage and Mū's clone, who had been flattened moments before, suddenly sprang to their feet. Covered in dirt and battered, they wasted no time. Seizing that narrow window, they immediately retreated, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and Hashirama Senju. Chapter 32, The Successors of the Kage, Part 3. Sand Burial. Shaman launched another attack, sending a colossal wave of sand surging toward Hashirama Senju. This time, the sand was laced with explosive tags, each one primed to detonate on impact. Hashirama's eyes narrowed, calm and focused. In an instant, he formed a series of hand seals. Wood style, nativity of a world of trees. The ground responded immediately. Towering trees burst upward, thick and powerful, forming a dense green barrier that stood firm between him and the oncoming sandstorm. Boom. 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 Explosions erupted one after another as the tags detonated violently. Sand and shattered wood splinters blasted outward in all directions, filling the battlefield with noise and chaos. But the wooden defense held strong. Despite the relentless barrage, the trees didn't fall. They stood unmoving, absorbing the punishment without yielding. This man, Hashirama Senju, really lives up to his reputation. His chakra reserves are nearly bottomless. Shaman's frown deepened. Inside, a growing sense of unease gnawed at him. He had already unleashed 2 large-scale sand techniques, and his chakra was dwindling fast. Yet Hashirama looked as if he hadn't even begun to tire. Suddenly, using the smoke screen created by the trees, Hashirama darted forward. In a blur of motion, he appeared directly in front of Shaman and threw a heavy punch. Shaman reacted fast, twisting his body to the side to dodge. At the same moment, he manipulated a spear-like blade of sand, directing it toward Hashirama's torso. Hashirama slipped away without effort, his movements fluid and precise. In retaliation, he activated his wood release again. From the ground below, thick vines erupted, snaking around Shaman and binding him tightly in their grasp. Shaman struggled with everything he had. His muscles strained as he tried to tear the vines away, but they held firm. Though they looked like simple growths, they were as strong as steel cables. A cold chill shot down his spine. Sweat ran down his temple. The pressure of death pressed in on him. If he didn't break free now, he wouldn't get another chance. And just as he feared, Hashirama surged forward, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. His aura intensified, and the power behind him became suffocating. Shaman froze. He wasn't like the Raikage, he didn't have that monstrous endurance. If Hashirama's punch landed, he'd be reduced to nothing more than a red smear on the battlefield. Then, without warning, a fierce shout split the air. Don't even think about it. It was Gungetsu Hozuki. Seeing Shaman, his team's only controller, trapped in moments from death, Gungetsu made a split-second decision. Without hesitation, he unleashed his trump card. A massive pink steam doll erupted from his body, moving like a thunderbolt as it hurtled toward Hashirama. Wah! With a tremendous roar, the steam clone slammed its elbow into Hashirama's side. Instantly, a deafening steam explosion detonated from the impact point. Hashirama was sent flying like a cannonball, engulfed in smoke and flames. The surrounding terrain, sand and wood alike, was scorched black and vaporized by the blast's searing heat. Shaman wasn't spared either. The right side of his body was badly burned by the aftermath of the explosion. Sorry. I can't control the area of effect with this move. Gungetsu shouted, clearly frustrated. Shaman gritted his teeth, pain shooting through him like fire, but he forced a bitter smile. You saved my life. That's more than enough. He glanced down at his charred side, skin blistered and scorched. The pain was real, but the gratitude ran deeper. He silently promised himself, if he lived through this war, he'd tattoo something over the scar, anything to keep the memory, but not the ugliness. Mū, who had been observing from a distance, finally allowed himself a moment of relief. Both Shaman and Gungetsu were still alive. The knot in his chest loosened. For now, they had survived. In their form and team, losing even one of them would drastically reduce their odds of victory. Boom. 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 Gungetsu, working in flawless tandem with his steam clone, continued dismantling Hashirama's wood-release defenses. One layer after another crumbled under their relentless assault. Meanwhile, up in the sky, Mū finally had an opening to launch an offensive of his own. Wood style, deep forest emergence. Wood style, deep forest bloom. Wood style, great forest emergence. With calm, practiced ease, Hashirama transformed the battlefield yet again. Massive trees surged from the earth, restoring the very forest Mū had just spent chakra destroying. The land shifted and expanded beneath Hashirama's will as if nature itself obeyed his commands. This is insane. Even Mū was beginning to feel numb. The man's chakra didn't just feel vast, it felt endless, like he wasn't human at all but a living-tailed beast in the shape of a shinobi. Clack. Without a sound, a hand clasped Mū's from the side. Don't give up. We're all still here. Stand firm. Endure. We're the successors of the Kage, remember? Weren't you the one who taught us that? Gungetsu met his gaze with a firm smile, gripping his hand tightly. That's right. We won't give up. We're the successors of the Kage. Our villages are behind us. We fight for them. Then the second Reikage stepped forward and placed a steady hand on Mū's shoulder. When all seems impossible, that's exactly when a man must act. And when the path turns against you, remain calm. Shaman, burned and weary, nodded with unwavering determination. Their words struck deep. Mū's pulse steadied. His doubt vanished, replaced by fierce clarity. Thank you, all of you. He closed his eyes briefly. The world expected them to be crushed beneath Susanoo-armored Buddha fists, forgotten in the shadow of legends. But they refused to be stepped on like insects. They would make the world watch as they rose, rising high enough to challenge heaven itself, tearing down the myth of the so-called twin gods, Hashirama and Madara. They weren't supporting roles. They were the champions of their own villages. Today, I'm going to challenge the fate. Let's go. With renewed fire, Mū drew in a single deep breath and gathered his chakra. All right. Here I go. Gungetsu Hozuki sent his steam danger tyranny charging straight at Hashirama once more. Shaman formed a giant sand spike and hurled it like a javelin. The second Reikage shot forward, transformed into pure lightning, streaking directly toward their enemy. Hashirama stood at the center of the chaos, calm and composed. His hands blurred through seals. In an instant, the battlefield was flooded with wood release. Wooden dragons coiled up from the ground. Towering giants rose beside them, their fists poised to strike. Layers of barriers formed in rapid succession, shielding him from all sides. Yet the four attackers moved with perfect timing. Their waves of strikes flowed together seamlessly, the rhythm so precise that even Hashirama was forced to increase his output, meeting them with his full strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gungetsu. With me, the second Reikage shouted, eyes blazing. Gungetsu instantly understood the signal. Without a word, he directed the steam danger tyranny to flank alongside the second Reikage for a synchronized, close-quarters assault on Hashirama. At the same time, Shaman began laying down preemptive sand traps around the battlefield, preparing for the next stage of their coordinated attack. Mū, ever the tactician, vanished into the shadows using dust concealment, waiting in silence for the perfect moment to strike with particle style. Boom. Boom. The steam danger tyranny and the Reikage moved like twin storms. Lightning and steam detonations struck in rapid rhythm, slamming into Hashirama from both sides. The battlefield lit up with flashes of white and pink, smoke rising in plumes. Hashirama countered with his wood release, parrying attacks with thick wooden limbs and shifting roots. Even while retreating, his form remained composed. His eyes never lost focus. He continued tracking Mū's chakra signature in the background, alert to the possibility of a sneak attack. Even while facing this onslaught from three fronts, Hashirama maintained control of the battlefield. Crack. Then, without warning, the ground beneath him rippled. His feet sank into a pool of shifting sand. Shaman's trap had activated. Now. The second Reikage and the steam danger tyranny moved as one, crashing toward Hashirama from either side with explosive speed. Hashirama's pupils contracted. At this range, dodging was no longer possible. He had no time to prepare would release defenses. Crack! The Reikage's fist slammed directly into Hashirama's chest. His wooden armor shattered like glass under the impact, and his body reeled back, hair whipping wildly in the air. Take another one. Gungetsu followed immediately. He formed seals in a flash, commanding the steam danger tyranny to launch another brutal punch, this one driving straight into Hashirama's abdomen. Then, without delay, Genjetsu's hands blurred through an even more complex sequence of seals. This was meant for Mū, but you can have it instead, Hashirama Senju. Secret technique, steam danger tyranny, high-pressure liquid burst jutsu. In a heartbeat, the steam doll shrank violently in size, collapsing inward. At the same time, Hashirama's abdomen began to expand unnaturally. From above, Mū's eyes went wide in sheer disbelief. This technique. As a master of chakra manipulation and scientific ninjutsu theory, he grasped the concept instantly. And it was horrifying. The steam doll had transferred all its compressed steam pressure directly into Hashirama's body. In that split-second exchange, Hashirama had unknowingly become the container. The internal pressure was now inside him, building, boiling, stretching his organs and tissues to their limit. The body of the god of Shinobi was now a ticking time bomb. The steam doll hadn't exploded. It had turned Hashirama into the explosion. Boom. The blast ripped through the battlefield with terrifying force. A blazing pillar of steam and chakra erupted into the sky. The shockwave tore up the ground, hurling chunks of earth into the air. Trees snapped, sand blasted outward, and smoke swallowed the horizon. As silence began to fall, so did the rain. Gentle droplets landed over scorched terrain, mixing with ash and dirt. They sizzled where they touched the heat still radiating from the blast site. Gungetsu dropped to one knee, steam rising from his shoulders. His breath came in ragged gasps, his chakra nearly depleted. But a fierce smile tugged at his lips. He had done it. He had struck down a god. Chapter 33, The Successors of the Kage, Part 4. Well done, Gungetsu Hozuki, the second Reikage shouted, his voice brimming with excitement. It's over. We won. Seimon's expression reflected the same joy, his face bright with relief. But while the others cheered, Mū hovered above the battlefield, expression tightening. He didn't speak, but alarm spread across his features. No. Something's off. This chakra, it's Sage Chakra. Mū had once trained with natural energy himself, and that experience made him especially sensitive to this kind of chakra. He knew its distinct presence well, and it was now spreading across the battlefield. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, and the force of the blast swept outward like a monstrous hurricane. The shockwave roared through the field, throwing up massive clouds of dust and debris. The sky above turned gray, sunlight choked out by a wall of smoke and rubble. As the tremors faded and the smoke began to disperse, silence fell over the field. Every shinobi froze, eyes locked on the fading cloud, holding their breath as they waited for the truth to reveal itself. When the haze finally cleared, the full scene came into view, and every face fell. Hashirama Senju was still standing. Upright. Steady. Unshaken. At his feet lay only the ruined, scattered remains of Gungetsu Hozuki's steam clone. His clothes were shredded, and his armor was shattered. A hole gaped in his abdomen, wide and grotesque, blood gushing from the wound and soaking the dirt below in a brutal splash of red. And yet, what stunned them more than the sight of the injury was what came after. The gaping crater in his gut was healing fast. Flesh and tissue knit back together with terrifying speed. You've got to be kidding me. The second Reikage's face twisted in rage and disbelief. Is this guy even human? He clenched his fists, struggling to accept what he was seeing. He had seen Hashirama practically torn in half. There was no mistaking that damage. How was he still alive? There had to be some hidden trick behind it. No one could survive something like that without cheating death. What the hell? Gungetsu stood frozen, his lips trembling. His thoughts raced. That attack, he had given it everything. All his energy, all his precision, all his timing. It had landed, clean and devastating. That kind of injury should have ended the fight. But here Hashirama stood, wound sealing like nothing had ever happened. Was this a joke? Was reality itself bending around this man? At this point, if someone claimed Hashirama had hacked the system and activated invincibility, Gungetsu might actually believe it. It was absurd. Why even bother blocking when you could just stand there and absorb everything? Damn it, and he still isn't dead. Seimon's voice trembled with frustration, his face pale with dread. What kind of nightmare were they in? How could anyone fight a monster like this? Hashirama, seriously, when you pulled that move, were you smiling on the inside? Up above, Mū gritted his teeth. Even from this distance, he was shaken. Looks like I'll have to use my dust release, he muttered. Among the second-generation Kage, only he had a technique that might end this. Dust release doesn't wound. It erases. It reduces everything to atoms. If there was one thing that could kill Hashirama before his regeneration kicked in, it was that. And Mū knew it. During the fight, he had noticed something subtle but undeniable. While Hashirama appeared to be engaged with all four of them, Mū could feel that Hashirama's real focus had been on him the entire time. Every glance, every dodge, every step betrayed it. He was fighting all of them, but he was guarding against only one opponent. To the others, Hashirama seemed to be fighting evenly. But Mū saw through it. The man's true caution, his wariness, was directed at Mū alone. It's just. Sage mode is a serious problem, Mū muttered, eyes fixed on the battlefield below. Cough, cough. In only a few moments, Hashirama's body had returned to its original condition. The terrible wound was gone, and his breathing had steadied. I can't keep this up, that guy is seriously dangerous, Hashirama muttered, eyes still locked onto the sky above. Though Hashirama had been fighting the other three Kage just moments ago, the truth was that none of their attacks had posed a genuine threat. They were powerful, yes, but not deadly. The only true danger to his life was still looming ahead. It had always been one person, Mū, concealed in the shadows. Hashirama wasn't concerned about the fierce, straight-charging types like Gungetsu Hozuki, Seimin, or the second Reikage. The ones that unsettled him most were the kind that slithered through darkness, striking from places unseen. And Mū was the very definition of that kind of hidden predator. If Mū managed to land even one hit, the best-case scenario would be a crippling injury. The worst? Total erasure. That dust release, just brushing against it could damage him. A direct hit would mean death, instant and absolute. That was the exact reason why Hashirama had never summoned the wood golem until now. It wasn't fear or hesitation, it was strategy. The wood golem was a massive target. Against Mū's dust release, it would become nothing more than a gigantic bullseye waiting to be vaporized. Worse, summoning it consumed an enormous amount of chakra. And when facing someone as nimble and elusive as Mū, it would only drag him down, make his movements sluggish, and give the enemy all the freedom to strike at his weak spots. Sure, the wood golem had proven invaluable in his battles with Madara Susanoo. But look at who stood before him now. Each one of these Kage specialized in high mobility, evasive combat. None of them would hold still and trade blows. If he summoned the golem here, it would become a liability. It wouldn't protect him, it would become a distraction, a perfect target, an excuse for them to converge. Fighting alone was far safer. I can't let them divide my attention across all fronts, Hashirama muttered as he moved his hands through a rapid series of seals. In the blink of an eye, 16 wood clones sprang into existence around him, each radiating chakra and resolve. Up in the air, Mū felt his body tense. A chill ran through him. He understood immediately what Hashirama was planning. The plan was too clean, too coordinated, it had to be aimed at them all individually. Right after forming the clones, Hashirama designated 4 to each enemy. 4 clones against one opponent. That was the setup. If they had loved teaming up on him before, enjoying the thrill of ganging up 4 against 1, then this was poetic payback. Now each of them would have their own team of Hashirama clones to face. 1 man multiplied into an army, 4 on 1 all over again, just with the sides flipped. 4 of those clones were already gazing upward, their eyes trained on the sky. Their focus was obvious. Mū, his sensory ability really did sharpen after entering Sage mode. Mū thought, a flicker of unease in his mind. Even though he was suppressing his presence, Hashirama could now roughly detect his location. It wasn't exact, more like an approximate read, but that was more than enough. To stay undetected now, Mū would have to remain completely motionless. That was the only method left to avoid being sensed by this enhanced version of Hashirama. But if he went completely still, wasn't that the same as taking himself out of the fight? Meanwhile, on the ground, the expressions of Gungetsu Hozuki, Seimin, and the second Reikage all darkened. One Hashirama had already been overwhelming. Now there were 4. The odds were turning grim. They stared at the incoming clones with a growing sense of dread, their chances of victory shrinking with each step the copies took. The hell? How the hell are we supposed to deal with this? Gungetsu muttered bitterly, his voice filled with frustration. His jutsu were most effective when executed in tandem with others. After using Steam Danger Tyranny, he'd enter a temporary weakened state. Right now, that weakness had already set in, and they wanted him to handle 4 Hashiramas alone. It was hopeless. He wasn't sure what he was expected to fight with, his fists. His sharp tongue. His skull. Mū's situation wasn't exactly good either. But then again, wasn't there a saying about fate never sealing off every path? Just then, a sudden thought crossed his mind. He remembered the story from the original timeline. Back then, the 5 Kage had gone head-to-head with 25 Susanoo. What he was facing now wasn't even close to that scale. If Ōnoki could pull it off back then, so could he. That old fool had managed to obliterate 15 Susanoo in one go. And Mū, who was not only his master but also a user of sage techniques, should be able to wipe out 16 wood clones without hesitation. Chapter 34, Kakuzu. So it's finally my time to enter the stage, me, Kakuzu of Takigakure. From the shadows, a masked man stood gripping a long, gleaming blade, his gaze fixed on Hashirama Senju and the 4 second-generation Kage clashing in the distance. This man was Kakuzu. His village had dispatched him on a mission that bordered on suicidal, assassinate Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi. When the mission was first delivered, Kakuzu was stunned speechless. But he was a shinobi who lived by loyalty to his village, no matter the cost. He didn't hesitate. He sat down, drafted a will, and walked out of the village prepared to die in the name of duty. However, once he stepped beyond the village borders, Kakuzu discovered something completely unexpected. The highest-tier elite shinobi from all 5 great nations had already gathered within the land of waterfalls and were currently engaged in battle. Far from being discouraged, Kakuzu was quietly ecstatic. If he timed it just right, he might be able to swoop in, deliver the finishing blow, and steal the glory. So he chose to hide and wait for Hashirama to tire himself out. Only then would he make his move. Time to carve my name into history, he whispered, lowering his stance and beginning to build up chakra. While the 4 Kage successors were locked in a desperate struggle, Kakuzu suddenly surged out from hiding. His figure, clad in black, darted forward in a blur of repeated body flicker techniques, blade raised high as he made a straight charge at Hashirama Senju. Both Hashirama and the second Kage were momentarily caught off guard. Who the hell is that? Whose men is this? Is he one of your ANBU? Maybe some hidden elite jonin from your ranks? Gungetsu Hozuki, the second Raikage, and Shaman exchanged puzzled looks, trying to guess where this wild newcomer had come from. Up above, Mū's eyes narrowed as recognition dawned. Kakuzu, so he really is trying to assassinate Hashirama. He had once glimpsed from memories that Takigakure had produced a ninja named Kakuzu who would eventually try to take down Hashirama Senju. At the time, he had dismissed it as nonsense. Takigakure sending a lone jonin to kill the strongest shinobi alive. Impossible. And yet, here the man was, charging in like a madman. Takigakure's leadership, were they even sane? Hashirama Senju. Hear this well. The one who came to slay you is named Kakuzu. Now die. With a loud roar, Kakuzu lunged forward and thrust his blade directly at Hashirama's forehead. What kind of nonsense is this? Hashirama muttered, his eyes widening. Reacting on instinct, he slammed his fist forward. Boom. A huge burst of chakra detonated outward, sending Kakuzu flying through the air like a rag doll. The 4 second Kage stared blankly in silence. Hashirama also stood speechless. Oi oi oi. Are you trying to make things even worse than they already are? Bakayaro. It's already hell down here. Gungetsu couldn't take it anymore and immediately began shouting in frustration. This idiot, even we aren't confident we can beat Hashirama, and he thinks he can handle him alone. The second Raikage shook his head, both irritated and bewildered. Kakuzu, now there's someone worth remembering. I won't forget a face like that. This guy must have downed an entire lake of rebel water before showing up, Mū muttered. They were Kage-level shinobi, seasoned and powerful, yet not one of them dared claim they could defeat Hashirama on their own. And then this lone jonin just dropped out of nowhere, swinging a sword like he had a chance. Fine. Fine. You're braver than all 4 of us put together. Hashirama said nothing. His face darkened, the corner of his mouth twitching ever so slightly. Seriously? Hashirama had assumed this was some coordinated tactic from the 4 second Kage. But it turned out to be nothing more than a regular jonin. Was this guy seriously trying to be funny? As Kakuzu lay embedded headfirst in the ground, his body twitched as he struggled to pull himself free. Pain twisted across his face, just that one punch had nearly jumbled all his internal organs. Clearly, he hadn't consumed enough rebellion juice. Once he got back to the village, he'd need to guzzle it non-stop just to live down the humiliation. Ugh, cough, cough. This is bad. Kids, run. Without the slightest hesitation, Kakuzu activated a body replacement technique and bolted. He vanished from the field in a heartbeat. And yet, all things considered, Kakuzu still came out ahead. He didn't get the kill, but he gained something else, reputation. From that day forward, whenever he met anyone new, he would confidently boast about having once fought shoulder to shoulder with the 4 Kage, and even crossing blades with Hashirama Senju himself. Meanwhile, in the Land of Fire, Tobirama Senju led members of the Senju and Uzumaki clans deep into the territory. The mission was simple but heavy with meaning. One of the Uzumaki Jonin approached him with concern. Tobirama-sama, since Hashirama-sama is already fighting, why aren't you going to assist him? Tobirama let out a tired breath and shook his head. Sigh, my big brother just doesn't want to see me right now. He understood the situation perfectly. His brother had sent him away, not out of strategy, but out of frustration, for secretly working behind his back to kill Madara Uchiha. If someone assassinated your best friend, even if it was your own brother, who wouldn't be furious? Even a man as patient and gentle as Hashirama had his limits. Forgiveness didn't mean forgetting. Back during the Warring States era, Tobirama had once attempted to take Madara's life, and a single glance from Hashirama had been enough to stop him. But things were different now. The village had already been founded, and with Madara having gone rogue, Tobirama had made his move. This time, he had chosen to side with Mū in taking Madara down. There was no going back. So what should we do now? Asked the Uzumaki representative. Get ready for war, Tobirama answered flatly. If Big Brother kills those 4 Kage successors, the other villages will almost certainly declare war on both Konoha and Iwagakure. He let out another quiet sigh. In his view, it was all but guaranteed that Hashirama would win. The more pressing matter now was what came after. They had to prepare for retaliation from the remaining 4 great villages. What about the 9 tails? Leave it in Konoha for now, Tobirama replied. Back on the battlefield, Kakuzu's surprise intervention was nothing more than a passing event. It brought a brief flicker of comedy to a battlefield otherwise drenched in tension and fear. Swish. 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 Multiple wood clones of Hashirama launched a wave of coordinated attacks toward Gungetsu Hozuki, Shaman, and the second Reikage. Simultaneously, the remaining 4 clones and Hashirama's real body focused their attention on Mū, who still remained hidden within his dustless concealment barrier. They actually sent this many just to lock me down. Mū narrowed his eyes, clearly aware that Hashirama viewed his dust release as a significant threat. But I left a wood clone on the Reikage. Maybe. He quietly began calculating. Ever since mastering Sage Mode, Mū's clones had gained the ability to use dust release as well. That alone meant his overall combat strength had increased by at least 50%. The odds weren't great, but neither were they hopeless. Find a way to regroup. Don't fight separately. Genjetsu's voice rang out across the battlefield as he gave the warning. The other 2 nodded without hesitation, and the trio began battling their way toward each other in an attempt to regroup. But as they closed the distance between them, the Hashirama wood clones also began to shift formation, advancing swiftly to intercept. They moved with coordinated precision, their timing synchronized to cut off any chance of a successful link-up. Just then, something shifted behind the second Reikage. From the cover of the dustless confusion barrier, Mū made his move. Particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu. With sudden ferocity, Mū burst forth from the haze, and in an instant, a giant cube of dust release materialized in the air, humming with lethal energy. Hashirama's pupils shrank. A sharp alarm rang in his mind. What just happened? Did I misjudge this entire situation? He was sure he had kept Mū under constant sensory surveillance. How could he have missed this? Tobirama's earlier analysis flashed through his thoughts. There are 2 of him. He had taken that into account already. He wasn't lacking in battle sense. What threw him off now was something much more specific. How had this second body used dust release? From everything he had observed, Mū operated with 2 forms, the original and a clone. And from earlier exchanges, it had been clear that only the original body could wield dust release. The clone, by contrast, had never shown any ability to use it. Hashirama had concluded that the Mū flying through the sky was the real one. All his attention had remained locked on that version, operating under the assumption that the grounded one was the harmless clone. But now, the Mū on the ground had just activated a full dust release technique. That could only mean one thing, the real Mū had been on the ground this entire time. Then who had he been watching in the sky? Had he mistaken the clone for the original all along? No. Hashirama's memory was clear. The airborne Mū had definitely used dust release earlier too. So then how? A cold realization began to settle over him. At some point, without him noticing, Mū had switched places. He had pulled a perfect bait and switch, slipping right through Hashirama's sensory net. Chapter 35, Barbecue. Hashirama Senju felt a headache pressing in behind his temples. Fighting Madara had always been straightforward, which is raw power clashing against raw power. The 2 of them could unleash everything, trading devastating blows like wild beasts, reveling in the battle. But this was nothing like that. His current 4 opponents were all tacticians, the calculating type, the kind Tobirama would have found most troublesome. If Mū could hear his thoughts, he would have agreed completely. But what Hashirama didn't realize was that his information was already outdated. If Mū had still been without sage art, Hashirama's strategy might have worked, monitoring the real body while the clone remained a non-threat. But he had no idea Mū had already advanced beyond that. He hadn't witnessed their second battle either, so he still believed, as before, that only the original Mū could use particle style. That was the danger of incomplete intelligence. Looks like the one below is the real body, Hashirama muttered, adjusting his stance as he dropped toward the earth. At that moment, high above, Mū suddenly emerged from the sky. The instant he activated his particle style technique, his transparent world jutsu dispelled, revealing his position to all. A massive cube of destructive light expanded outward. Particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu. The 4 Hashirama wood clones on the ground reacted instantly. Wood style, nativity of a sea of trees. Vast forests surged upward to intercept the cube, but against a force like particle style, even those trees were disintegrated at the atomic level. The clones didn't stand a chance. Hashirama's eyes widened. That shouldn't have been possible. Both bodies could use particle style. That revelation changed everything. He had been completely wrong. In that case, I have no choice but to use that technique. His thoughts wavered. There was one jutsu he had sworn never to use lightly. He hadn't even unleashed it against Madara. Its power came with a cost too high for any ordinary fight. True several thousand hands, Buddha formation. A technique even Madara hadn't seen. But after a breath of deliberation, he dismissed the idea. Not yet. The moment wasn't right. That card had to stay hidden a little longer. Instead, he went for something more immediate. Monster Fist. Because Mū had revealed himself with particle style, Hashirama could now track him easily. And in Sage mode, his speed was monstrous. In an instant, he closed the distance. Mū's eyes narrowed sharply. So fast. A crushing blow smashed into Mū's torso, sending him flying like a rag doll flung from a catapult. Chikamatsu reacted in the nick of time, manipulating his sand to cushion Mū's fall and catch him in midair. I'm almost out of chakra. Mū gasped. He was breathing heavily, clearly spent. To conserve what little chakra he had left, he cancelled the split body technique immediately. Even with the 8-span crow perched on his shoulder, the consumption had become impossible to maintain. Hashirama could tell. With Sage mode enhancing every sense, he could feel the chakra signatures of his enemies. They were running dry. His expression turned cold and resolute. His gaze swept over them like a blade of winter wind. You should end your lives yourselves, he said quietly, the words slicing into them with chilling weight. Then, he raised his voice, calm but thunderous. I swear on the name of Hokage, if you end your lives here and now, I will not touch your villages. The law will not punish your people. Your villagers are innocent. Anne, please bear. I have already dissed so much of this cliché shit that I am just tired. Just deal for now, as I can't find an alternative to this sentence. His voice echoed across the vast battlefield, filled with a weight of authority that left no room for doubt. Yet as those below heard his words, their expressions only grew heavier, tension settling like fog around them. Mū's eyes narrowed slightly. He was deep in thought. He had known Hashirama for a long time, knew the man was sincere, someone who never punished the many for the actions of a few. Even back then, after Madara defected, Hashirama had still accepted the Uchiha clan, never once seeking revenge against them for Madara's betrayal. Because of that history, Mū silently acknowledged that maybe, just maybe, Hashirama was telling the truth now. But Hozuki Gungetsu, Shaman, and the second Raikage clearly didn't agree. Humph. What a joke. Gungetsu growled, his voice sharp with anger. The Real defeat is giving up. We're not cowards who just surrender. The second Raikage spoke right after, his tone dripping with disdain. Both he and Shaman clearly shared Genjetsu's defiance. They didn't believe a word of Hashirama's promise. To them, it was nothing more than a ruse to break their spirit. Even if Mū wanted to believe Hashirama, he wasn't going to take his own life, not after coming this far. He'd fought to survive with everything he had, he wouldn't throw it all away now. In that case, so be it. Would style, would dragon technique. Would style, would golem technique. Hashirama didn't hesitate. He knew their chakra reserves were nearly drained. Mū might be able to use particle style once or twice more, but that was it. So Hashirama unleashed his power. Rumble. A colossal wooden golem erupted from the earth, its sheer size rivaling a fully formed Susanoo. Towering and immovable, it loomed like an ancient god of war. Its face, fierce and monstrous, radiated a terrifying majesty. Around its body, the wood dragon coiled like a living serpent, hissing as it moved in rhythm with the golem's heavy strides. Each step the golem took sent tremors through the earth, its movements echoing like distant thunder across the battlefield. On a nearby hill overlooking the scene. They've been fighting all day and night. Isn't it over yet? A Kusagakure jonin muttered, lazily munching on chips. Still going. Chakra's been fluctuating non-stop. An Iwagakure Anbu replied, his gaze locked onto the chaos below. Shouldn't we go help or something? The jonin popped another handful of chips into his mouth, licked his fingers clean, and asked the question casually, as though they were just spectators at a show. You think we can actually interfere in a fight like that? The Iwagakure snapped, shooting him a sharp glare. Some random Takigakure jonin tried to jump in earlier and got slapped out of the sky like a fly. He landed face first in a ditch, looked like roadkill. As he grumbled, his eyes shifted to the bag of chips in the Kiri jonin's hand. They gleamed with desperate hunger. You bastard. Where'd you get those chips? I'm starving over here. Gimme some. Before the sentence even finished, the Anbu lunged like a ravenous wolf, snatching a fistful and stuffing them into his mouth. Not bad, he mumbled between crunches. We're in the land of the waterfall, the Kusagakure jonin replied lazily, still chewing. Walk a few clicks and you'll hit a port town. They've got food stands all over. Plenty to eat. Wait a second, where'd the Suna and Kumo shinobi go? The Anbu muttered. He looked up, confused, glancing around as he scratched the back of his masthead. Then it hit them. A rich, smoky aroma drifted on the breeze, grilled meat, well-seasoned and juicy, the scent so vivid it felt like it was tapping on their foreheads. Both the Anbu and the Kiri jonin turned toward the source, their noses leading the way. Not far off, in a clear patch of land, the squads from Sunagakure and Kumogakure had gathered around an enormous iron grill. Flames danced beneath it, and atop the grill were rows of skewered meats and vegetables, all sizzling as fat dripped and sparked in the fire. That heavenly smell. It was coming from there. Oi oi oi. Barbecuing without inviting me. Chapter 36, Why did you break the grill? Oi, having a barbecue and not inviting me. The Iwagakure noticed the commotion and immediately marched over with long, impatient strides, muttering under his breath. The Kiri jonin trailed right behind him, both of them making a beeline for the grill. Ha ha ha. We were just about to call you. You guys were so focused on the fight, we didn't want to disturb you, the Kumogakure squad leader said with a grin as he spotted them approaching. With a wide gesture, he waved them in. Come on, gather the brothers and let's eat together. In no time, elite units from the 4 great nations, previously spread out across the area, converged around the smoking grill. Some helped turn the meat, others sat around sharing stories and laughter. The air was filled with sizzling sounds, smoke, and the smell of grilled meat. The mood was alive with cheer. Meanwhile, down below, the leaders of the 4 villages were engaged in a fierce and deadly clash with Hashirama Senju. And up here? Their elite ninjas were having a barbecue. On one end, a brutal and breathless battle raged, shaking the very earth with its intensity. On the other hand, a fiery cookout matched that intensity with the smell of roasted meat, laughter, and flavor-packed skewers. Now this was a battlefield burning in more ways than one. Are you kidding me? You guys are really grilling up here while our bosses are down there getting their asses handed to them, the Iwagakure grumbled, though his mouth never paused between bites of skewered meat. Hey, as the old saying goes, food comes first. Fight all you want, but not on an empty stomach. You can't skip your 3 daily meals, the Kumo jonin said with a smirk, wiping oil from his chin as he reached for another piece. Totally, the Suna jonin nodded energetically, wrapping his arms around a massive roasted pork knuckle like it was a precious treasure. Come on. I caught this deer nearby. Not bad, right? The meat's incredibly tender. I even used Kumo's special sauce. Try a piece. Damn, that smells insane. No wonder you Kumo guys are built like tanks. Your food's the real deal. What do you expect? This is what life in the great shinobi world looks like. All you need is 4 skewers and a grill. Ha ha ha. Too bad the 4 Kage down there can't enjoy any of this. Why not send them a skewer or 2? Better yet, borrow some wood from Hashirama to keep the fire going. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Laughter exploded from the group as they dug in with glee. Elite shinobi from the strongest villages sat shoulder to shoulder, eating and joking without a care in the world. Until suddenly. Lightning style, thunderstrike. A blinding bolt of lightning split the sky and slammed down near the grill. The shinobi instantly sprang to their feet, weapons half-drawn, eyes scanning. Who dared to strike here? These weren't ordinary soldiers. These were the elites of the 4 great villages. In an instant, 4 robed figures materialized before them. The moment their faces came into view, every shinobi present turned pale. There was no mistaking who these men were, each one bore an overwhelming presence that made the very air seem heavier. They were the leaders of the 4 great shinobi villages. Iwagakure, Ishikawa. Kumogakure, First A. Sunagakure, Reto. Kirigakure, Byakuren. The first-generation Kage stood before them in full authority and presence. Skewers clattered to the ground as every elite shinobi scrambled to their feet, standing ramrod straight in stunned silence. Their once lively circle around the grill now looked like a lineup before a firing squad. From within the crowd, the 4 squad captains rushed out at once. "My lord," they cried in perfect unison. Each captain approached their respective leader. The captains from Iwa, Kiri, and Suna greeted their Kage with formal salutes, eyes serious and posture flawless. But the Kumo captain was a different story. He saluted First A with all the respect due a Kage, but before anyone could relax, he suddenly jabbed a finger toward his leader's face and shouted, "Why did you break the grill?" The other captains stood frozen, eyes twitching in disbelief. Somewhere deep inside, though, they silently applauded the man's bravery. Was this the famous Kumo tradition, challenging your superior as a show of loyalty? Ha ha ha. Rakage, is this one of yours? Ishikawa laughed as he hovered a few inches above the ground, robes fluttering gently in the breeze. Well, the meat was pretty good. Reto said, licking sauce from his fingers with a smirk playing on his lips. Still holding a skewer, Reto took another bite before turning and offering one to Byakuren. "Here, Byakuren, have a taste." Grinning like a man decades younger, Ishikawa handed another grilled skewer to the still scowling Byakuren, who took it with a skeptical frown. But after one bite, his expression softened. Yeah, this stuff's got something. Nicely grilled, Byakuren muttered with a slow nod of approval. Hihei, Ishikawa chuckled, finishing the meat he'd been holding. First snorted with his arms crossed, still irritated. Standing to attention once more, the 4 elite squad captains raised their voices as one. Reporting to the lords. We are ready to enter the battlefield at once. That declaration wiped the smirks clean off the Kage's faces. Their heads snapped toward the captains with expressions of horror. What? You're heading into battle now? After all that food prep and not a single bite for us? You damn fools, why are you in such a rush? You all just ate your fill while we've been flying around hungry all day. We're old men, we can't fight on an empty stomach. What are you standing there for? You 4, get that fire going again. Clear some space. We're eating too. And don't just stand there like statues. Where are the plates? Bring out the drinks. Put on some music. And that deer. Don't even think about hoarding it. Without hesitation, the first-generation Kage settled down around the grill, tossing aside their authority like old cloaks. Skewers were passed, laughter echoed, and the aroma of grilled meat filled the air once more. The 4 captains stood frozen, their faces pale and spiritless, staring in disbelief. We're starting to think. You guys came here just to steal our barbecue. Boom. 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 Explosions rocked the battlefield as Hashirama's massive wooden golem rose like a mountain, casting a shadow that seemed to swallow everything beneath it. But the 4 Kage stood their ground, eyes unshaken. Even though the tide of battle had turned against them, surrender was never an option. As the first to bear the title of Kage, as the very embodiment of their village's founding spirit, how could they ever yield? Particle style. Mū's voice rang out as he began shaping the cube of his dust release in midair. But just as the blinding energy started to form in his palms, a massive-tailed beast bomb came tearing through the sky, a black sphere of compressed chakra hurtling directly at Hashirama's wood golem. Boom. The explosion lit up the battlefield in a roaring blaze, and the wooden titan trembled under the force of the impact. I have no words to explain. Think of it as some kind of omake. Chapter 37, we arrived late. Boom. A tailed beast bomb slammed into the massive wooden golem of Hashirama Senju, detonating with a thunderous blast that shook the earth. Flames surged, smoke erupted, and yet, when the dust cleared, the wooden titan remained mostly intact. It had only been pushed back a few dozen meters. What is this? Hashirama frowned slightly, his eyes narrowing. A tailed beast bomb. Down below, the 4 second-generation Kage were just as surprised. Their gazes immediately shifted toward the direction the attack had come from. In the sky above, 2 streaks of blood-red light blazed across the clouds like comets. Kinkaku. HN. Ginkaku. HN. The twin horns march forth. Nothing shall survive. With 2 booming voices that echoed across the battlefield, a pair of towering figures descended in a dramatic flash. Both were wrapped in the chakra cloak of the 9 tails, each wielding a different sacred tool of the 6 paths. They landed before the 4 Kage like thunder crashing down. It's the Gold and Silver Brothers, the second Rakage shouted in disbelief. He recognized them instantly. These 2 muscle-bound monsters were his own village's infamous Gold and Silver Brothers. What the hell happened to them? Hozuki Gungetsu cried out in shock, finally registering who they were. Why are they covered in tailed beast chakra? Seimin added, eyes narrowing as he examined the dense cloak of energy surrounding the pair. The two brothers turned back toward the four Kage, who looked battle-worn and barely standing. Vice leaders, are you all right? Kinkaku asked, voice steady but tinged with concern. We're fine, but... The second Raikage's brows furrowed. Didn't you two die fighting the Nine Tails? How are you still alive? He looked visibly shaken. Before departing the village, he had received confirmed reports that Kinkaku and Ginkaku had been swallowed whole by the Nine Tails. And now here they stood, larger than life and very much alive. Mū remained silent, his expression unreadable. In his original timeline, he knew what had happened. The Gold and Silver brothers had survived by devouring the Nine Tails from the inside. Aisama, it's a long story, Kinkaku said with a savage grin. We didn't die. When the Nine Tails swallowed us, we stayed alive inside its gut by eating its flesh. We also gained a little, something from it. You were swallowed, but how the hell did you get out? Gungetsu asked, lips twitching with mischief. The moment the words left his mouth, both brothers' faces went dark. Damn it. Did he really have to bring that up? They had survived inside the Nine Tails' belly for days, clinging to life, but eventually, their exit wasn't exactly heroic. They had been expelled from the beast, through the other end, along with its waste. Don't bring up those disgusting memories again. Say one more word and I'll kill you. Ginkaku snarled with a forced smile, teeth bared. Ooh. I'm so scared. Gungetsu gasped theatrically, ducking behind Mū like a frightened child. Mū sighed, looking completely speechless. Gungetsu was clearly doing it on purpose. He absolutely knew how they'd escaped, and still asked just to stir the pot. That wasn't curiosity, that was pure provocation. If he weren't so ridiculously strong, and towering at 1.86 meters tall, someone would have socked him across the face by now. Enough. This isn't the time for jokes. We've got an enemy right in front of us. Seimin's voice rang out, sharp and commanding, snapping everyone back to reality. Right. Since you're here, fight alongside us against Hashirama Senju, the second Raikage shouted, his fists clenching tightly with renewed resolve. But just as the tension built, a younger voice rang out across the battlefield. Sensei. Mū spun around in surprise, eyes wide. Charging toward them with the teleportation technique was none other than Ōnoki. He skidded to a halt beside his mentor, hands confidently planted on his hips and wearing a huge grin. Not just me. Everyone's here. He quickly formed a hand sign. Ninjutsu, Allied Shinobi Forces technique. Mū, Gungetsu, Seimin, and the second Raikage all widened their eyes at once, stunned disbelief flashing in their expressions. None of them had expected reinforcements to actually arrive. Whoosh. 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 Four figures landed crisply in front of them. Ishikawa. Byakuren. The first Raikage. Reto. Tsuchikage. Raikage. Mizukage. Kusagakure. Even the seasoned shinobi observing from behind felt their hearts stir at the sight. Despite those injuries, you're still standing tall. You've done well, Mū, Ishikawa said in a quiet, steady tone. Mū wrinkled his nose. Why does your breath stink like grilled meat? Reto let out a hearty laugh and clapped Seimin firmly on the back. Your sand manipulation has come a long way, Seimin. Once we make it back, you're taking the Kusakage's seat. Color returned to Seimin's face as he bowed slightly. An honor to receive your recognition, Kusakage-sama. Well done, eh? I made you my successor for a reason. You carry the lightning's resolve, the first Raikage exclaimed. The two Raikage bumped fists like old war brothers. Gungetsu stared at Byakuren in disbelief. Old man, even you came. He had truly assumed the elder would remain isolated on the distant island. Seeing him here was a complete shock. That shock evaporated a second later, when Byakuren smacked him upside the head 3 times in a row. Thud. 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 You think I'd sit this out? You dragged half the village's elites here. If you died, we'd be defenseless. Byakuren bellowed in fury. Holding his head, Gungetsu groaned. Come on. Everyone else is getting compliments. Why am I the only one getting beat up? Byakuren snorted. Gungetsu, you idiot. You might act like a clown, but when it matters most, you're the one holding the line. Genjetsu's mood flipped immediately. He grinned from ear to ear. Seimin looked around, deeply moved. Who would have thought the 4 great shinobi villages would form an alliance just for our sakes? Humph. Don't get carried away. It was just a coincidence, Byakuren grumbled with a huff. Haha. You sure didn't say that while stuffing yourself with barbecue earlier, Ishikawa teased, wearing a sly grin. Behind them, the shinobi from the allied forces chuckled quietly at the scene. Their friendship is amazing. Honestly, kinds like Madara x Hashirama thing. Don't you fucking dare. Alright. Everyone, clear the way, the four Kage called in unison. Leave this next part to us. The four of them stepped forward, shoulder to shoulder, facing down Hashirama with unwavering resolve. Mū silently watched the figures standing beside him. Behind them stood the unified might of the allied forces. A faint smile tugged at his lips. As he thought. Only when faced with a truly overwhelming threat will people put aside their differences and stand together. Just like today. I never would have guessed. Could I have been wrong all this time? High above on the massive wooden golem, Hashirama's expression had darkened. He had always envisioned this kind of unity. And now, it was finally real. But not because of him. Because of him, the world had come together, but in opposition. The very dream he had poured his soul into had twisted into this cruel irony. Could it be? Was he the enemy now? The reason 4 entire nations had banded together? A heavy sigh escaped his chest. It felt like he had pulled Kusagakure into an all-out war. Win or lose, there was no turning back. The allied forces would not rest until this was resolved. No one had declared war officially, but things had already gone too far. Maybe if he backed down now, there might still be time to fix things. But Madara. Hashirama's gaze became distant, as if piercing through space and time. In that moment, he imagined Madara standing quietly in the distance, watching him. Madara had been doomed from the start. His brothers were killed. His father lost to war. His only remaining brother, Izuna, cut down by Tobirama. They had worked together to create a village, and yet Madara was passed over for Hokage, mistrusted, and rejected. Even his own clan had turned against him. Hashirama had been the only one who ever truly stood by his side. Chapter 38, Combined Attack. He was Madara's only friend, the only brother he had ever known. If he didn't avenge him, what would Madara think of him from the Pure Land? A heavy sigh slipped from his lips. If he abandoned his pursuit of vengeance, he would be turning his back on Madara. But if he held on to it, he would be betraying the villagers who had placed their hopes in him. The fragile peace they had fought to build would shatter, replaced by an all-out war. And it wouldn't be some brief clash between a few scattered clans. It would be a full-scale war, dragging in all 4 of the great nations and plunging the entire shinobi world into bloodshed once again. Even so, he couldn't erase Madara from his heart. He couldn't forget those sorrowful eyes, filled with unspoken emotion. Most of all, he couldn't forget the way Madara had looked at him in that final moment before his supposed death. The image haunted him. Hashirama stood in silence, deep in thought. Slowly, his eyes opened. In that instant, a sharp, deadly intent surged from within them. The warmth that usually filled his gaze was gone, replaced by cold resolve. He had made up his mind. Looking out across the vast shinobi world, Hashirama reached one stark, irreversible conclusion: kill. Wipe them out, every last one. Cleanse the battlefield completely. It would ease the pressure on the village and fulfill the promise he owed Madara. Even if 1,000 enemies stood in his path, he would still press forward without hesitation. In that moment, Hashirama made his choice. Things were no longer the same. This time, he wouldn't choose the village over Madara. This time, he would forsake the world itself for Madara's sake. If he abandoned revenge, the shinobi world would no doubt rejoice at avoiding war. But there would be one person who would remain forgotten, one soul left without justice: Madara. He wouldn't allow that. His best friend would not be erased from history, disregarded and dishonored. Even if the entire world turned against their bond, Hashirama would stay by Madara's side without flinching. He owed Madara too much to ever walk away now. This time, no matter who stood in opposition, he would fight for the men who had once stood beside him. Maybe that's what being a true best friend really meant. Clap. Hashirama brought his hands together in a sharp, decisive motion. A tidal surge of chakra erupted from his body, massive and overwhelming. The markings on his sage mode mask deepened, his hair lifted into the air despite the windless field, and his chakra roared around him like an unleashed storm. Come. The final battle begins now. In that instant, everyone on the battlefield froze. This chakra, it dwarfed all of theirs combined. Sage art, wood style, true several thousand hands. Hashirama's voice boomed like thunder. The ground trembled as though the earth itself was in pain. Stones flew in every direction, mountains cracked and split, and then a colossal wooden figure surged from the earth. Towering like a giant, it loomed above the battlefield, radiating overwhelming power. Each of its hands, thick as ancient pillars, carried a pressure that left even seasoned shinobi breathless. Each massive palm rivaled the Nine Tails in size. The allied shinobi forces were struck dumb, pale-faced, and paralyzed. Their entire formation crumbled under the weight of the pressure bearing down on them. Even the 4 Kage at the front lines were visibly shaken. Damn it. If we'd known he still had this up his sleeve, we never would have jumped forward just to show off. You were hiding something like that and didn't bring it out earlier. They had assumed Mū's squad had already pushed Hashirama to the brink. They had planned to arrive just in time to deal the final blow, to end things with style and demonstrate the strength of the current generation of Kage. None of them had anticipated that Hashirama had been hiding a trump card of this scale. The colossal wooden construct had thrown everything into disarray. The 4 Kage turned to Mū with pitiful, desperate eyes, silently pleading for some kind of answer. Mū. He had no words. He had expected the 4 of them to unleash some grand, earth-shattering jutsu to match Hashirama's wooden giant. Now it looked like the burden would fall entirely on him once again. Still, he couldn't completely blame them. If they had confronted Hashirama before he had activated true several thousand hands, maybe they would have stood a chance. But with this monster looming over the battlefield, everything had changed. Can we still fight back? Ishikawa's voice broke the silence as he glanced at Mū with a flicker of hope. Behind them, the allied forces stared as well, eyes wide and fearful, like a crowd of frightened children looking to a lone adult for salvation. The range of the wooden colossus was enormous. Unless someone possessed a space-time technique, escape was impossible. Their only hope now was that Mū-sama had one more card to play. I don't know. I'm not sure I even have enough chakra left. Mū said, his eyes shut tightly as he tried to focus. What if we add ours to yours? 2 voices rang out in unison. Ginkaku and Kinkaku stepped forward without hesitation and placed their hands on Mū's shoulders, sending a stream of chakra into his system. Mū's eyes snapped open in surprise. How could he have forgotten about these 2 fools? At that same moment, the Yatagarasu crow perched on his shoulder began channeling chakra into him as well. In an instant, Mū's reserves were fully restored. The familiar sensation of sage mode returned, flooding through his system. Mū clenched his fist. He was ready. Now he had 3 options for counterattack, the Yata Mirror, the Tatsuka Blade, and Particle Style. The Yata Mirror? Useless in this scenario. It might survive the impact, but Mū himself wouldn't. The mirror could only defend so much. The Tatsuka Blade? No good either. It was too short. He wouldn't survive long enough to initiate a ceiling strike. That left only one option, Particle Style / Dust Release. He would pour everything he had into one massive-scale dust release technique. With Sage Mode amplifying his power and his chakra replenished, he was confident. It might not kill Hashirama outright, but it could destroy the giant statue before it crushed them all. As the colossal wooden hands began to descend, Mū wasted no time. He summoned a clone immediately. The 2 of them clapped their hands together in perfect synchrony. Sage Art, Particle Style, Double Original Dust Release, Detachment of the Primitive World Technique. Twin beams of 5-colored black light erupted from their palms. They surged across the battlefield, tearing through the air as they closed in on Hashirama's monstrous creation. VRRRRRRRR. Wherever the particle-style beams passed, space twisted violently. Matter disintegrated on a molecular level, stripped down to nothingness. The twin beams struck the true several thousand hands with a deafening crash. Thunder rolled through the sky as the collision released a torrent of raw energy, swirling and tearing through everything in the vicinity. Boom boom boom. Hashirama furrowed his brow as he pushed even more chakra into the wooden colossus, reinforcing its structure and power. But Mū, with Sage Mode active and his chakra bolstered by allies, held nothing back. The particle style didn't retreat in the slightest. It roared forward with unwavering force, matching the strength of Hashirama's colossal jutsu head-on. The entire sky blazed as if touched by the sun, illuminated by the sheer force of their clash. Behind the 2 titans, the allied shinobi forces stood rooted in place, stunned into silence. Their mouths hung open, eyes wide with disbelief and awe. Was this really a shinobi battle? Weren't ninja fights supposed to involve a few well-timed jutsu, a kunai tossed at the right moment, or maybe a flurry of shuriken exchanged between opponents? Then what in the world was this? This wasn't a battle, it felt like alien warfare. Ah! Hey! Mū pushed his chakra output even further, blood bursting from his mouth, yet he continued pouring power into the particle style without hesitation. VRRRRRRR. VRRRRRRR. Hashirama's eyes widened as he watched the blinding beams of black light drawing ever closer. Not good. This guy's particle style isn't something I can overwhelm with sheer numbers, that piercing power is insane. If I don't strike at the source. But it was too late. Mū had already funneled every last ounce of his energy into the attack. In the next instant, a deafening explosion tore through the battlefield. The shockwave temporarily deafened everyone in the area. The blinding flash washed out their vision completely. And when the brilliance and chaos faded, The massive Buddha still stood, but it was a shattered echo of its former glory. The base had been obliterated, and countless arms were gone, torn away by the particle style. A massive hole had been blasted clean through its chest. Ha, ha, ha. Hashirama knelt atop the wooden giant's head, panting heavily. His limbs trembled. This time, his chakra truly was drained. Maintaining the true several thousand hands had consumed almost everything he had left. On Mū's side, things weren't much better. He was barely standing, his light gray wrappings drenched in blood. His clone had long since disappeared, overused and dismissed by necessity. We can't stop now. Mū gritted his teeth. He knew better than to let Hashirama recover. Without delay, he began forming a Rasen Shuriken, or tried to. He quickly realized he didn't have enough chakra left to finish it. Clap. A hand reached out, steadying his from below. Let me help. Hozuki Gungetsu, barely upright, gave a weary grin as he lent his strength to Mū. This time, I'll let you hog the glory. Just make it count. And don't forget me. The second Raikage stepped in, placing his hand beside theirs, flooding the technique with lightning chakra. The credit doesn't matter, Seiman added as he placed his hand over Mū's as well. But we must be part of the victory. With their help, the Rasen Shuriken began to grow rapidly. Stabilized by Mū's expert chakra control and boosted by water, lightning, and wind release, the jutsu swelled into a monstrous form. Sensei. Lower it a bit. I want to help too. Ōnoki, standing nearby, stretched upward on tiptoe, arms flailing as he tried to reach the enormous jutsu. He hadn't yet mastered flight and could only hop and strain, trying to contribute. Thank you, all of you. This jutsu, let's name it. Sage Art, Great Ninja Alliance United Rasen Shuriken. Mū inhaled deeply. The Rasen Shuriken now towered above them, perfectly formed, swirling with multicolored energy, stabilized and massive, infused with elements from all of them. It radiated raw destruction and unmatched precision. Hashirama Senju, take this. Together, the four launched the massive Rasen Shuriken. With style. Hashirama's pupils shrank. He tried to raise his hands and call on his chakra, to summon one last defense. But he couldn't. His body was sluggish, his reserves nearly gone. Sage mode had already faded, vanishing along with his great wooden construct. He had nothing left to fall back on. And the Rasen Shuriken, fully enhanced, carrying the weight of 4 Kage-level shinobi, was already upon him. Too fast. Too powerful. In that final moment, standing in the shadows of the broken Buddha, the god of shinobi had nowhere to run. Chapter 39, it's over. Boom. VMMM. Thunder cracked through the skies, followed by a high-pitched roar that cut through the night. The pitch-black sky split open with a flash of searing light, illuminating the entire battlefield as if it were broad daylight. For one brief moment, every detail came into sharp, unforgiving clarity. The shockwave from the Sage Art, Super Great Ninja Alliance United Rasen Shuriken surged outward like a tidal wave, bending the air and distorting the landscape as it tore through everything in its path. The final Buddha, once towering and majestic, now looked like a crumbling relic, no stronger than a child's sandcastle against the crushing might of this attack. Cracks spread across its vast wooden surface, weaving outward in chaotic webs. Gigantic chunks began to fall, breaking apart with echoing crashes as they hit the earth. Debris poured down like rain, creating a storm of stone and splinters. The unrelenting wave of power ravaged the battlefield. The statue, once a symbol of dominance, collapsed entirely, fragmenting into thousands of pieces that were caught and scattered by the wind. The towering monument to Hashirama's strength was erased, leaving only destruction in its place. As the smoke and dust thinned, a lone silhouette emerged from the haze. Hashirama Senju stood, or tried to. He was barely recognizable. The poise, the composure, the divine presence that once earned him the title of God of Shinobi, all of it was gone. His armor, once gleaming red and iconic, hung in tatters, reduced to torn strips that flapped limply in the breeze. His long hair was a tangled mess, strands plastered across a face drained of color. Blood trickled from his mouth, mingling with dirt and sweat to leave his expression haggard and hollow. The mighty had fallen. He was half-kneeling, his hands pressed against the ground, shoulders trembling with effort as he fought to draw breath. Each inhale was labored, and while a flicker of willpower still lingered in his gaze, it was smothered beneath the weight of fatigue and pain. His strength was gone. This battle had taken everything from him. Slowly, stubbornly, Hashirama forced himself upright. But this time, he didn't raise his fists. He didn't reach for another jutsu. Instead, he turned toward a crumbling wood-style barrier nearby, the one shielding a sacred place on the battlefield. Inside it lay the body of Madara. Madara, wait for me. I'll be there soon. His voice was hoarse, barely audible, as he began to move. Each step was unsteady, his balance faltering, his limbs heavy. His chakra reserves were empty, his body on the brink of collapse, yet he pressed forward. The battlefield blurred around him, his senses fading in and out. And as he stumbled, memories began to stir, drifting up from the depths of his weary mind. He wasn't walking across a field of ruin anymore. His gaze passed beyond the shattered earth, beyond the lingering smoke and splintered wood, beyond the battlefield entirely. It moved through time itself. Images flickered in his mind like lanterns burning in the dark. Ha ha ha, nice to meet you. I'm Hashirama. I'm Madara. Can I skip you like a stone across the water? Get lost. If there's any way to survive this world, it's through honesty. No secrets between us and our enemies. Is it really that hard to be open? Thank you, Madara. You've always valued true bonds. Remember what we promised when we were kids? Let's build a village here. Together. It's about time we name it. Got any ideas, Madara? The past played before him like an old film reel, moment after moment rolling by in waves of light and shadow. Then, in the haze of his fading consciousness, Hashirama saw him. A vision of young Madara stood before him, silent and solemn, his dark eyes watching quietly with understanding. Slowly, he extended a hand. Tears slipped down Hashirama's cheeks. His fingers trembled as he lifted his arm and placed his hand over the phantoms. If we couldn't live together during those years, then let me die with you now. He lowered his gaze and whispered, Tobirama, I entrust Konoha to you. I'm leaving. With that, his body gave out. He collapsed to the ground with a dull, final thud. He wasn't going to run anymore. To die alongside Madara, that was enough. Slowly, with peace settling over his face, Hashirama Senju closed his eyes and passed on. The god of Shinobi had fallen. It's finally over. At the very same moment, Mū's body finally succumbed as well. The last threads of strength in his limbs gave way, and he toppled backward into unconsciousness. The crow that had perched loyally on his shoulder dissolved into faint mist, its summoning contract cancelled. Mū had long since pushed past his limit. His chakra reserves had been fully drained. In truth, his body should have collapsed far earlier, but he had kept going through sheer willpower and the momentum of sage mode. Now that the technique had ended, the backlash hit like a wave, taking everything with it. Gungetsu Hozuki's eyes widened the instant he saw Mū fall. He darted forward, catching him just in time, then pressed down on Mū's philtrum, checking for signs of life. Someone, help! Gungetsu shouted over his shoulder at the stunned shinobi still gathered behind him. Ōnoki, the second Raikage, and Seimin all turned pale in unison. Without hesitation, they rushed to Mū's side, the concern written all over their faces. Get our best medics over here now, barked the second Raikage to the Kyumo troops. Right away. Suna, if you've got medics, get them here, fast. Seimin shouted to the Suna shinobi. Around them, the other four Kage quietly exchanged glances, their brows raising ever so slightly. They said nothing, but the meaning was clear. The four men had formed a bond on this battlefield, a bond born not of treaties or councils, but of shared danger, sacrifice, and survival. Comrades forged in war. In seconds, medics from all four great nations raced forward. They gathered around Mū, quickly beginning emergency treatment with practiced hands and focused chakra. When the final diagnosis came, just severe chakra exhaustion, everyone exhaled in relief. He's just unconscious, one of the medics confirmed. He'll live. The gathered leaders finally allowed themselves to relax. Several unit captains stepped forward, addressing the Kage. Lords, what should we do about Hashirama Senju's body? Before they could reply, Hashirama's corpse suddenly caught fire. Flames erupted with no warning, consuming the remains rapidly. This, could it be? The four Kage traded confused glances. After a moment of silence, they reached the same conclusion. Hashirama must have set a final jutsu upon himself, a post-mortem trigger to cremate his body and prevent it from being desecrated or misused. With that matter resolved, they began organizing a team to locate the corpse of Madara Uchiha. Yet no matter how far they searched across the ruined battlefield, no matter how thoroughly they examined the wood-style defenses, Madara's body was nowhere to be found. Madara Uchiha's body is missing. TCH, the scale of Mū's dust release and Hashirama's battle just now was way too massive. Madara's body probably got disintegrated into nothing. The remaining shinobi exchanged solemn glances. The destructive force of the clash had been beyond comprehension, an overwhelming tide of power that had swallowed the battlefield whole. No remains, no scraps, no trace. It was unanimously agreed that Madara Uchiha's body had been completely erased, likely vaporized by the intensity of the dust release. With that grim assumption, the search was abandoned. Far from the wreckage, hidden in the forests at the edge of the battlefield, a team of scouts, left behind by Tobirama Senju, had witnessed the final moments. Their faces turned ghostly pale, mouths agape as they watched the impossible unfold. None could find words. Go. Hurry! Report this to Tobirama-sama, one finally shouted, panic cracking his voice. Oh my god! The sky is falling. Konoha's pillar has fallen, another cried. Why hadn't Tobirama come? Why wasn't he there to save his brother? The answer was simple. It had never occurred to him that his elder brother could lose. The idea had been unthinkable. At that very moment, within the village of Konohagakure, Tobirama was on his way to the Hokage office. He moved quickly, preparing to brief the clan leaders. In his mind, Hashirama was still alive, engaged in combat with the resurrected Kage. Victorious, as always. Confident and unshaken. Then, out of nowhere, a strange sensation brushed against him, soft, weightless. A translucent, ghostly hand had rested on his shoulder. Tobirama froze. His instinct screamed, and he spun around instantly. But there was no one behind him. Just silence, and the stone. His eyes lifted, and there it was, the solemn face of Hashirama carved into Hokage rock, staring down at the village with its usual quiet strength. But this time, Tobirama's breath caught. Something didn't feel right. Aniki. He murmured, brow furrowing as an uneasy feeling rose inside him, one he didn't recognize and couldn't name. When he arrived at the Hokage office, the clan leaders had already gathered. Among them stood Ashina Uzumaki, arms crossed, expression unreadable. None of them looked pleased to be there. War loomed once more, creeping back into the world they had just begun to rebuild. The peace Hashirama had forged now hung by a thread. I'm sure by now you're all aware of the situation. The Hokage, Tobirama began. Bang. The doors slammed open as a senior Senju Jonin burst in, panic etched into every line of his face. Tobirama's eyes narrowed slightly, but he held his silence. The Jonin rushed forward and leaned in close, his voice trembling. Tobirama-sama, the Hokage has died in battle. Chapter 40, Awakening. Boom. Those words slammed into Tobirama Senju's mind like a tailed beast bomb detonating at point-blank range. A sharp ringing filled his ears, drowning out all other sound, like thunder exploding from a clear blue sky. What did you say? Tobirama's pupils trembled as he stared at the Jonin, his voice unsteady, trembling between denial and panic. The clan leader has fallen in battle, the Senju Jonin cried, his voice cracking as tears streamed down his cheeks. Tobirama stumbled back, grabbing the edge of the Hokage's desk for balance. The room seemed to tilt around him, as if reality itself had been knocked off its axis. His knuckles whitened as he clutched the wood, breath caught in his throat. The other clan heads had heard every word. Seasoned veterans, none of them missed a syllable. And once the meaning sank in, every face turned ghostly pale. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My big brother is invincible. There's no way he could have been killed by those people. Even if he couldn't win, he should have been able to retreat safely. He must have faked his death to escape. He has to have. He must have. Tobirama muttered to himself in growing desperation, knuckles grinding into the desk, fingers digging so hard into the surface that the wood began to warp under the pressure. He could hear his heartbeat pounding in his ears, drowning out the room's stunned silence. Meanwhile, deep in a hidden underground cave, two bodies lay side by side, still and breathless. One belonged to Madara Uchiha. The other, Hashirama Senju. Incredible. I never imagined the reincarnations of Asura and Indra would both be slain by a mere mortal. Black Zetsu lingered in the shadows, his gaze locked on the corpses before him. He hadn't moved for some time, frozen in disbelief. No matter how many centuries he had schemed and adjusted his plans, he had never once foreseen this. The legendary avatars of Asura and Indra, demigods reborn throughout the ages, were dead. Killed not by each other, nor by some divine intervention, but by a single man. It would have been remarkable enough if just one had fallen, but both. His grand plan had just been shattered. The resurrection of his mother would now have to be postponed. Who knew how long it would take before Asura and Indra were reborn again? He exhaled a long, frustrated sigh. That damn bandaged freak. Jumping out at the worst time with his little scheme to assassinate Madara. You could have just lived your life quietly, let Madara steamroll you. Would that have killed you? Black Zetsu cursed Mū in his heart, seething. If that meddlesome man hadn't interfered, everything would have gone according to plan. A mere mortal had flipped the entire game board. Why couldn't you just stay in the background like the rest of your kind? Why would you ever try to go against the fated men of an era? Is it so hard to just be part of the scenery? Even as he fumed in silence, something else stirred the cave. A faint sound, almost imperceptible at first, rose softly into the air. Breathing. Black Zetsu's eyes snapped open, alert. Someone was alive. He immediately melted into the earth, disappearing without a trace. Seconds passed. The breathing grew louder, steadier. Then, Madara Uchiha's eyes opened. One eye remained intact, gleaming faintly. The other had turned a dull, lifeless gray. Ha, ha. He gasped for air, chest rising and falling. Then, with sudden force, he sat up. Those fools didn't deal with my body. Ha. Don't they say the fate never seals off all paths? Looking down at his own hands, Madara let out a quiet, satisfied laugh. The technique he had relied on, a forbidden jutsu passed down through the Uchiha clan, was as an aji. And the moment he had activated it, it was the instant he and Tobirama had been caught in that massive, chaotic chain explosion. Amid the chaos of fire and ceiling tags, he had slipped the jutsu into place. Now, he had cheated death once again. He hated to admit it, but back then, he had truly been cornered. Every trump card had been spent, every tactic exhausted. That final move had been a gamble, a desperate bet that Tobirama would at least preserve his body and have it buried in Konoha. It wasn't a guarantee, but it was the only sliver of hope left. But then Hashirama had appeared on the battlefield. The moment Madara sensed him, he had relaxed completely. With Hashirama present, there was no question. His body would be treated with reverence, preserved without fail. Even if the entire village had wanted him destroyed, Hashirama would have stopped it. This is Hashirama. Madara's eyes widened as they fell upon the breathless form lying beside him. It wasn't a trick of the light, nor some illusion. It was truly Hashirama Senju, lifeless, cold, and still. His expression darkened. Don't tell me Hashirama was killed by those people too. A storm of thoughts brewed behind his eyes. The idea that Tobirama, that cold, calculating man, could have betrayed even his own brother, it was sickening. But no, something felt off. That wasn't Tobirama's way. Ruthless as he was, Tobirama wouldn't do that. Then only one other possibility remained. A figure surfaced in Madara's mind. A man wrapped in bandages. Unbelievable, to think both of us fell into the hands of the same person. Madara clenched his teeth, a cold glint flashing in his lone remaining eye. He thought of Mū. Back then, he'd felt it, the urge to kill that man was strong. If it hadn't been for Hashirama's interference, Mū would have died by his hand. Now, both he and Hashirama had fallen to that very man. Madara's heart burned with regret. He should have ignored Hashirama's hesitation, should have followed his instincts and erased the threat when he had the chance. But still. He looked around. The rough stone walls, the stale, cold air, this was an underground cave. Something didn't add up. Even if someone had prepared a burial site for him, why would he and Hashirama be laid to rest side by side? The thought gnawed at him. What had happened during the time he was unconscious? Seems a lot happened while I was out. Madara's eyes narrowed slightly, sharp and calculating. Nothing about this situation felt ordinary. Whatever had occurred, it was beyond what he could piece together just yet. The outside world, the movements of Konoha, the balance of power, he needed time to understand it all. As for revenge, that would have to wait. With only one eye and his body still recovering, charging back into battle would be suicide. If he rushed now, he'd simply die again, and there wouldn't be another chance. He had to disappear. Regain his strength. Wait and rebuild. Turning to Hashirama, he slowly knelt down beside the body. Hashirama. I will avenge you. One day, I'll create the perfect world. His voice was low, firm with resolve. Then, without hesitation, he cut off a piece of Hashirama's flesh and pressed it into his own wound. Splurt. Blood mingled with blood. This was something he had long been curious about. The Uchiha stone tablet had spoken of it, combine the two and attain the power of all creation. Yin and Yang. Uchiha and Senju. So what would truly happen if he and Hashirama became one? Chakra flared around him as he gathered his strength. Then, cradling Hashirama's body in his arms, he turned and disappeared into the darkness of the cave. The echo of his departure faded. And then, from the shadows, Black Zetsu emerged. Heh, ha ha ha. It seems this generation's Indra reincarnation isn't stupid after all. He actually left a backup plan. Black Zetsu let out a low, wicked chuckle. During the chaos, he had snatched up both corpses, using his ability to slip through earth and shadow unnoticed. At the time, it was nothing more than a precaution, an insurance policy. Who would have thought it would end up saving Madara Uchiha's life? He had expected to wait decades for another reincarnation cycle. But now, things had changed. There was still a chance. Still, he couldn't reveal himself yet. Not now. Madara might be many things, but he wasn't stupid. If Black Zetsu showed up suddenly, with no explanation, it would only arouse suspicion and make things worse. He needed a reason, a believable one. Something that would justify his presence in Madara's future without tipping his hand too early. So, for now, he melted silently into the earth once more, trailing after Madara from a distance. Meanwhile, inside the allied shinobi forces' medical tent, Mū slowly opened his eyes. The faint scent of antiseptic filled his nose. His body felt sluggish, his arm heavy. Looking down, he noticed fresh bandages wrapped around him. Resting against that same arm, fast asleep, was Ōnoki. Mū blinked, then gave a small nudge. Ōnoki stirred. His eyelids fluttered, and he lifted his head groggily. When his eyes landed on Mū, awake and alive, his expression brightened in an instant. Joy lit up his face, and tears welled up uncontrollably. "Ah! Sensei, you're awake." Mū groaned faintly, rubbing his forehead. He gave a small nod before asking in a hoarse voice, "What's the current situation? How long was I out?" And before he could finish the sentence, Ōnoki lunged at him with a wail. "Wah! Sensei! You're finally awake. I thought you were going to die." Ōnoki clung tightly to Mū's arm, sobbing loudly, the kind of crying that came from days of repressed fear and relief flooding all at once. Mū let out a sigh. He was exhausted, and now he had a crying child stuck to him. Chapter 41, unintentionally triggering the first great ninja war. Sensei, you're finally awake. I thought you were going to die from chakra exhaustion. If you had died, what would I even do? Ōnoki flung himself onto Mū, sobbing uncontrollably as tears and snot streamed down his face. Cough, cough. All right, I'm not dead yet, Mū said, voice still hoarse as he let out a dry cough. Activating lightweight boulder technique, he gently lifted Ōnoki off him and set him aside. Tell me, how long was I unconscious? And where exactly are we now? Still regaining his senses after waking up, Mū's perception felt sluggish, so he relied on Ōnoki for answers. Sensei, you've been out for almost a full day. Right after you passed out, the 4 great villages set up camp here in Takigakure. Everyone's been waiting on you to wake up before making any further moves. Ōnoki reported everything clearly, then broke into a grin, eyes lighting up with admiration. Sensei, you're incredible. There's no one in the entire shinobi world more amazing than you. You actually led the other 3 Kage and brought down the twin gods of the ninja world. Everyone's talking about it. From the rocky highlands of Iwagakure in the west to the far islands of Kusagakure in the east, your name is on everyone's lips. He waved his hands excitedly as if trying to mimic the scale of the rumor, his awe unmistakable. Mū raised an eyebrow, surprised the word had traveled so fast. But after a moment's thought, it didn't seem strange. This was the heart of the continent. A massive battle involving all 4 major villages, the deaths of the god of shinobi and the demon of the ninja world. It would have been impossible to keep something like that quiet. Sensei, while you were unconscious, the other 3 who fought beside you were incredibly worried. Now that you're finally awake, I'll go let them know. Ōnoki bolted from the room before Mū could say another word. Go ahead, Mū muttered, making no move to stop him. He closed his eyes and focused on drawing in chakra, slowly recalibrating his senses and restoring his energy. About an hour later, the sound of footsteps approached from outside. With Gungetsu Hozuki's voice echoing through the corridor, the door was pushed open and 3 figures entered. Mū. You idiot, you big baka. You really had us worried. Gungetsu walked in with that familiar swagger, slapping a hand down on Mū's shoulder and flashing a toothy grin. Glad to see you recovering, Mudano, the second Raikage said with a composed smile. This time, it's thanks to you. You've removed a burden that has weighed on all of us for far too long. Shaman followed, placing a bouquet of fresh flowers beside Mū's bed and giving a warm nod. Hey, you're exaggerating. Mū said, chuckling under his breath. Still, he knew it was true. Hashirama and Madara had loomed over the shinobi world like legends cast in stone. Their existence alone was enough to keep the other villages in a constant state of hesitation. And with Konoha backed by 2 warriors of such overwhelming strength, it was no surprise the rest of the world had been living under their shadow, unable to act without fear. Though Hashirama spoke often of peace, the other villages lacked the same all-seeing perspective. From where they stood, who could say it wasn't all a carefully constructed facade? No one would dare entrust their future to someone they couldn't fully trust. Now that Mū had taken the lead and struck down both Hashirama and Madara, it felt as if a massive weight had vanished from their shoulders. The pressure they had silently endured for years had evaporated in an instant. Only Konoha was left to bear the consequences. Thank you, all of you. But the credit doesn't belong to me alone. Without the 3 of you, I doubt I'd be standing here right now. A smile formed beneath Mū's bandaged face. The truth was, he couldn't take full credit even if he wanted to. The others had done just as much. Even with his dust release, trying to defeat either Hashirama or Madara solo would have been an insurmountable task. And of course, there's one more person we should thank. That's Tobirama Senju. Mū's tone carried a trace of dark humor. At his words, all three men burst into laughter. But deep down, there was no one who felt more grateful to than Tobirama Senju. If Tobirama hadn't first agreed to cooperate in the ambush against Madara, everything would have turned out differently. Without his help, Mū never would have convinced the others to join in. It was Tobirama's unease about Madara's intentions that gave Mū the leverage he needed. That one moment of agreement had set the dominoes falling. Had Tobirama chosen instead to stay loyal to the village and turn down Mū's proposal, none of this would have happened. Perhaps there would have been peace. Perhaps Hashirama would still be alive. All right. No need for modesty. Without your dust release, we'd have had no chance. You were the centerpiece of everything. The second Raikage praised him, smiling with sincerity. Yes. I completely agree. Shaman added with a firm nod. Now get up already. Everyone's been waiting for you. Gungetsu Hozuki stepped in and helped Mū out of bed. Waiting for me. What for? Mū blinked in confusion. Before Gungetsu could answer, Shaman spoke first. To decide how we're going to divide the land of fire, of course. Now that Hashirama and Madara are gone, and with how fertile the land of fire is, we of the land of wind desperately need better land to survive. Shaman's tone was bold, his ambitions laid bare without shame. Indeed. Shaman Dano is correct. We of the land of lightning have our eyes on the northern territories of the land of fire, and perhaps even the nearby lands of the moon, hot water, and rice fields. Even though we in Iwagakure live on islands, we've always wanted control over the eastern coastline of the land of fire. This is our chance to seize the seas and draw the entire eastern region under our influence. Second Raikage and Gungetsu spoke one after another, laying their plans out without hesitation. Mū stared at the three of them in stunned silence. Damn it. He had eliminated Hashirama and Madara to relieve pressure on his own village, not to ignite chaos across the continent. But these three, they were talking about launching an all-out war. And not just any war. This would be the four great villages uniting against Konoha alone. His original goal had been simple: protect Iwagakure, strengthen it, and create a more stable balance of power. Instead, what lay ahead now was open conflict. Without even intending to, he had triggered what would become the first great ninja war. Please wait. Even though Hashirama and Madara are gone, we can't afford to lower our guard. Konoha's bloodline clans and secret technique families still outnumber all of ours combined. Mū's voice grew serious, his gaze hardening. He remembered the timeline. He knew Konoha's true strength better than anyone here. Even without its two strongest figures, Konoha wasn't fragile. The Uchiha and Senju had both been forged in an age of brutal warfare, and their power hadn't disappeared with Hashirama. The Inoshikacho trio, the Hyuga, the Sarutobi, and numerous other elite clans were all still active. If a war broke out, Mū might survive, but countless lives would be lost. And there was something else. He had heard rumors that Ashina Uzumaki was still alive. That old man was easily at a Quasi-Kage level. If the Uzumaki clan chose to back Konoha, their sealing techniques alone could turn the tide. Mū had no interest in dealing with the Reaper Death Seal himself. Tobirama also had a slew of forbidden techniques. Especially Edo Tensei. Wait. Suddenly, Mū's eyes narrowed. A chill crept down his spine. If someone like Tobirama used Edo Tensei. Hold on. What did you do with the corpses of Hashirama and Madara? Mū spun and grabbed Genjetsu's arm without warning, his voice sharp with urgency. All three were caught off guard, blinking at his sudden shift in tone. Then Gungetsu casually scratched the back of his head. Oh, those two. Madara's body was nowhere to be found. I think your dust release disintegrated him completely. As for Hashirama, well, his corpse self-combusted. Looked like he had a failsafe jutsu in place to stop us from messing with it. He shrugged, unfazed by the implications. Chapter 42, you've really screwed me over. After hearing what Gungetsu Hozuki said, Mū's brows remained tightly furrowed. Hashirama and Madara might truly be dead, but there was also the possibility that they were still alive. Right now, they were essentially in a Schrodinger's cat state. Especially Madara. Back then, Mū hadn't had a chance to properly verify Madara's condition. Hashirama had shown up not long after, and the battle had escalated so rapidly that everything became a blur. With the overwhelming scale of his dust release, it was impossible to tell what had actually happened. From what he remembered, the Uchiha clan possessed two forbidden jutsu, Izanagi and Izanami. The idea that Madara might have used one of them to fake his death and survive made Mū's frown deepen. What if that bastard decided to return for revenge? But, if he really used Izanagi, then he would have lost one of his Mangekyo Sharingan. That would have drastically weakened him. He wouldn't be able to match me, Mū silently reminded himself. As long as Madara hadn't awakened the Rinnegan, Mū's Sage Mode combined with Dust Release would still completely overpower any version of him with just a single eye. Seriously, who did he think he was? With how Dust Release worked, Mū was practically untouchable. As long as nothing disrupted that balance, he'd remain at the top. If chakra absorption mechanics hadn't been introduced in later Hokage-era power scaling, Dust Release could have easily dominated the entire shinobi world without resistance. Alright, stop stressing about it. He's definitely dead. I swear, Gungetsu declared as he patted his chest confidently, striking the pose of a proud war-hardened general on stage. We beat him that badly, if he's not dead. I will get naked, I think. Hey. Could you not throw death flags around like that? Mū sighed helplessly and slowly stood up. The more you spouted things like that, the more likely it was that things would go horribly wrong. Guided by Gungetsu and the others, they made their way through the crowd toward a temporary plaza. Though crudely constructed, the plaza carried a weighty solemnity that couldn't be ignored. The flags of the 4 major villages fluttered in the breeze, each one marking its presence with pride. At the center stood a tall platform, where several tables and chairs had been arranged. The 4 Kage sat comfortably there, sipping tea, exchanging jokes, and even gambling with actual money, looking more like retired friends than leaders of nations. Beneath the platform spread a sea of shinobi, an allied force gathered from all 4 villages. Thousands of ninja had assembled, forming a scene of sheer magnitude. The shinobi of Iwagakure, Kirigakure, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure were scattered across the field. Some sat around looking bored, others passed time chatting in small groups, and a few gathered in circles to play cards. At this point in history, the hostility between the villages hadn't yet festered into the deep-rooted hatred that would plague future generations. In the original timeline, it was only after 3 world wars that the divisions between nations turned irreversibly bitter. But this was still the early age of the villages. And because their leaders hadn't yet become openly hostile, everyone was getting along better than anyone could have expected. As Mū stepped into the plaza with the other Kage beside him, countless eyes instinctively turned his way. The stares were filled with deep respect and sincere gratitude. One after another, the shinobi present rose to their feet, offering heartfelt thanks and solemn nods. And rightly so. Had Mū not released his dust release at the critical moment to block Hashirama's true several thousand hands, many of them would have been crushed into nothing. Pulverized. It was no exaggeration to say that Mū had saved every last person in this gathering, and their appreciation was more than justified. Ha! Mū's finally here, came a booming voice. Ishikawa, seeing his successor awake and moving again, broke into a wide grin, the burden in his heart finally lifting. You had me scared half to death. I couldn't eat or sleep while you were unconscious, I was genuinely worried about you. He leaped down from the platform with an exaggerated grin as he greeted Mū. Old man, by worried, do you mean while you were gambling away and sipping tea like nothing happened? Mū replied with a dry, unimpressed tone. Heh. Ishikawa scratched the back of his head and let out a sheepish laugh. Ha ha ha. Ahem. You two, stop with the pointless chatter already. Byakuren's sharp voice cut through their exchange, his irritation plain as his eyes twitched. We've got real business to handle. Some of us actually have things to do. Ishikawa led Mū up to the stone platform without further delay. Soon, Shaman, the first Raikage, and Gungetsu also ascended and took their places. At the center of the table sat the 4 Kage hats, carefully arranged. Each of the 4 village leaders took their seats, while their respective successors stood behind them like shadows ready to take the reins. Mū glanced over the solemn arrangement, a single thought drifting through his mind, all that's missing is Konoha. This was supposed to be the first 5 Kage summit, but with Konoha's absence, it had now become a 4 Kage summit. Alright, let's not waste time, Ishikawa began. The war hasn't officially started yet, but we need to reach an agreement on how to divide the spoils ahead of time. Otherwise, we'll end up fighting each other once the dust settles. Everyone, mark your desired territories on the map. 2 Jonin promptly stepped forward, unfurling a full-scale map of the ninja world across the table. It stretched wide, displaying borders and regions ripe for negotiation. Hey, then I won't hold back. The first Raikage immediately grabbed a brush and boldly marked out his claims. With a confident stroke, he took the entire northern region of the Land of Fire, then added the lands of the Moon, rice fields, and hot water, all for the Land of Lightning. Mū arched a brow. The Land of Lightning certainly had an appetite. Still, after a moment's consideration, it made sense. Those 3 smaller nations hadn't yet formed their own shinobi villages, making them vulnerable targets. Then I won't hold back either. Byakuren declared coldly. His eyes narrowed with determination as he swept the brush across the map. In one motion, he claimed all surrounding islands and maritime territories, including the Land of Whirlpools, placing them firmly under his influence. The first Kusagakure, Reto, quietly marked the land of rivers and the southern portion of the land of fire as his own. His exposed, unbandaged face stayed unreadable, not giving away a single emotion. The way these three were treating the land of fire was like slicing up a chunk of meat, casually claiming territories as if victory were already assured. No one even paused to consider whether they could actually win, let alone hold what they seized. Even if they did take the land, maintaining control was another matter. Rebellions would spring up constantly, and not even someone like Mū could be everywhere at once to suppress them all. The land of earth has vast territory, so the western region of the land of fire should go to us, Ishikawa declared as he drew a firm line across the map, carving out his piece. With the four Kage dividing it among themselves, only the central region of the land of fire remained unclaimed. We'll deal with that part after we take it, Byakuren said slowly, his tone calm but decisive. Everyone silently agreed to this approach. Once the matter of territory was settled, at least for the time being, the conversation shifted to forming a united shinobi army. As talks progressed and details were discussed, the question arose, who would lead this coalition? So then, who should lead the joint army? The moment those words left someone's lips, every eye in the room turned in unison toward Mū, who stood behind the Tsuchikage. Ishikawa, Reto, both current and future Reikage, Byakuren, Gungetsu, and Shaman all turned to look directly at him. Even the shinobi gathered below the platform slowly began shifting their attention to the same person. Their expressions were expectant, unanimous. It was clear. Everyone had the same candidate in mind. Mū, surrounded by hundreds of gazes, suddenly felt uncomfortable, resisting the strong urge to activate dust release and disintegrate himself out of sheer second-hand embarrassment. Noticing Mū's silence and reluctance, Gungetsu took the initiative to break the tension. Well, to lead the allied forces, the person should at least meet a few basic requirements, he said in a measured voice. First, they must be the strongest among us. Second, they need to be respected. Ideally, someone who saved our lives and earned the trust of every village. Third, they should be clever, a real tactician who can handle complex battles. And fourth. Before Gungetsu could continue, Shaman interrupted with a smirk. Let me guess, they should also be wrapped from head to toe in bandages and use dust release. And their name must be a single, powerful character, right, added the second Reikage with a grin. Maybe they should also be tall and handsome, with a destined disciple named Ōnoki who ends up being the greatest shinobi in history, someone else chimed in. Wow, who could that be? This mystery's killing me. Even the young Ōnoki down below started playing along, scratching his head and joining the chorus of voices shouting, who could it be? What a tough riddle. Come on. Just tell us the answer already. All eyes remained fixed on Mū, who was still trying to hold his composure. The teasing had reached its peak, and even the four Kage were now covering their faces in exasperation, half laughing, half sighing at the absurdity. Mū himself was having trouble keeping a straight face, especially after hearing the bit about the bandages and the single character name. Why not just read out his ID number while they were at it? Seeing that Mū was still pretending not to get the hint, Ishikawa grew increasingly anxious. This was Iwagakure's best chance to shine, to take center stage on the world's battlefield. Even if it was just symbolic, Mū had to be pushed forward. Mū. You should lead. What does everyone else think? Ishikawa said loudly, turning to the other three Kage for support. Without hesitation, they all nodded in agreement. Ahem, well, maybe we don't really need a supreme commander, Mū said, clearing his throat as a faint flush crept up his face. We could just discuss things and coordinate as equals. Before he could finish, Gungetsu walked up and smacked him hard across the backside. Oh, cut the crap. Stop pretending. You're the only one we all trust to take that spot. You won't even be a real commander, just a figurehead. Now get up there already. Ever since that legendary battle, no one had dared question Mū's strength. Everyone had silently acknowledged him as the strongest among them. Someone bring the commander's chair. Immediately, a chair was brought up and placed squarely between the four Kage, symbolizing Mū's new role. Ugh, but I really don't care about being some figurehead, Mū muttered with a defeated expression. Then, in a falsely righteous voice, he added, how could someone like me possibly deserve such a lofty position? Leading the entire shinobi alliance? Absolutely not. That's too much responsibility. Down below, the impatient second Reikage had had enough. He cupped his hands and shouted toward the mass of shinobi, where are Iwagakure's Umbu? Come get your leader and sit him down already. Almost instantly, several Umbu from Iwagakure appeared in a flicker of movement. Mū recognized every one of them, they were the same warriors who had stood up to Madara Uchiha to shield him during that brutal confrontation. Hee, Mū-sama, please stop resisting. You're the one we all believe in. Forgive us, Mū-sama. Before he could react, they swarmed him, lifted him off the ground, and forced him into the chair with coordinated precision. It was an odd sight. This was the man who had slain Madara Uchiha, who had blocked Hashirama Senju, and yet he was now helplessly manhandled by a handful of umbu like some unruly student being dragged into a classroom. Mū sat stiffly in the seat, looking completely defeated, now occupying a position equal to that of the four Kage. "Ah, you're all the worst. Truly the worst," he muttered, shoulders slumping. Puffed. That did it. The moment broke what little tension remained. The four Kage, the shinobi below the stage, everyone burst out laughing. Even Mū couldn't hold it anymore. A small grin slipped through his carefully maintained frown. Chapter 43, The Army Marches on the Land of Fire. News of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha's death spread like wildfire across the entire shinobi world. Nowhere was the reaction more intense than in the Land of Fire itself. For a time, every corner of the nation, be it among commoners, merchants, samurai, nobles, daimyo, or shinobi, fell into a stunned silence. No one could believe what they were hearing. After all, many had seen those two monsters clash with their own eyes. They were not human. Not in any sense that mattered. They radiated a dark, oppressive aura that stripped away all signs of life, like walking cataclysms. Whenever they fought, the violent energy from their clashes could be felt for kilometers. The shockwaves alone had the power to obliterate an entire squad of jonin without effort. And now, they were dead. Killed. By whom? It didn't take long for the details to emerge. The announcement sent fresh waves of disbelief through the shinobi world. Apparently, 5 individuals had joined forces to bring down Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. 5. Everyone was speechless. Was this some sort of raid on a world boss? The 4 great nations had actually teamed up. But then came the real kicker. When the identities of the participants were revealed, the shock only deepened. Mū, Gungetsu Hozuki. The second A, Shaman. And Kakuzu? Wait, hold on. Kakuzu? People squinted at the report as if something had crawled in and rewritten it mid-print. A villager gripping a newspaper with both hands gawked at the text. I mean, I've heard of the first 4, sure. But who the hell is Kakuzu? His neighbor leaned over and pointed to the article. It says right here, he helped take down Hashirama Senju. No way. You serious? It's in the paper. The second A himself confirmed it. Well damn, if it's printed, guess we can't argue with that. Isama, may I ask, did this shinobi named Kakuzu really take part in the battle against Hashirama Senju? As the news rippled across the nations, reporters from every corner of the world rushed to track down those involved. The second Reikage found himself quickly surrounded, caught in a circle of eager journalists. He didn't flinch. Yeah, it's true, he replied curtly. The second Reikage's expression tightened the moment Kakuzu's name came up. But he didn't deny it. No smirks, no dismissals. Just a nod. In truth, he respected Kakuzu. Any man crazy enough to try assassinating the god of shinobi for the sake of his village, that kind of guts deserved acknowledgement, no matter the outcome. That kind of conviction couldn't be faked. So the second Reikage kept it simple and confirmed the story, letting Kakuzu take his share of the credit. It wasn't hurting anyone. And it was a hell of a tale. Fortunately, Gungetsu Hozuki wasn't present. If he had been, there was no doubt he would have dragged Kakuzu straight through the mud. That man wouldn't have let it slide for a second. Oh my god. Seriously. It's real. The reporters were stunned for a moment, but only for a moment. Then they swarmed the story like a flock of vultures, spinning the tale into something even bigger than it already was. And just like that, the legend of Kakuzu, the 5th man who helped slay 2 gods, was born. In Takigakure. Inside a dimly lit tavern, the scent of roasted meat and cheap sake filled the air. Kakuzu sat at the center table, surrounded by a crowd of eager, low-ranking shinobi from the village. Kakuzu-senpai. Is it true you fought alongside the 4 great lords? Yeah. We heard even those 4 couldn't get close to Hashirama Senju, but you actually did. Unbelievable. Who would have thought a tiny village like ours could produce someone like you, Kakuzu-sama? Our ancestors must be smiling down from the afterlife. Kakuzu nodded slowly, his expression calm and composed, though inside, he was still trying to figure out how exactly this misunderstanding had snowballed so fast. Regardless, he wasn't about to ruin a good thing. Bathed in admiration, flattery, and sake, he decided to lean into the role fate had thrust upon him. Humph. Of course, I fought alongside them, Kakuzu declared with a smirk, lifting his cup. We joined forces to bring down the god of shinobi. He threw back the sake in a single gulp and puffed out his chest. Even Mū-sama himself praised me, said I was someone to watch. The surrounding shinobi gasped, their eyes practically sparkling. All right. That's what I'm talking about. Someone bring out the top-shelf sake. Fill this man's mouth until he drowns in it. Kakuzu opened his mouth wide and pointed inside, laughing as the drinks kept coming. He was reveling in the attention, soaking up every word of praise. Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through the tavern. A Takigakure jonin appeared beside him in a blur of movement, the telltale sign of the body flicker technique. "Kakuzu, the leader wants to see you," the jonin said, expression unreadable. Only leaders from the 5 great nations were called Kage. For a small village like Takigakure, the head was simply referred to as leader. The moment he heard that, Kakuzu straightened up. His heart surged with anticipation. The fame of those 4 had lifted him by association, now it was time to reap the real rewards. After all, hadn't he technically played a role in defeating Hashirama Senju? From where he stood, the mission was a success. He felt sure the leader would reward him handsomely. Maybe even appoint him as Takigakure's next leader. Not bad, Kakuzu thought with satisfaction, hiding a grin. He followed the jonin out of the tavern and toward the leader's mansion. As they moved through the village, Kakuzu began to notice something strange. Many of the shinobi they passed were casting him odd glances, cold, distant, even hostile, but he brushed it off. Jealousy, no doubt. Not everyone could handle another man's rising star. He stepped into the mansion with confidence and dropped to one knee before the raised platform. "Leader-sama." The Takigakure leader sat high above, arms crossed, expression like ice. His eyes locked on Kakuzu, unreadable yet heavy with something darker. Deep in his heart, a flicker of regret surfaced. This man was meant to be dead. That was the whole point of the mission. They had deliberately sent Kakuzu to die, framing it as a suicide assignment no one could return from. And yet here he was, standing tall, very much alive. If Kakuzu didn't want to die on the battlefield, then they would see to it that he died another way. Kakuzu failed to complete the mission. "Negligence," the leader said coldly. "Detain him at once." Before Kakuzu could process the words, 2 Takigakure jonin closed in from either side. He barely had time to react before they struck, forcing him to the ground with brutal efficiency. Ah! Kakuzu was stunned. He looked up, eyes wide with disbelief. This couldn't be real. His own village, his own comrades, had turned against him. He had risked his life, faced the strongest shinobi in the world, and somehow returned alive. And this was the thanks he received. In that moment, everything clicked. He had been used. The mission had never been meant for success. It was designed to bury him quietly under the illusion of duty and sacrifice. From the start, they had wanted him dead. Damn it. I was set up by the rich and powerful. I hate the wealthy. Kakuzu screamed as he struggled against the hands dragging him away, his furious gaze fixed on the Takigakure leader seated above. His teeth clenched so tightly his jaw trembled. Burning with rage and betrayal, he was hauled off toward Takigakure's prison like a criminal. Meanwhile, the shinobi allied forces had finished assembling. After a brief period of rest, reorganization, and supply distribution, the 4-village coalition now stood ready for war. The 4 Kage had returned to their respective villages, leaving command of the operation in the hands of their successors. What a sight, just like the allied shinobi forces during the 4th Great Ninja War I saw in those memories. Mū took a long breath as he stood atop a ridge, overlooking the endless ranks of shinobi stretching out before him in formation. "All right, enough sightseeing," Gungetsu Hozuki grumbled beside him, arms crossed impatiently. "Let's get moving and invade the land of fire already." Mū lifted a brow slightly, then stepped forward. Beneath him, thousands of shinobi stood in perfect rows, waiting silently. He slowly raised one arm. "Advance on the land of fire." Boom. The earth-shaking roar of battle cries echoed as the allied shinobi forces surged forward like a tidal wave, their unified march shaking the very ground as they stormed toward the land of fire. Morale soared among the alliance. But in Konoha, the atmosphere was completely different. Grief hung in the air like a suffocating fog. The entire village had gathered in the cemetery to mourn the deaths of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Tobirama Senju stood at the front beside Mito Uzumaki and Hashirama's young son, all 3 draped in black. Mito's face was pale, her lips trembling as she held the boy's hand. Grief consumed them. The rest of the village mirrored their sorrow. Clan leaders, prominent shinobi, civilians, children, all had come to pay their respects. Hashirama had been a good man. He gave the village more than anyone ever had. He built homes for the people, created welfare programs to care for the poor, and occasionally even handed out money on the spot, though more often than not, he lost it all gambling. His death left a void too large to fill. Aniki. I failed you. Tobirama stared at the 2 large portraits at the front, eyes rimmed with red, fists clenched so hard they trembled. He never imagined this outcome. He had believed too much in Hashirama, thought his brother could handle anything. He should have stayed, but it was already too late. To the people of Konoha, he had already delivered the official story. Hashirama and Madara had died heroically, protecting the village from an assault orchestrated by the four great nations. There was no way he could reveal the truth. He couldn't tell them that Hashirama had gone to protect a rogue ninja like Madara, that they had both left the village of their own will to fight the world, and died as a result. And yet, Madara's portrait stood next to Hashirama's. Why? Because Hashirama was gone, and without him, the balance within Konoha had become unstable. If he continued to vilify Madara, the Uchiha would rebel. Displaying Madara's portrait was a calculated move. It was a way to appease the hardliners in the Uchiha clan, to stop them from rising up during this moment of weakness. Right now, we must unite the people of Konoha, Tobirama murmured, brows tightly furrowed. We must stand together and prepare to face the four great nations if they dare to attack. His instincts told him that war was approaching. And no matter what, he wouldn't let the village his brother built fall.